Dedication and Preface of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's, designed as a beacon of light to guide women to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but which may be read by members of the sterner sect without injury to themselves or the book, by Mrs. Josiah Allen. Dedication and Preface. This book is dedicated to my own lawful partner, Josiah, whom, although I have been his consort for a little upwards of 14 years, I still love with a cast-iron devotedness. Preface, which is to be read if it hain't askin' too much of the kind-hearted reader. In the first days of our married life, I strained nearly every nerve to help my companion Josiah along and take care of his children by his former consort, the subject of black African slavery also wearin' on me, and a mortgage of $250 on the farm. But as we prospered, and the mortgage was cleared, and the children were off to school, the black African also being liberated about the same time of the mortgage, then my mind being free from these cares, the great subject of women's rights kept a-grorin' me, and a voice kept a-sayin' inside of me, Josiah Allen's wife, write a book givin' your views on the great subject of women's rights. But I hung back in spirit from the idea, and says I to myself, I never went to school much, and I don't know nothin' about grammar, and I never could spell worth a cent. But still that deep voice kept a-swadin' me, Josiah Allen's wife, write a book. Says I can't write a book. I don't know no underground dungeons. I hain't acquainted with no haunted houses. I never see a hero suspended over a abyss by his galluses. I never beheld a heroine swoon away. I never see a Injun tommyhawked, nor a ghost. I never had any of these advantages. I can't write a book. But still it kept a-sayin' inside of my mind, Josiah Allen's wife, write a book about your life, as it passes in front of you and Josiah daily, and your views on women's rights. The great public wheel is a-rollin' on slowly, drawin' the female race into liberty. Josiah Allen's wife, put your shoulder blades to the wheel. And so that almost hauntin' voice inside of me kept a-swadin' me, and finally I spoke out in a loud, clear voice and answered it. I will put my shoulder blades to the wheel. I well remember the time I said it, for it scart Josiah almost to death. It was night, and we was both settin' by the fire relapsed into silence, and he, not knowin' the conversation goin' on inside of my mind, thought I was crazy, and jumped up as if he was shot, and says he, in tremblin' tones, What is the matter, Samantha? Says I, Josiah, I am goin' to write a book. This scared him worse than ever. I could see by his ghastly countenance, and he started off on the run for the camphor bottle. Says I, in firm but gentle accents, Campfire can't stop me, Josiah, the book will be wrote. He see by my pale but calm countenance that I was not delirious any, and, by experience, he knows that when my mind is made up, I have got a firm and almost cast-iron resolution. He said no more, but he sat down and sighed heavily. Finally he spoke out in a despairin' tone. He is pretty close, but honest. Who will read the book, Samantha? Remember, if you write it, you have got to stand the brunt of it yourself. I hain't no money to hire folks with to read it. And again he sighed 2 or 3 times. And he hadn't much more than got through sithin' when he asked me again, in a tone of almost agony, Who will read the book, Samantha, after you write it? The same question was fillin' me with agonizin' apprehension, but I concealed it and answered with almost marble calm, "I don't know, Josiah, but I am determined to put my shoulder blades to the wheel and write it." Josiah didn't say no more then, but it wore on him, for that night in the dead of night he spoke out in his sleep in a kind of a wild way, "Who will read the book?" I hunched him with my elbow to wake him up, and he muttered, "I won't pay but 1 cent of my money to hire anybody to read it." I pitied him, for I was afraid it would end in the nightmare, and I waked him up and promised him then and there that I never would ask him to pay out 1 cent to hire anybody to read it. He has perfect confidence in me, and he brightened up and hain't never said a word since against the idea, and that is the way this book come to be wrote. End of dedication and preface. Chapter 1 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Married to Josiah Allen. If anybody had told me when I was first born that I would marry to a widower, I should have been mad at 'em. I lived up to this idea quite a number of years. How many is nobody's business, that I will contend for. I laughed at the idea of love in my blindness of eye. But the first minute I sot my gray eye onto Josiah Allen, I knew my fate. My heart was a prey to feelin's it had heretofore been a stranger to. Says I to myself, is this love? I couldn't answer, I was too agitated. Josiah told me afterwards that he felt just exactly the same, only when his heart wildly put the question to him, is it love you feel for Samantha Smith? He, having experience in the same, answered, yes, it is love. I married Josiah Allen in mother's parlor on the 14th day of June in a brand new silk dress with a long bodice waist, from pure love. Though why I loved him, I know not. I looked at his mild face beamin' on me from above his black silk stock, which kept his head kinder stiff, and asked myself this question, why do you love him? I recollected then, and I have recalled it to his mind several times since in our little differences of opinion, which occur in the happiest families, that I had had offers from men handsomer than him, with more intellect than him, with more riches than him, with less children than him. Why didn't I love these various men? I know not. I can only repeat in the immortal and almost deathless lines of the poet, love will go where it is sent. Yes, Josiah Allen was my fate, and when I laid my light silk glove in his'n, they was almost of a color, a kind of cinnamon brown, before the altar, or, that is, before Elder Wesley Minkle, I did it with the purest and tenderest emotions of love. And that love has been like a beacon in our pathway ever since. Its pure light, though it has sputtered some, and in tryin' times, such as washin' days and cleanin' house times, has burnt down pretty low, has never gone out. When I married him, the bald spot on his head wasn't much bigger than a new silver dollar. Now the top of his head is as smooth and clean as one of my stun china dinner plates, and if any horse jockey was to try to judge of his age by looking at his teeth, they would be baffled, but not what he has got some teeth, but they are pretty scatterin'. But still that beacon shines, that pure love triumphs over lost teeth and vanished sandy hair. There hain't a man on the face of the earth that looks so good to me as Josiah Allen. I don't tell him this, mind you. 14 years' experience of married life has taught me caution. Josiah is as good as they'll average generally, but no man can stand too much flattery. Men are naturally vain. As I said in the commencement of this plain and unvarnished history, I had almost a deadly objection to widowers, owing to their habit of comparing their second wives to their first relict, to the disadvantage of the first named pardner. Josiah tried it with me when we was first married, but I didn't encourage him in it. He began on several various times, "It seems to me, Samantha, that Polly Ann used to fry up her meat a little cripsier," or "It seems as if Polly Ann used to make my collars a little stiffer." He stopped it before we had been married a year, for I didn't encourage it in him. As I mean that this book shall be a beacon light, guiding female women to life, liberty, and the pursuit of true happiness, I would insert right here this word of solemn warning to my sect situated in the tryin' place of second consorts. If the relict goes to comparin' you and his foregone consort, don't encourage him in it. On this short rule hangs the hope of domestic harmony. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 About Josiah and the Children. But stepmothers have a pretty hard row to hoe, though I don't complain. I like children, clean children first rate, and I have tried to do my duty by his'n. I have done as well by 'em as I know how to, and I think a sight of Thomas Jefferson and Tirzah Ann. Tirzah Ann is dreadful sentimental, that is what spiles her mostly. And Thomas Jefferson thinks he knows more than his father, that is his great failin'. But take 'em all through, they are full as good as other folks' children, and I know it. Thomas Jefferson is dreadful big feelin'. He is 17 years old, he wears a stovepipe hat, and is tryin' to raise a mustache. It is now just about as long as the fuzz on cotton flannel, and almost as white. They both go to Jonesville to high school. We hire a room for 'em to Mother Allen's, and they board themselves. But they are to home every Saturday, and then they kinder quarrel all day, just as brothers and sisters will. What aggravates Thomas J. the worst is to call him Bub, and Tirzah Ann don't call him anything else unless she forgets herself. He seems to think it is manly to have doubts about religion. I put him through the catechism and thought he was sound, but he seems to think it is manly to argue about free moral agency, foreordination, and predestination, and his father is jest fool enough to argue with him. Says he last Saturday, "Father, if it was settled beyond question 6,000 or 7,000 years ago that I was goin' to be lost, what good does it do for me to squirm? And if it was settled that I was goin' to be saved, how be I goin' to help myself?" Says he, "I believe we can't help ourselves. What was meant to happen will happen." Before his father had time to speak, Josiah is a slow-spoken man, Tirzah Ann spoke up. "Bub, if it was settled 6,000 or 7,000 years ago that I should take your new jockey club and hair oil and use 'em all myself, why, then I shall." "Tirzah Ann," says he, "if you should touch 'em, it was foreordained from creation that you would get dreadfully hurt." But I spoke up then for the first time. Says I, "You see, Thomas J., that come to fighting you have moral agency enough, or immoral agency. Now," says I won't hear another word from you. You, Thomas J., are a young fool, and you, Josiah Allen, are a old one. Now," says I, "go to the barn, for I want to mop." Tirzah Ann, as I said, is dreadful sentimental. I don't know which side she took it from, though I mistrust that Josiah, if he had any encouragement, would act spoony. I am not the woman to encourage any kind of foolishness. I remember when we was first engaged, he called me a little angel. I jest looked at him calmly, and says I weigh 204 pounds, and he didn't call me so again. No, sentiment ain't my style, and I abhor all kinds of shams and deceitfulness. Now to the table you don't catch me makin' excuses. I should feel as mean as Pewsly if I did. Though once in a while, when I have particular company and my cookin' turns out bad, I kinder turn the conversation onto the sufferin's of our forefathers in the Revolution, and how they eat their ca'tridge bolts and shoe leather. It don't do us no hurt to remember their sufferin's, and after talking about eatin' shoe leather, most any kind of cake seems tender. I s'pose that life runs along with Josiah and the children and me about as easy as it does with most men and female women. We have got a farm of 75 acres of land all paid for, a comfortable story and a half yeller house, good barns and a brand new horse barn, and health. Our dooryard is large and shady with apple and pear and cherry trees, and Tirzah Ann has got posy beds under the winders that look first rate. And where there hain't no posy beds nor shade trees, the grass grows smooth and green, and it is a splendid place to dry clothes. On the north side of the house is our orchard. The trees grow clear up to our kitchen winder, and when the north door is open in the spring of the year, and I stand there ironin', the trees all covered with pink. Blows, it is a pleasant sight. But a still pleasanter sight is it in the fall of the year to stand in the door and see Josiah and Thomas Jefferson picking up barrels of the great red and yeller grafts at $1 a bushel. Beyond the orchard, down a little bit of a side hill, runs the clear water of the canal. In front of the house, towards the south, but divided from it by a good-sized dooryard and a picket fence, runs the highway, and back of the house, if I do say it that ortn't to, there is as good a garden as there is in these parts. For I set my foot down in the first on't that I would have garden sass of all kinds, and strawberries and gooseberries and currant and berry bushes, and glad enough is Josiah now to think he heard to me. It took a little work, of course, but I believe in having things good to eat, and so does Josiah. That man has told me more'n 100 times since that of all the sass that ever was made, garden sass was the best sass. To the south of the house is our big meadow. The smell of the clover in the summer is as sweet as anything. Our bees get the biggest part of their honey there. The grass looks beautiful waving in the sunshine, and Josiah cut from it last summer 4 tons of hay to the acre. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. An Unmarried Female. I suppose we are about as happy as the most of folks, but as I was sayin' a few days ago to Betsey Bobbet, a neighborin' female of ours, every station house in life has its various skeletons, but we ort to try to be contented with that spear of life we are called on to handle. Betsey hain't married, and she don't seem to be contented. She is awful opposed to women's rights. She thinks it is women's only spear to marry, but as yet she can't find any man willin' to lay holt of that spear with her. But you can read in her daily life and on her eager willin' countenance that she fully realizes the sweet words of the poet, "While there is life, there is hope." Betsey hain't handsome. Her cheekbones are high, and she bein' not much more than skin and bone, they show plainer than they would if she was in good order. Her complexion, not that I blame her for it, hain't good, and her eyes are little and sot way back in her head. Time has seen fit to deprive her of hair and teeth, but her large nose he has kindly suffered her to keep. But she has got the best white ivory teeth money will buy, and 2 long curls fastened behind each ear, besides frizzles on the top of her head, and if she wasn't naturally bald, and if the curls was the color of her hair, they would look well. She is awful sentimental. I have seen a good many that had it bad, but of all the sentimental creeters I ever did see, Betsey Bobbet is the sentimentalist. You couldn't squeeze a laugh out of her with a cheese press. As I said, she is awful opposed to women's havin' any right, only the right to get married. She holds on to that right as tight as any single woman I ever see, which makes it hard and wearin' on the single men round here. For take the men that are the most opposed to women's havin' a right, and talk the most about its bein' her duty to cling to man like a vine to a tree, they don't want Betsey to cling to them. They won't let her cling to 'em. For when they would be a-goin' on about how wicked it was for women to vote, and it was her only spear to marry, says I to 'em, which had you ruther do, let Betsey Bobbet cling to you or let her vote? And they would every one of 'em quail before that question. They would drop their heads before my keen gray eyes and move off the subject. But Betsey don't get discouraged. Every time I see her she says in a hopeful, wishful tone, that the deepest men of minds in the country agree with her in thinking that it is women's duty to marry and not to vote. And then she talks a sight about the retirin' modesty and dignity of the fair sect, and how shameful and revoltin' it would be to see women throwin' 'em away, and boldly and unblushingly talkin' 'bout law and justice. Why, to hear Betsey Bobbet talk about women's throwin' their modesty away, you would think if they ever went to the political poll, they would have to take their dignity and modesty and throw 'em against the poll, and go without any all the rest of their lives. Now, I don't believe in no such stuff as that. I think a woman can be bold and unwomanly in other things besides goin' with a thick veil over her face and a brass-mounted parasol once a year, and gently and quietly dropping a vote for a Christian president or a religious and noble-minded pathmaster. She thinks she talks dreadful polite and proper. She says, I was caming instead of I was coming, and I have saw instead of I have seen, and papa for paper, and dia for dear. I don't know much about grammar, but common sense goes a good ways. She writes the poetry for the Jonesville Auger, or Aga as she calls it. She used to write for the opposition paper, the Jonesville Gimlet, but the editor of the Auger, a long-haired chap who moved into Jonesville a few months ago, lost his wife soon after he come there, and since that she has turned Democrat, and writes for his paper stiddy. They say that he is a dreadful big feelin' man, and I have heard, it came right straight to me, his cousin's wife's sister told it to the mother-in-law of one of my neighbor's brother's wife, that he didn't like Betsey's poetry at all, and all he printed it for was to plague the editor of the Gimlet, because she used to write for him. I myself wouldn't give a cent a bushel for all the poetry she can write, and it seems to me that if I was Betsey, I wouldn't try to write so much. Howsomever, I don't know what turn I should take if I was Betsey Bobbet. That is a solemn subject, and one I don't love to think on. I never shall forget the first piece of her poetry I ever see. Josiah Allen and I had both on us been married goin' on a year, and I had occasion to go to his trunk one day, where he kept a lot of old papers, and the first thing I laid my hand on was these verses. Josiah went with her a few times after his wife died, a 4th of July or so, and 2 or 3 camp meetin's, and the poetry seemed to be wrote about the time we was married. It was directed over the top of it, Ode to Josiah, just as if she were in debt to him. This was the way it read. Ode to Josiah. Josiah, I the tale have hearn, with rigid ear and streaming eye, I saw from me that you did turn, I never knew the reason why. O Josiah, it seemed as if I must expire. Why did you, oh why did you blow Upon my life of snowy sleet The fish of love to fiercest glow, Then turn a damper on the heat? O Josiah, it seemed as if I must expire. I saw thee coming down the street, she by your side in bonnet blue. The stuns that grated 'neath my feet Seemed crunching on my vitals too. O Josiah, it seemed as if I must expire. I saw thee washing sheep that night. On the bridge I stood with marble brow. The waters raged, thou clasped it tight. I sighed, should both be drowned now. I thought, Josiah, O happy sheep to thus expire. I showed the poetry to Josiah that night after he came home, and told him I had read it. He looked awful ashamed to think I had seen it, and says he, with a dreadful sheepish look, "The persecution I underwent from that female can never be told. She fairly hunted me down. I hadn't no rest for the soles of my feet. I thought one spell she would marry me in spite of all I could do, without givin' me the benefit of law or gospel." He see I looked stern, and he added with a sick-lookin' smile, "I thought one spell, to use Betsey's language, I was a goner." I didn't smile. Oh no, for the deep principle of my sect was reared up. I says to him, in a tone cold enough to almost freeze his ears, "Josiah Allen, shut up. Of all the cowardly things a man ever done, it is goin' round braggin' about women likin' 'em and follerin' 'em up. Any man that'll do that is little enough to crawl through a knothole without rubbing his clothes." Says I suppose you made her think the moon rose in your head and set in your heels. I dare say you acted foolish enough around her to sicken a snipe, and if you make fun of her now to please me, I let you know you have got holt of the wrong individual. Now, says I, go to bed, and I added in still more freezing accents, for I want to mend your pantaloons. He gathered up his shoes and stockings and started off to bed, and we hain't never passed a word on the subject since. I believe when you disagree with your pardner, in freein' your mind in the first on it, and then not be a twittin' about it afterwards. And as for bein' jealous, I should just as soon think of bein' jealous of a Meetin house as I should of Josiah. He is a well-principled man, and I guess he wasn't fur out of the way about Betsey Bobbet, though I wouldn't encourage him by letting him say a word on the subject, for I always make it a rule to stand up for my own sect. But when I hear her go on about the editor of the Auger, I can believe anything about Betsey Bobbet. She came in here one day last week. It was about 10 o'clock in the mornin'. I had got my house slick as a pin, and my dinner under way. I was goin' to have a biled dinner and a cherry puddin' biled, with sweet sass to eat on it. And I sot down to finish sewin' up the breadth of my new rag carpet. I thought I could get it done while I hadn't so much to do, for it being the 1st of March, I knew sugarin' would be comin' on, and then cleanin' house time, and I wanted it to put down just as soon as the stove was carried out in the summer kitchen. The fire was sparklin' away, and the painted floor a-shinin', and the dinner a-bilin', and I sot there sewin' just as calm as a clock, not dreamin' of no trouble, when in came Betsey Bobbet. I met her with outward calm, and asked her to set down and lay off her things. She sot down, but she said she couldn't lay off her things. Says she, I was comin' down past, and I thought I would call and let you see the last number of the Aga. There is a piece on it concerning the tariff that stirs men's souls. I like it ever so much." She handed me the paper, folded so I couldn't see nothin' but a piece of poetry by Betsey Bobbet. I see what she wanted of me, and so I dropped my breadths of carpetin and took hold of it and began to read it. "Read it audible, if you please," says she, "especially the precious remarks over it. It is such a feast for me to be a sitting and hear it rehashed by a musical voice." Says I s'pose I can rehearse it, if it will do you any good. So I began as follers. "It is seldom that we present to the readers of the Auger, the best paper for the fireside in Jonesville or the world, with a poem like the following. It may be by the assistance of the Auger, only 12 shillings a year in advance, wood and potatoes taken in exchange. The name of Betsey Bobbet will yet be carved on the lofty pinnacle of fame's towering pillow. We think, however, that she could study such writers as Sylvanus Cobb and Tucker with profit both to herself and to them." Editor of the Auger. Here Betsey interrupted me. "The dear editor of the Auger had no need to advise me to read Tupper, for he is indeed my most favorite author. You have devoured him, haven't you, Josiah Allen's wife?" "Devoured who?" says I, in a tone pretty near as cold as a cold icicle. "Martin Farwaya Tupper, that sweet author," says she. "No, mum," says I shortly, "I ain't devoured Martin Farquhar Tupper, nor no other man. I hain't a cannibal." "Oh, you understand me not. I meant devoured his sweet, tender lines." "I hain't devoured his tender lines, nor nothin' relatin' to him." And I made a motion to lay the paper down, but Betsey urged me to go on, and so I read, "Gushings of a Tender Soul. O let who will, O let who can, be tied unto a horrid male man. Thus said I ere my tender heart was touched, thus said I ere my tender feelings gushed. But oh, a change hath swept o'er me, as billows sweep the deep blue sea. A voice, a noble form, one day I saw, an arrow flew, my heart nearly raw. His first partner lies beneath the turf, he is wandering now in sorrow's briny surf. 2 twins, the little dear cherub creatures, now wipe the tears from off his classic features. O sweet lot, worthy angel risen, to wipe the tears from eyes like his'n." "What do you think of it?" says she, as I finished readin'. I looked straight at her most a minute with a majestic look. In spite of her false curls and her new white ivory teeth, she is a humbly critter. I looked at her silently while she sawed and twisted her long yellow bonnet strings, and then I spoke out. "Hain't the editor of the Auger a widower with a pair of twins?" "Yes," says she, with a happy look. Then says I, "If the man hain't a fool, he'll think you are one." "Oh!" says she, and she dropped her bonnet strings and clasped her long, bony hands together in her brown cotton gloves. "Oh, we ardent souls of genius have feelin's you cold practical natures know nothing of. And if they did not gush out in poetry, we should expire. You may as well try to tie up the gushin' cataract of Niagara with a piece of weltin cord, as to tie up the feelin's of an ardent soul." "Ardent soul," says I coldly. "Which makes the most noise, Betsey Bobbet, a 3-inch brook or a 10-footer? Which is the terror? Which is the roarer? Deep waters run stillest. I have no faith in feelin's that stalk round in public in mournin' weeds. I have no faith in such mourners, says I. Oh, Josiah's wife, cold, practical female bein', you know me not. We are sunded as far apart as if you was sittin' on the North Pole and I was sittin' on the South Pole. Uncongenial being, you know me not. I may not know you, Betsey Bobbet, but I do know decency, and I know that no money would tempt me to write such stuff as that poetry and send it to a widower with twins. Oh, says she, what appeals to the tender feelin' heart of a single female woman more than to see a lonely man who has lost his relict? And pity never seems so much like pity as when it is given to the dear little children of widowers. And, says she, I think more than as likely as not, the soaring soul of genius did not wed his affinity, but was united to a weak woman of clay. Mere women of clay, says I, fixin' my spectacles upon her in a most searchin' manner. Where will you find a woman, Betsey Bobbet, that hain't more or less clay? And affinity, that is the meanest word I ever heard. No married woman has any right to hear it. I'll excuse you, bein' a female, but if a man had said it to me, I'd holler to Josiah. There is a time for everything, and the time to hunt affinity is before you are married. Married folks hain't no right to hunt it, says I, sternly. We kindred souls soar above such petty feelin's, we soar far above them. I hain't much of a soarer, says I, and I don't pretend to be, and to tell you the truth, says I am glad I hain't. The editor of the Aga, says she, and she grasped the paper off'n the stand and folded it up, and presented it at me like a spear. The editor of this paper is a kindred soul. He appreciates me, he understands me, and will not our names in the pages of this very paper go down to posterity together? Then says I, drove out of all patience with her, I wish you were there now, both of you. I wish, says I, lookin' fixedly on her, I wish you was both of you in posterity now. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Having My Picture Took. The very next Saturday after I had this conversation with Betsey, I went down to Jonesville to have my picture took, Tirzah Ann's bein' to home so she could get dinner for the men folks. As for me, I don't set a great deal of store by pictures, but Josiah insisted, and the children insisted, and I went. Tirzah Ann wanted me to have my hair curled, but there I was firm. I give in on the handkerchief pin, but on the curl business there I was a rock. Mr. Gansey, the man that takes pictures, was in another room takin' some, so I walked round the ante-room, as they call it, lookin' at the pictures that hang up on the wall, and at the people that come in to have theirs took. Some of 'em was fixed up dreadful. It seemed to me as if they'd tried to look so that nobody wouldn't know whose pictures they was after they was took. Some of 'em would take off their bunnets and gaze in the lookin'-glass at themselves and try to look smilin' and get an expression into their faces that they never owned. In one corner of the room was a bureau with a lookin'-glass and hairbrushes onto it, and before it stood a little man dreadful dressed up, with long black hair streamin' down over his coat collar, engaged in pouring a vial of oil onto his head and brushing his hair with one of the brushes. I knew him in a minute, for I had seen him come into the Meetin house. Afterwards, when I was just standin' before the picture of a dreadful, harmless lookin' man, He looked meek enough to make excuses to his shadder for goin' before it, and I was just sayin' to myself, there is a man who would fry pancakes without complainin'. I heard a voice behind me sayin', "So the knavish villain stalks round yet in decent society." I turned round immediately and see the little man, who had got through fixin' his hair to have his picture took, standin' before me. "Who do you mean?" says I calmly. "Who is stalkin' round?" "The editor of the Gimlet," says he, "whose vile image defiles the walls of this temple of art, the haunt of Aglaia, Thalia, and Euphrosyne." "Who?" says I, glancin' keenly at him over my specs. "The haunt of who?" Says he, "The daughters of Bacchus and Venus." Says I don't know nothin' 'bout Mis' Bacchus, nor the Venus girls. And says I with spirit, "If they are any low creeters, I don't thank you for speakin' of 'em to me, nor Josiah won't neither. This room belongs to Jeremiah Gansey, and he has got a wife, a likely woman, that belongs to the same meetin' house and the same class that I do, and he hain't no business to have other girls hauntin' his rooms. If there is anything wrong goin' on, I shall tell Sister Gansey." Says he, "Woman, you mistake. I meant the Graces." "Graces!" says I scornfully. "What do I care for their graces? Sister Gansey had graces enough when he married her," says I. "That is just the way. A man will marry a woman just as pretty as a new-blown rose, and then when she fades herself out till she looks more like a dead dandelion than a livin' creeter, cookin' his vittles, washin' his dishes, and takin' care of his children, then he'll go to havin' other girls hauntin' him. There hain't no gospel in it," says I. I looked at him keenly in the face all the time I spoke, for I thought he was kinder upholdin' Sister Gansey's husband, and I wanted my words to appall him, but I suppose he made a mistake and thought I was admirin' of him, I looked so earnest at him, for he spoke up, and says he, "I see by your stiddy glance that you have discovered who I be. Yes, madame, you see before you the editor of the Augur, but don't be nervous, don't let it affect you more than you can help. I am a mortal like yourself." I looked at him with my most majestic look, and he continued, "The masses who devoured my great work, Logical Reveries on the Beauties of Slavery, are naturally anxious to see me. I don't wonder at it, not at all." I was austerely silent and withdrawed to a winder and sat down, but he followed me and continued on. "That tract, as you are doubtless aware, was written just before the war, and a weaker-minded man might have been appalled by the bloodshed that followed its publication. But no! I said calmly, it was written on principle, and if it did bring ruin and bloodshed on the country, principle would in the end prevail. The war turned out different from what I hoped. Chains broke that I could have wept to see break, but still I hung on to principle. Might I ask you, madame, exactly what your emotions were when you read Logical Reveries for the first time? I suppose no president's message was ever devoured as that was." "I never seen nor heard of your Logical Reveries," says I coldly, "and I thank fortune nobody can accuse me of ever touchin' a president's message, unless they belie me." He rolled up his eyes toward the ceilin' and sighed heavily, and then says he, "Is it possible that in this enlightened community there is still such ignorance amongst the masses? I have got a copy in my pocket, I never go without one, and I will read it to you, and it may be pleasant for you to tell your children and grandchildren in the future that the author of Logical Reveries on the Beauties of Slavery told you with his own lips how the great work came to be written. A poem was sent me intended as a satire upon the beautiful and time-hallowed system of slavery. It was a weak, senseless mass of twaddle, but if the author could have foreseen the mighty consequences that flowed from it, he might well have trembled, for senseless as it was, it roused the lion in me, and I replied. I divided my great work into 2 parts. First, that slavery was right because the Constitution didn't say it was wrong, and then I viewed the subject in a Bible and moral light, but the last being of less importance, of course I didn't enlarge on it, but on the first I come out strong. There I shone. I will read you a little of the poem that was sent me, that you may understand the witherin' allusions I make concernin' it. I won't read more than is necessary for that purpose, for you may get sleepy listenin' to it, but you will wake up enough when I begin to read the Logical Reveries. I guess there couldn't anybody sleep on them. The poem I speak of commenced in the following weak illogical way. Slavery. So held my eyes I could not see the righteousness of slavery. So blind was I could not see the ripe fruit hang on wisdom's tree, but groping round its roots did range, murmuring ever, strange, oh strange. That one handful of dust should dare enslave another God had made, from his own home and kindred tear, and scourge and fetter, steal and trade. If 'twas because they were less wise than our wise race, why not arise, and with pretext of buying teas, lay in full cargoes of Chinese? Let Fee Fo Fum and Eng and Chen grow wise by contact with wise men. If weakness made the traffic right, why not arise in manhood's might, and bind old grandmothers with gyves, and weakly children and sick wives? If 'twas the dark hue of their face, then why not free our noble race forever from all homely men? With manly zeal and outstretched hand, pass like a whirlwind o'er the land. Let squint-eyed, pug-nosed women be only a thing of memory. Though some mistakes would happen then, for many bondservants there are, fair-faced, blue-eyed, with silken hair. How sweet, how pleasant to be sold for notes in hand or solid gold, to benefit a brother, both children of one father, with each a different mother. One mother fair and richly clothed, one worn with toil and vain despair, sunken down to a life she loathed. Both children with proud Saxon blood, in one breast mixed with tropic flame, one heir to rank and broad estates, and one without even a name. Just as he arrived to this crisis in the poem, Mr. Gansey came out into the ante-room and told me he was ready to take my picture. The editor, seeing he was obleeged to stop readin', told me he would come down to our house a visitin' in sugarin' time, and finish readin' the poetry to me. I catched holt of my principles to steady 'em, for I see they was a totterin', and says to him with outward calmness, "If you come, fetch the twins." He said he would. I then told Mr. Gansey I was ready for the picture. I don't believe there hain't nothin' that will take the expression out of anybody's eyes like havin' poetry read for an hour and a half, unless it is to have your head screwed back into a pair of tongs and be told to look at nothin' and wink at it as much as you are a mind to. Under both of these circumstances, it didn't surprise me a mite that one of my eyes was took blind. But as Mr. Gansey said as he looked admirin'ly on it, with the exception of that one blind eye, it was a perfect and strikin' picture. I paid him his $1 and started off home, and I hope now that Josiah and the children will be satisfied. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of My Opinion and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Our Surprise Parties. About 1 week after this picture episode, there was a surprise party appointed. They had been havin' 'em all winter, and the children had been crazy to have me go to 'em. Everybody went, old and young, but I held back. Says I don't approve of 'em, and I won't go. But finally they got their father on their side. Says he, "It won't hurt you, Samantha, to go for once." Says I, "Josiah, the place for old folks is to home, and I don't believe in surprise parties anyway. I think they are perfect nuisances. It stands to reason if you want to see your friends, you can invite 'em, and if anybody is too poor to bake a cake or two and a pan of cookies, they are too poor to go into company at all." Says I hain't proud, nor never was called so, but I don't want Tom, Dick, and Harry, that I never spoke to in my life, feel as if they was free to break into my house at any time they please. Says I, it would make me feel perfectly wild to think there was a whole drove of people liable to rush in here at any minute, and I won't rush into other people's housen. "It would be fun, mother," says Thomas J. "I should love to see you and Deacon Gowdy or old Bobbet playin' wink 'em slyly." "Let 'em wink at me if they dare to," says I, sternly. "Let me catch 'em at it. I don't believe in surprise parties." And I went on in about as cold a tone as they make. "Have you forgot how Mrs. Gowdy had her parlor lamp smashed to bits, and a bit of stun china? Have you forgot how 4 or 5 stranger men got drunk to podixes, and had to be carried upstairs and laid out on her spare bed? Have you forgot how Celestin Wilkins fell with her baby in her arms as she was catchin' old Gowdy, and cracked the little innocent creeter's nose? Have you forgot how Betsey Bobbet lost out her teeth a runnin' after the editor of the Auger, as he stepped on 'em and smashed 'em all to bits? Have you forgot these coincidences?" says I. "I don't believe in surprise parties." "No more do I," says Josiah. "But the children feel so about our goin', supposin' we go for once. No livin' woman could do better for children than you have by mine, Samantha. But I don't suppose you feel exactly as I do about pleasin' 'em. It hain't natteral you should." Here he knew he had got me. If ever a woman wanted to do her duty by another woman's children, it is Samantha Allen, whose maiden name was Smith. Josiah knew just how to start me. Men are deep. I went to the very next party, which was to be held 2 miles beyond Jonesville. They had 'em so fast, they had used up all the nearer places. They had heard of this family, who had a big house, and the women had been to the same Meetin house with Betsey Bobbet 2 or 3 times, and she had met her in a store a year before, and had been introduced to her, so she said she felt perfectly free to go. And as she was the leader, it was decided on. They went in 2 big loads, but Josiah and I went in a cutter alone. We got started ahead of the loads, and when we got to the house, we see it was lit up real pleasant, and a single little cutter stood by the gate. We went up to the door and knocked, and a motherly looking woman with a bunch of catnip in her hand came to the door. "Good evenin'," says I, but she seemed to be a little deaf and didn't answer, and I see, as we stepped in, through a door partly open, a room full of women. "Good many have got here," says I a little louder. "Yes, a very good doctor," says she. "What in the world?" I begun to say in wild amaze. "No, it is a boy." I turned right round and laid hold of Josiah. Says I, "Start this minute, Josiah Allen, for the door." I laid hold of him and got him to the door, and we never spoke another word till we was in the sleigh and turned round towards home. Then says I, Maybe you'll hear to me another time, Josiah." "I wish you wouldn't be so aggravatin'," says he. Just then we met the first load, where Tirzah Ann and Thomas Jefferson was, and we told 'em to turn round, for they couldn't have us, they had other company. So they turned round. We had got most back to Jonesville when we met the other load. They had tipped over in the snow, and as we drove out most to the fence to get by 'em, Josiah told 'em the same we had the other load. Says Betsey Bobbet, rising up out of the snow with a buffalo skin on her back, which made her look wild, "Did they say we must not come?" "No, they didn't say just that," says Josiah, "but they don't want you." "Well, then, my dear boys and girls," says she, scrambling into the sleigh, "let us proceed onwards, if they did not say we should not come." Her load went on, for her brother, Shakespeare Bobbet, was the driver. How they got along I hain't never inquired, and they don't seem over free to talk about it, but they kep on havin' 'em most every night. Betsey Bobbet, as I said, was the leader, and she led 'em once into a house where they had the smallpox, and once where they was making preparations for a funeral. Somehow Tirzah and Thomas Jefferson seemed to be sick of 'em, and as for Josiah, though he didn't say much, I knew he felt the more. This coincidence took place on Tuesday night, and the next week, a Monday, I had had a awful day's work a washin', and we had been up all night the night before with Josiah, who had the new ralgy in his back. We hadn't one of us slept a wink the night before, and Thomas Jefferson and Tirzah Ann had gone to bed early. It had been a lowery day, and I couldn't hang out my calico clothes, and so many of 'em was hung round the kitchen on lines and clothes bars and nails that Josiah and I looked as if we was a settin' in a wet calico tent. And what made it look still more melancholy and sad, I found when I went to light the lamp, that the kerosene was all gone, and being out of candles, I made for the first time what they call a slut, which is a button tied up in a rag, and put in a saucer of lard. You set fire to the rag, and it makes a light that is better than no light at all, just as a slut is better than no woman at all. I suppose in that way it derived its name. But it hain't a dazzlin' light, nothin' like so gay and festive as gas. I, beat out with work and watchin', thought I would soak my feet before I went to bed, and so I put some water into the mop pail and sot by the stove with my feet in it. The thought had come to me after I got my nightcap on. Josiah sot behind the stove, rubbin' some liniment onto his back. He had just spoke to me, and says he, "I believe this liniment makes my back feel easier, Samantha. I hope I shall get a little rest tonight." Says I hope so too, Josiah. And just as I said the words, without any warning the door opened, and in come what seemed to me at the time to be 150 men, women, and children, headed by Betsey Bobbet. Josiah, so wild with horror and amazement that he forgot for the time bein' his lameness, leaped from his chair and tore so wildly at his shirt that he tore 2 pieces right out of the red flannel, and they shone on each shoulder of his white shirt like red stars. He then backed up against the wall between the back door and the wood box. I rose up and stood in the mop pail, too wild with amaze to get out of it, for the same reason heedin' not my nightcap. "We have come to s'prise you," says Betsey Bobbet sweetly. I looked at 'em in speechless horror, and my tongue clove to the roof of my mouth. No word did I speak, but I glared at 'em with looks which I suppose filled 'em with awe and dread, for Betsey Bobbet spoke again in plaintive accents, "Will you not let us s'prise you?" Then I found voice, and No, no, says I wildly. I won't be s'prised. You shan't s'prise us tonight. We won't be s'prised. Speak, Josiah, says I, appealin' to him in my extremity. Speak, tell her, will we be s'prised tonight? No, no, says he in firm, decided, warlike tones, as he stood backed up against the wall holdin' his clothes on, with his red flannel epaulets on his shoulders like a officer. No, we won't be s'prised. You see, dear friends, says she to the crowd, she will not let us s'prise her. We will go. But she turned at the door, and says she in reproachful accents, Maybe it is right and proper to serve a old friend and neighbor in this way. I have known you a long time, Josiah Allen's wife. I have known you plenty long enough, says I, steppin' out of the pail and shettin' the door pretty hard after 'em. Josiah came from behind the stove, pushin' a chair in front of him, and says he, Darn surprise parties, and darn— Don't swear, Josiah. I should think you was bad enough without swearin'. I will darn Betsey Bobbet, Samantha. Oh, my back, he groaned, settin' down slowly. I can't set down nor stand up. You jumped up lively enough when they came in, says I. Throw that in my face, will you? What could I do? And there is a pin stickin' into my shoulder. Do get it out, Samantha. It has been there all the time, only I hain't sensed it till now. Wall, says I in a kinder soothin' tone, drawin' it out of his shoulder, where it must have hurt awfully, only he hadn't felt it in his greater troubles. Let's be thankful that we are as well off as we be. Betsey might have insisted on stoppin'. I will rub your shoulders with the liniment, and I guess you will feel better. Do you suppose they will be mad? I don't know, nor I don't care, but I hope so, says he. And truly his wish come to pass, for Betsey was real mad. The rest didn't seem to mind it. But she was real short to me for 3 days, which shows it makes a difference with her who does the same thing, for they went that night right from here to the editor of the Augurs. And it came straight to me from Celestine Wilkins, who was there, that he turned 'em outdoors and shut the door in their faces. The way it was, his hired girl had left him that very day, and one of the twins was took sick with wind colic. He had just got the sick baby to sleep, and laid it in the cradle, and had gi'n the little well one some playthings, and set her down on the carpet, and he was washin' the supper dishes with his shirt sleeves rolled up, and a pink bib ribbon on that belonged to his late wife. They said he had jest finished, and was wringin' out his dishcloth, when he heard a awful screamin' from the well twin, and he rushed out with his dishcloth hangin' over his arm, and found that she had swallowed a side thimble. He catched her up and spat at her back, and the thimble flew out halfway across the floor. She screamed and held her breath, and the sick one waked up, and sot up in the cradle and screamed fearfully, and just then the door bust open, and in come the s'prise party headed by Betsey Bobbet. They said that he, half crazy as he was, told Betsey that if she didn't head 'em off that minute, he would prosecute the whole of 'em. Some of 'em was mad about it, he acted so threatenin', but Betsey wasn't, for in the next week's augur these verses came out. It is sweet to forgive. It is sweet to be, it is sweet to live, but sweet's the sweet word, forgive. If harsh, loud words should spoken be, say, Soul, be calm, they came from he, when he was wild with toil and grief, when colic could not find relief, such woe and cares should have sufficed, then he should not have been surprised. When twins are well and the world looks bright, to be surprised is sweet and right, But when twins are sick and the world looks sad, to be surprised is hard and bad. And when side thimbles swallowed be, how can the world look sweet to he who owns the twin, fair babe, heaven bless it, who hath no own mother to caress it? Its own mother has sweetly gone above. Oh, how much it needs a mother's love! My own heart runs o'er with tenderness, but its dear father tries to do his best, but housework men can't perfectly understand. Oh, how he needs a helping hand! Ah, when twins are sick and hired girls have flown, it is sad for a dear man to be alone. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, A Day of Trouble. Sugarin' time came pretty late this year, and I told Josiah that I didn't believe I should have a better time through the whole year to visit his folks and Mother Smith than I should now before we begun to make sugar. For I knew no sooner had I got that out of the way than it would be time to clean house and make soap. And then when the dairy work came on, I knew I should never get off. So I went, but never shall I forget the day I got back. I had been gone a week, and the children being both off to school, Josiah got along alone. I have always said, and I say still, that I had just as lives have a roarin' lion do my housework as a man. Everything that could be bottom side up in the house was. I had a fortnight's washin' to do, the house to clean up, churnin' to do, and bakin'. For Josiah had eat up everything slick and clean, the buttery shelves looked like the dessert of Sarah. Then I had a batch of maple sugar to do off, for the trees begun to run after I went away and Josiah had syruped off, and some preserves to make, for his folks had gi'n me some pound sweets, and they was a spilin'. So it seemed as if everything come that day, besides my common housework, and well doth the poet say, that a woman never gets her work done up, for she don't. Now, when a man plows a field, or runs up a line of figures, or writes a sermon, or kills a beef critter, there it is done, no more to be done over. But s'posen a woman washes up her dishes clean as a fiddle, no sooner does she wash 'em up once than she has to right over and over again, 3 times 365 times every year. And the same with the rest of her work, blackin' stoves, and fillin' lamps, and washin' and moppin' floors, and the same with cookin'. Why, just the idee of paradin' out the table and tea kettle 3 times 365 times every year is enough to make a woman sweat. And then to think of all the cookin' utensils and ingredients. Why, if it wasn't for principle, no woman could stand the idee, let alone the labor, for it hain't so much the muscle she has to lay out as the strain on her mind. Now last Monday, no sooner did I get my hands into the suds holt of one of Josiah's dirty shirts, than the sugar would mount up in the kettle and sozzle over the top of the furnace in the summer kitchen, or else the preserves would swell up and drizzle over the side of the pan onto the stove, or else the puddin' I was a-bakin' for dinner would show signs of scorchin', and just as I was in the heat of the warfare, as you may say, who should drive up but the editor of the Auger? He was a-goin' on further to engage a hired girl he had hearn of, and on his way back he was goin' to stop and read that poetry and eat some maple sugar, and he wanted to leave the twins till he come back. Says he, "They won't be any trouble to you, will they?" I thought of the martyrs, and with a appearance of outward composure, I answered him in a sort of blind way, but I won't deny that I had to keep a-sayin', "John Rogers! John Rogers!" over to myself all the time I was on doin' of 'em, or I should have said somethin' I was sorry for afterwards. The poetry worried me the most, I won't deny. After the father drove off, the first dive the biggest twin made was at the clock. He crep up to that and broke off the pendulum, so it hain't been since, while I was a-hangin' their clothes in the bedroom. And while I was a-puttin' their little oversocks under the stove to dry, the littlest one climb up and sot down in a pail of maple syrup, and while I was a-wringin' him out, the biggest one dove under the bed at Josiah's tin trunk where he keeps a lot of old papers, and come a-creepin' out, drawin' it after him like a hand sled. There was a jawgraphy in it, and a Fox's Book of Martyrs, and a lot of other such light readin', and I let the twins have 'em to recreate themselves on, and it kep 'em still most a minute. I hain't much more'n got my eye off'n that Fox's Book of Martyrs, when there appeared before 'em a still more mournful sight. It was Betsey Bobbet come to spend the day. I murmured dreamily to myself, John Rogers. But that didn't do. I had to say to myself with firmness, Josiah Ellen's wife, hain't you ashamed of yourself? What are your sufferin's to John Rogers's? Think of the agony of that man. Think of his 9 children follerin' him, and the one at the breast. What are your sufferin's compared to his'n? Then with the brow of calm I advanced to meet her. I see she had got over bein' mad about the surprise party, for she smiled on me once or twice, and as she looked at the twins, she smiled 2 times on each of 'em, which made 4, and says she in tender tones, "You dear little motherless things." Then she tried to kiss 'em, but the biggest one gripped her by her false hair, which was flax, and I should think by a careless estimate that he pulled out about enough to make a half a knot of thread. The little one didn't do much harm, only I think he loosened her teeth a little, he hit her pretty near the mouth, and I thought as she arose she slipped 'em back in their place, but she only said, "Sweet, sweet little things, how ardent and impulsive they are, so like their dear pa." She took out her work, and says she, "I have come to spend the day. I saw their dear pa bringin' the dear little ones in here, and I thought maybe I could comfort the precious little motherless things some, if I should come over here. If there is any object upon the earth, Josiah Allen's wife, that appeals to a feelin' heart, it is the sweet little children of widowers. I cannot remember the time when I did not want to comfort them and their dear pas. I always felt that it was woman's highest speah, her only mission to soothe, to cling, to smile, to coo. I have always felt it, and for years back it has been a growin' on me. I feel that you do not feel as I do in this matter. You do not feel that it is woman's greatest privilege, her crowning blessing, to soothe lacerations, to be a sort of poultice to the noble, manly breast that is torn with the cares of life." This was too much in the agitated frame of mind I then was. Am I a poultice, Betsey Bobbet? Do I look like one? Am I in the condition to be one? I cried, turnin' my face, red and drippin' with perspiration, towards her, and then attacked one of Josiah's shirt sleeves again. "What has my sect done," says I, as I wildly rubbed his shirt sleeves, "that they have got to be lacerator soothers, when they have got everything else under the sun to do?" Here I stirred down the preserves that was a-runnin' over, and turned a pail full of syrup into the sugar kettle. Everybody says that men are stronger than women, and why should they be treated as if they was glass china, liable to break all to pieces if they hain't handled careful? And if they have got to be soothed, says I in an agitated tone, caused by my emotions, and by pumping 6 pails of water to fill up the biler, why don't they get men to soothe 'em? They have as much agin time as women have. Evenin's they don't have anything else to do. They might just as well be a soothin' each other as to be a hangin' round grocery stores or settin' by the fire whittlin'." I see I was frightening her by my delirious tone, and I continued more mildly, as I stirred down the strugglin' sugar with one hand, removed a cake from the oven with the other, watched my apple preserves with a eagle vision, and listened intently to the voice of the twins who was playin' in the woodhouse. "I had just as soon soothe lacerations as not, Betsy, if I hadn't everything else to do. I had just as lives set down and smile at Josiah by the hour, but who would fry nut cakes? I could smooth down his bald head affectionately, but who would off this batch of sugar? I could coo at him day in and day out, but who would skim milk, wash pans, get victuals, wash and iron, and patch and scour, and darn and fry, and make and mend, and bake and bile while I was a cooin'? Tell me," says I. Betsy spoke not, but quailed, and I continued. "Women hain't any stronger than men naturally. Their backs and their nerves hain't made of any stouter timber. Their hearts are jest as liable to ache as men's are. So with their heads. And after doin' a hard day's work when she is just ready to drop down, a little smilin' and cooin' would do a woman just as much good as a man. Not what," I repeated in the firm tone of the principal, "not but what I am willin' to coo if I only had time." A pause ensued, during which I bent over the wash tub and rubbed with all my might on Josiah's shirt sleeve. I had got one sleeve so I could see streaks of white in it. Josiah is awful hard on his shirt sleeves. And I lifted up my face and continued in still more reasonable tones, as I took out my rice puddin' and cleaned out the bottom of the oven (the puddin' had run over and was a scorchin' on), and scraped the oven bottom with a knife. "Now Josiah Allen will go out into that lot," says I, glancin' out of the north window, "and plow straight right along, furrow after furrow, no sweat of mind about it at all. His mind is in that free, calm state that he could write poetry." "Speakin' of poetry reminds me," said Betsy, and I see her hand go into her pocket. I knew what was a comin', and I went on hurriedly, wavin' off what I knew must be as long as I could. "Now I, a workin' just as hard as he according to my strength, and havin' to look 40 ways to once, and 40 different strains on my mind, now tell me candidly, Betsey Bobbet, which is in the best condition for cooin', Josiah Allen or me? But it hain't expected of him," says I in agitated tones. "I am expected to do all the smilin' and cooin' there is done, though you know," says I sternly, "that I hain't no time for it." "In this poem, Josiah Allen's wife, is embodied my views, which are widely different from yours." I see it was vain to struggle against fate. She had the poetry in her hand. I rescued the twins from beneath half a bushel of beans they had pulled over onto themselves, took my preserves which had burnt to the pan while I was a rescuin', and calmly listened to her while I picked up the beans with one hand and held off the twins with the other. "There is one thing I want to ask your advice about, Josiah Allen's wife. This poem is for the Jonesville Aga. You know I used always to write for the opposition paper, the Jonesville Gimlet, but as I said the other day, since the editah of the Aga lost his wife, I feel that duty is a drawing of me that way. Now do you think that it would be any more pleasing and comforting to that dear editah to have me sign my name Betty Bobbet or Betsy as I always have?" And losing herself in thought, she murmured dreamily to the twins, who was a-pullin' each other's hair on the floor at her feet, "Sweet little motherless things, you couldn't tell me, could you, dears, how your dear pa would feel about it?" Here the twins laid hold of each other, so I had to part 'em, and as I did so I said to Betsey, "If you hain't a fool, you will hang on to the Betsey. You can't find a woman nowadays that answers to her true name. I expect," says I, in a tone of cold and almost witherin' sarcasm, "that these dear old ears will yet hear some young minister preach about Johnny the Baptist and Minnie Magdalene. Hang on to the Betsey. As for the Bobbet," says I, looking pityingly on her, "that will hang on for itself." I was too well bred to interrupt her further, and I pared my potatoes, pounded my beefsteak, and ground my coffee for dinner, and listened. This commenced also as if she had been havin' a account with Love, and had come out in his debt. Ode to Love. Ah, when my dear future companion's heart with grief is rife, with his bosom's smart with the cares of life, ah, what higher, sweeter bliss could be than to be a soothing poultice unto he? And if he have any companions lost, if they from earth have risen, ah, I could weep tears of joy for the dear bliss of wiping away his'n. Or if he should happen to have any twins or other blessed little ties, ah, how willingly on the altar of duty Bee Bobbet herself would sacrifice. I would all the rest of my life to the cold winds fling, and live for love, and live to cling. Fame, victuals, away, away, our food shall be his smile on me, my sweet smile on he. There was pretty near 20 verses of 'em, and as she finished she said to me, "What think you of my poem, Josiah Allen's wife?" Says I, fixin' my sharp gray eyes upon her keenly, "I have had more experience with men than you have, Betsey." I see a dark shadow settlin' on her eyebrow, and I hastened to apologize. "You hain't to blame for it, Betsey. We all know you hain't to blame." She grew calm, and I proceeded. "How long do you suppose you could board a man on clear smiles, Betsey? You just try it for a few meals, and you'd find out. I have lived with Josiah Allen 14 years, and I ought to know somethin' of the nature of man, which is about alike in all of 'em, and I say, and I contend for it, that you might just as well try to cling to a bear as to a hungry man. After dinner sentiment would have a chance, and you might smile on him. But then," says I, thoughtfully, "there is the dishes to wash." Just at that minute the editor of the Augur stopped at the gate, and Betsey, catchin' up a twin on each arm, stood up to the winder, smilin'. He jumped out, and took a great roll of poetry out from under the buggy seat. I sithed as I see it. But fate was better to me than I deserved. For Josiah was jest leadin' the horse into the horse barn when the editor happened to look up and see Betsey. Josiah says he swore. Says he, "The I won't say what it was, for I belong to the Meetin house, but it wasn't the deity, though it begun with a D. He jumped into the buggy again, and says Josiah, "You had better stay to dinner. My wife is gettin' an awful good one, and the sugar is most done." Josiah says he groaned, but he only said, "Fetch out the twins." Says Josiah, "You had better stay to dinner. You hain't got no women folks to your house, and I know what it is to live on pancakes." And wantin' to have a little fun with him, says he, "Betsey Bobbet is here." Josiah says he swore again, and again says he, "Fetch out the twins." And he looked so kind o' wild and fearful towards the door that Josiah started off on the run. Betsey was determined to carry one of the twins out, but just at the door he tore every mite of hair off'n her head, and she, bein' bald naturally, dropped him. And Josiah carried 'em out, one on each arm, and he drove off with 'em fast. Betsey wouldn't stay to dinner, all I could do and say, she acted mad. But one sweet thought filled me with such joyful emotion that I smiled as I thought of it. I shouldn't have to listen to any more poetry that day. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Minister's Bedquilt. The Baptists in our neighborhood have been piecing up a bedquilt for their minister. He has preached considerable and held a Sunday school to our schoolhouse, and I wasn't going to have any bedquilts done for him without having my hand in it to help it along. I despise the idea of folks being so sot in their own meetin' housin'. There is enough worldly things for neighbors to fight about, such as hens and the schoolmarm, without takin' what little religion they have got and go to peltin' each other with it. S'posen Baptists do love water better'n they do dry land. What of it? If my Baptist brethren feel any better to baptize theirselves in the Atlantic Ocean, it hain't none of my business. Somehow Josiah seems to be more sot onto his own meetin' house than I do. Thomas Jefferson said, when we was a-arguin' about it the mornin' of the quiltin', says he, "The more water the better," says he. "It would do some of the brethren good to put 'em a-soak and let 'em lay overnight." I shet him up pretty quick, for I will not countenance such light talk. But Josiah laughed. He encourages that boy in it, all I can do and say. I always make a pint of goin' to quiltin's anyway, whether I go on Methodist principle, as in this case, or not, for you can't be backbited to your face, that is a moral certainty. I know women just like a book, for I have been one quite a spell. I always stand up for my own sect, still I know sartin effects foller sartin causes. Such as two bricks being sot up side by side, if one tumbles over onto the other can't stand up. It hain't nature. If a toper holds a glass of liquor to his mouth, he can't help swallowin' it. It hain't nature. If a young man goes out sleigh ridin' with a pretty girl, and the buffalo robe slips off, he can't help holdin' it round her. It ain't nature. And quiltin' just sets women to slanderin' as easy and beautiful as anything you ever see. I was the first one there, for reasons I have named. I always go early. I hadn't been there long before Mrs. Deacon Dobbins came, and then the Widder Tubbs, and then Squire Edwards's wife, and Maggie Snow, and then the Daggett girls. We call 'em girls, though it would be just as proper to call mutton lamb. Miss Wilkins's baby had the mumps, and the Pedicks and Gowdies had unexpected company. But with Miss Jones, where the quiltin' was held, and her girls Mary Ann and Alzina, we made as many as could get round the quilt handy. The quilt was made of different kinds of calico. All the women round had pieced up a block or two, and we took up a collection to get the batten and linen, and the cloth to set it together with, which was turkey red, and come to quilt it, it looked well. We quilted it herringbone, with a runnin' vine round the border. After the pathmaster was demoralized, the school teacher tore to pieces, the party to Pedicks scandalized, Sophronia Gowdy's character broke down, and her mother's new bonnet pronounced a perfect fright, and 20 years too young for her, and Miss Wilkins's baby voted a unquestionable idiot, and the rest of the unrepresented neighborhood dealt with, Lucinda Daggett spoke up, and says she, "I hope the minister will like the bedquilt." Lucinda is the one that studies mathematics to harden her mind, and has the Roman nose. "It hain't no ways likely he will," says her sister Ophelia. She is the one that frizzles her hair on top and wears spectacles. It ain't no ways likely he will, for he is a cold man, a stone statute. Now you see I set my eyes by that minister, if he is of another persuasion. He is always doin' good to somebody, besides preachin' more like a angel than a human bein'. I can't never forget, and I don't want to, how he took holt of my hand, and how his voice trembled and the tears stood in his eyes, when we thought our Tirzah Ann was a dyin'. She was in his Sunday school class. There is some lines in your life you can't rub out if you try ever so hard. And I wasn't goin' to set still and hear him run down. It riled up the old Smith blood, and when that is riled, Josiah says he always feels that it is best to take his hat and leave till it settles. I spoke right up, and says I, lucky for him he was made of stun before he was married, for common flesh and blood would have gin out 100 times, chased round by the girls as he was. You see, it was the town talk how Ophelia Daggett acted before he was married, and she almost went into a decline and took heaps of motherwort and fetty. I don't know what you mean, Miss Allen, says she, turnin' red as a red brick. I never heard of his bein' chased. I know I never could bear the sight of him. The distant sight, says Alzina Jones. Ophelia looked so mad at that I don't know but she would have pricked her with her quiltin' needle if old Miss Dobbins hadn't spoke up. She is a fat old lady with a double chin, mild and lovely as Mount Vernon's sister. She always agrees with everybody. Thomas Jefferson calls her Woolen Apron, for he says he heard her one day say to Miss Gowdy, I don't like woolen aprons. Do you, Miss Gowdy? Why, yes, Miss Dobbin, I do. Well, so do I, says she. But, good old soul, if we was all such peacemakers as she is, we should be pretty sure of heaven. Though Thomas Jefferson says, if Satan should ask her to go to his house, she would go rather than hurt his feelin's. That boy worries me. I don't know what he is a-comin' to. As I said, she looked up mildly over her spectacles and nodded her purple cap ribbons 2 or 3 times and said, yes, just so, to both of us. And then to change the subject, says she, has the minister's wife got home yet? I think not, says Maggie Snow. I was to the village yesterday, and she hadn't come then. I suppose her mother is well off, says the widder Tubbs, and as long as she stays there, she saves the minister $5 a week. I should think she would stay all summer. The widder is about as economical a woman as belongs to his meetin' house. It don't look well for her to be gone so long, says Lucinda Daggett. I am very much afraid it will make talk. Maybe it will save the minister $5 a week, says Ophelia. As extravagant as she is in dress, as many as 4 silk dresses she has got, and there's Baptist folks as good as she is that hain't got but one, and one certain Baptist person full as good as she is that hain't got any. Ophelia's best dress is poplin. It won't take her long to run out the minister's salary. She had her silk dresses before she was married, and her folks were wealthy, says Mrs. Squire Edwards. As much as we have done for them and are still doing, says Lucinda. It seems ungrateful in her to wear such a bonnet as she wore last summer, a plain white straw with a little bit of ribbon onto it, not a flower nor a feather. It looked so scrimped and stingy, I have thought she wore it on purpose to mortify us before the Methodists. Just as if we couldn't afford to dress our minister's wife as well as they did theirs. Maggie Snow's cheeks was a-getting as red as fire, and her eyes began to shine, just as they did that day she found some boys stonin' her kitten. She and the minister's wife were the greatest friends that ever was. And I see she couldn't hold in much longer. She was just openin' her mouth to speak when the door opened and in walked Betsey Bobbet. "My, it seems to be you are late, Betsey, but walk right into the spare bedroom and take off your things." "Things?" says Betsey in a reckless tone. "Who cares for things?" And she dropped into the nearest rocking chair and commenced to rock herself violently, and says she, "Would that I had died when I was an infant babe." "Amen," whispered Elzina Jones to Maggie Snow. Betsey didn't hear her, and again she groaned out, "Would that I had been laid in yonda churchyard before my eyes had got open to depravity and wickedness." "Do tell us what is the matter, Betsey," says Miss Jones. "Yes, do," says Miss Deacon Dobbins. "Matter enough," says she. "No wonder there is earthquakes and jars. I heard the news just as I came out of our gate, and it made me weak as a cat. I had to stop to every house on the way down here to rest, and not a soul had heard of it till I told 'em. Such a shock as it gave me, I shan't get over it for a week. But it is just as I always told you. I always said the minister's wife wasn't any too good. It didn't surprise me not a bit." "You can't tell me one word against Mary Morton that I'll believe," says Maggie Snow. "You will admit that the minister went north last Tuesday, won't you?" 7 women spoke up at once and said, "Yes, his mother was took sick and telegraphed for him." "So he said," said Betsey Bobbet. "So he said, but I believe it is for good." "Oh dear!" shrieked Ophelia Daggett. "I shall faint away. Catch hold of me, somebody." "Catch hold of yourself," says I coolly, and then says I to Betsey, "I don't believe he has run away no more than I believe that I am the next President of the United States." "Well, if he is not, he will wish he had. His wife came home this morning on the cars." 4 women's said, "Did she?" 2 said, "Do tell," and 3 opened their mouths and looked at her speechless. Amongst these last was Miss Deacon Dobbins, but I spoke out in a collected manner, "What of it?" Says she, "I believe the poor, dear man mistrusted it all out, and run away from trouble and disgrace brought upon him by that female, his wife." "How dare you speak the word disgrace in connection with Mary Morton?" says Maggie Snow. "How dare I?" says Betsey. "Ask Thomas Jefferson Allen. As it happened, I got it from his own mouth. It did not come through 2 or 3. "Got what?" says I, and I continued in pretty cold tones, "If you can speak the English language, Betsey Bobbet, and have got sense enough to tell a straight story, tell it and be done with it," says I. "Thomas Jefferson has been to Jonesville ever since mornin'." "Yes," says she, "and he was comin' home just as I started for here, and he stopped by our gate, and says he, 'Betsey, I have got something to tell you. I want to tell it to somebody that can keep it. It ought to be kept,' says he. And then he went on and told. Says he, 'The minister's wife has got home, and she didn't come alone neither.' Says I, 'What do you mean?' He looked as mysterious as a white ghost, and says he, 'I mean what I say.' Says he, 'I was in the men's room at the depot this morning, and I heard the minister's wife in the next room talking to somebody she called Hugh. You know her husband's name is Charles. I heard her tell this Hugh that she loved him better than the whole world. And then he made me promise not to tell. but he said he heerd not only one kiss, but 14 or 15. Now, says Betsey, what do you think of that female? Good heavens! cried Ophelia Daggett. Am I deceived? Is this a fantagory of the brain? Have I got ears? Says she wildly, glaring at me. You can feel and see, says I, pretty short. Will he live with the wretched creature? Continued Ophelia. No, he will get a divorcement from her, such a tender-hearted man, too, as he is. If ever a man wanted a comforter in a tryin' time, he is the man, and tomorrow I will go and comfort him. Methinks you will find him first, says Betsey Bobbet, and after he is found, methinks there is a certain person he would be as glad to see as he would another certain person. There is some mistake, says Maggie Snow. Thomas Jefferson is always joking. And her face blushed up kinder red as she spoke about Thomas J. I don't make no matches, nor break none, but I watch things pretty keen if I don't say much. He was a male man, says Lucinda Daggett, else why did she call him Hugh? You have all heerd Elder Morton say that his wife hadn't a relative on earth, except a mother and a maiden aunt. It couldn't have been her mother, and it couldn't have been the maiden aunt, for her name was Martha instead of Hugh. Besides, she continued, she had so hardened her mind with mathematics that she could grapple the hardest fact and floor it, so to speak. Besides, the maiden aunt died 6 months ago. That settles the matter conclusively. It was not the maiden aunt. I have thought something was on the elder's mind for quite a spell. I have spoke to Sister Gowdy about it a number of times. Then she kinder rolled up her eyes just as she does in conference meetin's, and says she, it is an awful dispensation, but I hope he'll turn it into a means of grace. I hope his spiritual strength will be renewed, but I have borried a good deal of trouble about his being so handsome. I have noticed handsome ministers don't turn out well. They almost always have something happen to 'em sooner or later, but I hope he'll be led. I never thought that Miss Morton was any too good. Neither did I, said Lucinda Daggett. She has turned out just as I always thought she would, says Ophelia, and I think just as much of her as I do of them that stand up for her. Maggie Snow spoke up then, just as clear as a bell her voice sounded. She hain't afraid of anybody, for she is Lawyer Snow's only child, and has been to Boston to school. Says she, Aunt Allen, she is a little related to me on her mother's side, Aunt Allen, why is it as a general rule the worst folks are the ones to suspect other people of being bad? Says I, Maggie, they draw their pictures from memory. They think, now if I had that opportunity to do wrong, I should certainly improve it. And so, of course, they did. And they want to pull down other folks' reputations, for they feel as if their own goodness is in a totterin' condition, and if it falls, they want something for it to fall on, so as to come down easier like. Maggie Snow laughed, and so did Squire Edwards's wife and the Joneses. But Betsey Bobbet and the Daggett girls looked black as Erobius. And says Betsey Bobbet to me, I shouldn't think, Josiah Allen's wife, that you would countenance such conduct. I will first know that there is wrong conduct, says I. Miss Morton's face is just as innocent as a baby's, and I hain't a-goin' to mistrust any evil out of them pretty brown eyes till I am obleeged to. Well, you will have to believe it, says Ophelia Daggett, and there shall be something done about it as sure as my name is Ophelia Daggett. Let them that is without sin amongst you cast the first stone, says Miss Squire Edwards, A better Baptist Wimmin never lived than she is." "Yes," says I, in almost piercin' tones. "Which of us is good enough to go into the stun business? Even supposin' it was true, which I never will believe on earth, which of us could stone her on gospel grounds? Who will you find that is free from all kind of sin?" And as I spoke, remorseful thoughts almost knocked against my heart, how I had scolded Josiah the night before for goin' in his stockin' feet. I never see a female women yet that I thought was perfect, and yet how willin' they are to go to handlin' these stuns. Why, women fling enough stuns at each other every day to make a stun wall that will reach from pole to pole. Just at this minute the hired girl came in and said supper was on the table, and we all went out to eat it. Miss Jones said there wasn't anything on the table fit to eat, and she was afraid we couldn't make out. But it was a splendid supper, fit for the Czar of Rushy. We hadn't more'n got up from the supper table and got back into the parlor when we heard a knock onto the front door, and Miss Jones went and opened it. And who of all the live world should walk in but the minister? The faces of the women as he entered would have been a study for Michael Angelico, or any of them old painters. Miss Jones was that flustrated that she asked him the first thing to take his bunnet off, and then she bethought herself, and says she, "How's your ma?" before she had sat him a chair or anything. But he looked as pleasant and composed as ever, though his eyes kinder laughed. And he thanked her and told her he left his mother the day before a good deal better, and then he turned to Maggie Snow, and says he, "I have come after you, Miss Maggie. My wife came home this mornin' and was so anxious to see you that I told her as I had business past your house this afternoon, I would call for you as I went home, and your mother told me you were here. I think I know why she wants to see you so very much now. She is so proud of our boy, she can't wait till—" "Your boy!" gasped 9 women to once. "Yes," says he, smilin' more pleasant than I ever seen him. "I know you will wish me joy. We have a nice little boy, little Hugh, for my wife has named him already for her father. He is a fine healthy little fellow, almost 2 months old." It wouldn't have done no good for Michael Angelico or Mr. Reuben to have been there then, nor none of the rest of them we read about. For if they had their palettes and easelses all ready, they never could have done justice to the faces of the Daggett girls and Betsey Bobbet. And as for Miss Deacon Dobbins, her spectacles fell off unnoticed, and she opened her mouth so wide, it was very doubtful to me if she could ever shut it again. Maggie Snow's face shone like a cherubim, and as for me, I can truly say I was happy enough to sing the Te Deus. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Allegory on Women's Rights. About a couple of weeks after the quiltin', Thomas Jefferson said to Josiah one Saturday mornin', "Father, can I have the old mare to go to Jonesville tonight?" "What do you want to go to Jonesville for?" said his father. "You come from there last night." "There is going to be a lecture on women's rights. Can I have her, father?" "I s'pose so," says Josiah, kinder short, and after Thomas J. went out, Josiah went on. "Women's rights, women's rights. I wonder how many more fools are goin' a caperin' round the country preachin' 'em up. I am sick of women's rights. I don't believe in 'em." This riled up the old Smith blood, and says I to him, with a glance that went clear through to the back side of his head, "I know you don't, Josiah Allen. I can tell a man that is for women's rights as fur as I can see 'em. There is a free, easy swing to their walk, a noble look to their faces, their big hearts and souls love liberty and justice, and bein' free themselves, they want everybody else to be free. These men hain't jealous of a woman's influence, hain't afraid that she won't pay him proper respect if she hain't obleeged to, and they needn't be afraid, for these are the very men that women look up to, and worship, and always will. A good, noble, true man is the best job old Natur ever turned off her hands, or ever will. A man that would wipe off a baby's tears as soft as a woman could, or die with his face to the foe. They are most always big, noble-sized men, too, says I, with another look at Josiah that pierced him like a arrow. Josiah don't weigh quite 100 by the steelyards. I don't know as I am to blame, Samantha, for not being a very hefty man. You can let your soul grow, Josiah Allen, by thinkin' big, noble-sized thoughts, and I believe if you did, you would weigh more by the steelyards. Well, I don't care, Samantha. I stick to it, that I am sick of women's rights. If women would take care of the rights they have got now, they would do better than they do. Now, I love to see folks use reason if they have got any, and I won't stand no importations cast on to my sect. So I says to him in a tone of cold and almost freezin' dignity, "What do you mean, Josiah?" "I mean that women hain't no business a votin'. They had better let the laws alone and tend to their housework. The law loves women and protects 'em." "If the law loves women so well, why don't he give her as much wages as men get for doin' the same work? Why don't he give her half as much, Josiah Allen?" Josiah waved off my question, seemin'ly not noticin' of it, and continued with the doggy obstinacy of his sect. "Women hain't no business with the laws of the country." "If they hain't no business with the law hain't no business with them," says I, warmly. "Of the three classes that hain't no business with the law, lunatics, idiots, and women, the lunatics and idiots have the best time of it," says I, with a great rush of ideas into my brain that almost lifted up the border of my head dress. "Let a idiot kill a man. What of it, says the law? Let a loony steal a sheep. Again the law murmurs in a calm and gentle tone, what of it? They hain't no business with the law, and the law hain't no business with them. But let one of the third class, let a woman steal a sheep. Does the law soothe her in these comfortin' tones? No, it thunders to her in awful accents, "You hain't no business with the law, but the law has a good deal of business with you, vile female. Start for state's prison. You hain't nothin' at all to do with the law, only to pay all the taxes it tells you to. Embrace a license bill that is ruinin' your husband. Give up your innocent little children to a wicked father if it tells you to. And a few other little things, such as bein' dragged off to prison by it, chained up for life, and hung, and et cetery." Josiah sat motionless, and in a rapt eloquence I went on in the allegory way. "Methought I once heard the words," sighs the female, "true government consists in the consent of the governed. Did I dream them, or did the voice of a loony pour them into my ear?" "Hain't I told you," frowns the law on her, "that don't mean women? Have I got to explain to your weakened female comprehension again the great fundymental truth that women hain't included and mingled in the law books and statutes of the country only in a condemnin' and punishin' sense, as it were? Though I feel it to be bendin' down my powerful manly dignity to elucidate the subject further, I will consent to remind you of the consolin' fact that though you women are, from the tender softness of your natures and the illogical weakness of your minds, unfit from ever havin' any voice in makin' the laws that govern you, you have the right, and nobody can ever deprive you of it, to be punished in a future world just as hard as a man of the strongest intellect, and to be hung in this world just as dead as a dead man. And what more can you ask for, you unreasonable female woman, you? Then groans the woman as the great fundamental truth rushes upon her. I can be hung by the political rope, but I can't help twist it. Just so, says the law. That rope takes noble and manly fingers, and fingers of principle to twist it, and not the weak, unprincipled grasp of lunatics, idiots, and women. Alas, sighs the woman to herself, would that I had the sweet rights of my wild and foolish companions, the idiots and loonies. But, says she, venturing with a beating heart the timid and bashful inquiry, are the laws just, that I should obey them thus implicitly? There is old Croesus, he stole 2 millions, and the law cleared him triumphantly. Several men have killed various other men, and the law insisted they was out of their heads, had got out of 'em for the occasion, and got into 'em again the minute they was cleared, let 'em off with sound necks. And I, a poor woman, have only stole a sheep, a small-sized sheep too, that my offspring might not perish with hunger. Is it right to liberate in a triumphant way the 2 million stealer and the man murderer, and incarcerate the poor sheep stealer? And my children was so hungry, and it was such a small sheep, says the woman in pleadin' accents. Idiots, lunatics, and women, are they goin' to speak? Thunders the law. Can I believe my noble right ear? Can I, bein' blindfolded, trust my 17 senses? I'll have you understand that it hain't no women's business whether the laws are just or unjust. All you've got to do is just to obey 'em. So start off for prison, my young woman. But my housework, pleads the woman. Woman's place is home. It is her duty to remain at all hazards within its holy and protectin' precincts. How can I leave its sacred retirement to moulder in state's prison? Housework! And the law fairly yells the words. He is so filled with contempt at the idea. Housework! Just as if housework is going to stand in the way of the noble administration of the law. I admit the recklessness and immorality of her leavin' that holy haven long enough to vote, but I guess she can leave her housework long enough to be condemned and hung and so forth. But I have got a infant, says the woman, of tender days. How can I go? That is nothing to the case, says the law in stern tones. The peculiar conditions of motherhood only unfits a female woman from riding to town with her husband in a covered carriage once a year and layin' her vote on a poll. I'll have you understand it is no hindrance to her at all in a cold and naked cell or in a public courtroom crowded with men. But the indelicacy, the outrage to my womanly nature? Says the woman. Not another word out of your head, young woman, says the law, or I'll fine you for contempt. I guess the law knows what is indelicacy and what hain't, where modesty comes in and where it don't. Now start for prison bareheaded, for I levy on your bonnet for contempt of me. As the young woman totters along to prison, is it any wonder that she sithes to herself, but in a low tone that the law might not hear her and deprive her also of her shoes for her contemptuous thoughts? Would that I were a idiot! Alas, is it not possible that I may become even now a loony? Then I should be respected. As I finished my allegory and looked down from the side of the house where my eyes had been fastened on the rapt eloquence of thought, I see Josiah with a contented countenance readin' the almanac, and I said to him in a voice before which he quailed, Josiah Allen, you hain't heard a word I've said. You know you hain't. Yes, I have, says he, shettin' up the almanac. I heard you say women ought to vote, and I say she hadn't. I shall always say that she is too fragile, too delicate. It would be too hard for her to go to the poll. "There is one poll you are willin' enough I should go to, Josiah Allen," and I stopped Allegorin and spoke with witherin' dignity and self-respect, "and that is the hop pole." Josiah has sot out a new hop yard, and he proudly brags to the neighbors that I am the fastest picker in the yard. "You are willin' enough I should handle them poles." He looked smit and conscience struck, but still true to the inherent principles of his sect and their doggy obstinacy, he murmured, "If women know when they are well off, they will let poles and 'lection boxes alone. It is too wearin' for the fair sect." "Josiah Allen," says I, "you think that for a woman to stand up straight on her feet under a blazin' sun and lift both her arms above her head and pick 7 bushels of hops, mingled with worms and spiders, into a gigantic box day in and day out, is awful healthy, so strengthenin' and stimulatin' to women, but when it comes to droppin' a little slip of clean paper into a small 7x9 box once a year in a shady room, you are afraid it is goin' to break down a woman's constitution to once." He was speechless, and clung to Ayer's Almanac mechanically, as it were, and I continued, "There is another pole you are willin' enough for me to handle, and that is our cistern pole. If you should spend some of the breath you waste in pityin' the poor women that have got to vote, in buyin' a pump, you would raise 25 cents in my estimation, Josiah Allen. You have let me pull on that old cistern pole 13 years, and get a 10-quart pail of water on to the end of it, and I guess the political pole wouldn't draw much harder than that does." "I guess I will get one, Samantha, when I sell the old critter. I have been a calculatin' to every year, but things will kinder run along." "I am aware of that," says I in a tone of dignity cold as a lump of cold ice. "I am aware of that. You may go into any neighborhood you please, and if there is a family in it where the wife has to set up leeches, make soap, cut her own kindlin' wood, build fires in winter, set up stovepipes, drown kittens, hang out clotheslines, cord beds, cut up pork, skin calves, and hatchel flax with a baby lashed to her side, I hain't afraid to bet you a 10-cent bill that woman's husband thinks that women are too feeble and delicate to go to the poll." Josiah was speechless for pretty near half a minute, and when he did speak, it was words calculated to draw my attention from contemplatin' that side of the subject. It was for reasons I have too much respect for my husband to even hint at, odious to him as odious could be, he wanted me to forget it, and in the gentle and sheepish manner men can so readily assume when they are talking to females, he said, as he gently fingered Ayer's Almanac, and looked pensively at the dyin' female revivin' at a view of the bottle, "We men think too much of you women to want you to lose your sweet, dignified, retirin' modesty that is your chieftest charm. How long would dignity and modesty stand firm before the wild arena of public life? You are made to be happy wives, to be guarded by the stronger sect from the cold blast and the torrid zone. To have a fence built round you by a manly strength, to keep out the cares and troubles of life. Why, if I was one of the fair sect, I would have a husband to fence me in, if I had to hire one." He meant this last, about hirin' a husband, as a joke, for he smiled feebly as he said it, and in other and happier times stern duty would have compelled me to laugh at it. But not now. Oh no, my breast was heavin' with too many different sized emotions. "You would hire one, would you? A woman don't lose her dignity and modesty a racin' round trying to get married, does she? Oh no," says I, as sarcastic could be, and then I added sternly, "If it ever does come in fashion to hire husbands by the year, I know of one that could be rented cheap, if his wife had the proceeds and avails in a pecuniary sense." He looked almost mortified, but still he murmured as if mechanically, "It is women's place to marry and not to vote." "Josiah Allen," says I, "anybody would think to hear you talk that a woman couldn't do but just one of the two things anyway, marry or vote, and had got to take her choice of the two at the p'int of the bayonet. And anybody would think to hear you go on, that if a woman could live in any other way, she wouldn't be married, and you couldn't get her to." Says I, looking at him shrewdly, "If marryin' is such a dreadful nice thing for women, I don't see what you are afraid of. You men act kinder guilty about it, and I don't wonder at it, for take a bad husband and there hain't no kind of slavery to be compared to wife slavery. It is just as natural for a mean, cowardly man to want to abuse and tyrannize over them that they can, them that are dependent on them, as for a noble and generous man to want to protect them that are weak and in their power. Figurin' accordin' to the closest rule of arithmetic, there are at least 1/3 mean, dissipated, drunken men in the world, and they most all have wives, and let them tread on these wives ever so hard, if they only tread accordin' to law, she can't escape. And suppose she tries to escape, bloodhounds hain't half so bitter as public opinion on a woman that parts with her husband, chains and handcuffs ain't to be compared to her pride and her love for her children, and so she keeps still and suffers agony enough to make 4 first-class martyrs. Field slaves have a few hours for rest at night, and a hope, to kinder buoy them up, of gettin' a better master. But the wife slave has no hope of a change of masters, and let him be ever so degraded and brutal, is at his mercy day and night. Men seem to be awful afraid that women won't be so fierce for marryin' anybody, for a home and a support, if they can support themselves independent, and be just as respectable in the eyes of the world. But," says I, "in them days when men and women are both independent, free and equal, they will marry in the only true way, from love and not from necessity. They will marry because God will join their 2 hearts and hands, so you can't get 'em apart nohow. But to hear you talk, Josiah Allen, anybody would think that there wouldn't another woman marry on earth, if they could get rid of it and support themselves without it." And then I added, fixin' my keen gray eyes upon his'n, "You act guilty about it, Josiah Allen." "But," says I, "just so long as the sun shines down upon the earth, and the earth answers back to it, blowin' all out full of beauty, just so long as the moon looks down lovin'ly upon old ocean, making her heart beat the faster, just so long will the hearts and souls God made for each other answer to each other's call. God's laws can't be repealed, Josiah Allen. They wasn't made in Washington, D.C." I hardly ever see a man quail more than he did, and to tell the truth, I guess I never had been quite so eloquent in all the 14 years we had lived together. I felt so eloquent that I couldn't stop myself, and I went on. "When did you ever see a couple that hated each other, or didn't care for each other, but what their children was either just as mean as Pewsly, or else wilted and unhappy lookin' like a potato sprout in a dark sullar? What that potato sprout wants is sunshine, Josiah Allen. What them children wants is love. The fact is, love is what makes a home. I don't care whether its walls are white, stone, marble, or basswood. If there hain't a face to the winder a waitin' for you, when you have been off to the store, what good does all your things do you, though you have traded off 10 pounds of butter? A lot of folks may get together in a big, splendid house and be called by the same name, and eat and sleep under the same roof till they die, and call it home. But if love don't board with 'em, give me an umbrella and a stump. But the children of these marriages that I speak of, when they see such perfect harmony of mind and heart in their father and mother, when they have been brought up in such a warm, bright, happy home, they can't no more help growin' up sweet and noble and happy than your wheat can help growin' up straight and green when the warm rain and the sunshine falls on it. These children, Josiah Allen, are the future men and womens who are going to put their shoulder blades to the wheel and roll this world straight into millennium. Says Josiah, "Women are too good to vote with us men. Women hain't much more nor less than angels anyway." When you have been soarin' in eloquence, it is always hard to be brought down sudden. It hurts you to light. And this speech sickened me, and, says I, in a tone so cold that he shivered imperceptibly, "Josiah Allen, there is one angel that would be glad to have a little wood got for her to get dinner with. There is one angel that cut every stick of wood she burnt yesterday. That same angel doin' a big washin' at the same time. And, says I, repeatin' the words as I glanced at the beef over the cold and chilly stove, I should like a handful of wood, Josiah Allen." "I would get you some this minute, Samantha," says he, gettin' up and takin' down his plantin' bag. "But you know jest how hurried I be with my spring's work. Can't you pick up a little for this afternoon? You hain't got much to do, have you?" "Oh, no," says I, in a lofty tone of irony. "Nothin' at all. Only a big ironin', 10 pies and 6 loaves of bread to bake, a cheese curd to run up, 3 hens to scald, churnin' and moppin' and dinner to get. Just a easy mornin's work for a angel." "Well, then, I guess you'll get along, and tomorrow I'll try to get you some." I said no more, but with lofty emotions surgin' in my breast, I took my axe and started for the wood pile. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Axident. I have been sick enough with a Axident. Josiah had got his plantin' all done, and the garden seeds was comin' up nice as a pin. I will have a good garden. But the hens bothered me most to death, and kept me a chasin' out after 'em all the time. No sooner would I get 'em off the peas than they would be on the mushmelons, and then the cowcumbers would take it, and then the string beans, and there I was rushin' outdoors, bareheaded all times of day. It was worse for me than all my housework, and so I told Josiah. One day I went out full sail after 'em, and I fell kerslap over a rail that lay in the grass, and turned my ankle jint, and I was laid up bed sick for 2 weeks. It makes me out of patience to think of it, for we might have a dog that is worth somethin' if it wasn't for Josiah, but as it is, if he hain't to the house, I have to do all the chasin' there is done, for I might as well get the doorstep started on to the cattle or hens, as to get our dog off of it to go on to anything. And he is big as a young illiphant too, eats as much as a cow, and of all the lazy critters I ever did see, he is the cap sheaf. Why, when Josiah sets him on to the hens, he has to take him by the collar and kind o' draws him along all the way. And as for cows and calves, he seems to be afraid of 'em, somethin' kinder constitutional, Josiah says. I tell him he might better bark 'em off himself, especially as he is a first-rate hand at it. You can't tell him from a dog when he sets out. One mornin' I says to him, "Josiah Allen, what's the use of your keepin' that pup?" Says he, "Samantha, he is a good feller. If I will kinder run ahead of him and keep between him and the cows, he will go on to them first rate. He seems to want encouragement." "Encouragement?" says I should think as much. I didn't say no more, and that very day the accident happened. Josiah heard me holler, and he came runnin' from the barn, and a scarter man I never see. He took me right up and was carryin' of me in. I was in awful agony. The first words I remember sayin' was these, in a faint voice, I wonder if you'll keep that pup now? Says he firmly, yet with pity, and with pale and anxious face, maybe you didn't encourage him enough. Says I, deliriously, did you expect I was going to carry him in my arms and throw him at the hens? I tried every other way. Wall, wall, says he, kinder soothin'ly. Do keep still. How do you expect I'm going to carry you if you touse round so? He laid me down on the lounge in the settin' room, and I never got off of it for 2 weeks. Fever set in. I had been kinder unwell for quite a spell, but I wouldn't give up. I would keep round to work. But this accident seemed to be the last hump on the camel's back. I had to give in, and Tirzah Ann had to come home from school to do the work. When the news got out that I was sick, lots of folks came to see me, and every one wanted me to take some different kinds of patented medicine or herb drink. Why, my stomach would have been drownded out, a perfect wreck, if I had took half. And then every one would name my disease some new name. Why, I told Josiah at the end of the week that according to their tell, I had got every disease under the sun, unless it was the horse distemper. One mornin' Miss Gowdy came in and asked me in a melancholy way if I had ever had the kind pox. I told her I had. Well, says she, I mistrust you have got the very, oh Lord. It was a Saturday mornin', and Thomas Jefferson was to home, and he spoke up and said, that was a good disease, and he hoped it would prevail. He knew quite a number that he thought it would do 'em good to have it. She looked real shocked, but knew it was some kind of Thomas J.'s fun. There was one woman that would come in a calm, quiet way, about 2 times a week, and say in a mild, collected tone, you have got the tizzick. Says I, the pain is in my foot mostly. I can't help that, says she gently but firmly. There is tizzick with it, and I think that is what ailed Josiah when he was sick. Why, says I, that was the neuralgy, the doctors said. Doctors are liable to mistakes, says she in the same firm but modest accents. I have always thought it was the tizzick. There are more folks that are tizzicky than you can think for in this world. I am a master hand for knowing it when I see it. She would then in an affectionate manner advise me to doctor for the tizzick, and then she would gently depart. There are 2 kinds of women that go to see the sick. There's them low-voiced, still-footed women that walks right in and lays their hands on your hot foreheads so soothin' like that the pain gets ashamed of itself and sneaks off. I call 'em God's angels. S'posen they hain't got wings, I don't care. I contend for it, they are servin' the Lord just as much as if they was a standin' up in a row, all feathered out, with a palm tree in one hand and a harp in the other. So I told old Gowdy one cold winter day. He is awful stingy, he has got a big woodlot, yet lets lots of poor families most freeze around him in the winter time. He will pray for 'em by the hour, but it don't seem to warm 'em up much. He says to me, oh, if I was only a angel, if I only had holt of the palm tree up yonder that is waitin' for me. Says I, coolly, if it is used right, I think good body maple goes a good ways toward makin' a angel. As I say, I have had these angels in my room, some kinder slimish ones, some that would go nigh on to 200 by the stellyards. I don't care if they went 300 quick, I should call 'em angels just the same. Then there is them women that go to have a good time of it. They get kinder sick of stayin' to home and nothin' happenin'. and so they take their work and flock in to visit the afflicted. I should think I had pretty near 25 a day of 'em, and each one started 25 different subjects. Wild, crazy subjects, most of 'em, such as fires, runaway matches, and whirlwinds, earthquakes, neighborhood fightin', and butter that wouldn't come, great tidal waves, railroad accidents, balky horses, and overskirts, manslaughter, politics, schism, and frizzled hair. I believe it would have drawed more sweat from an able-bodied man to have laid still and heard it than to mow a 5-acre lot in dog days. And there my head was taken on and achin' as if it would come off all the time. If I could have had one thing at a time, I could have stood it better. I shouldn't have minded a earthquake so much, if I could give my full attention to it, but I must have conflagrations at the same time on my mind, and hens that wouldn't set, and drunken men, and crazy women, and jumpin' sheep, and female suffragin, and calico cut biasin, and the Russian war and politics. It did seem some of the time that my head must split open, and I guess the doctor got scairt about me, for one mornin' after he went away, Josiah came into the room, and I see that he looked awful sober and gloomy, but the minute he catched my eye, he began to snicker and laugh. I didn't say nothin' at first, and shut my eyes, but when I opened 'em again, there he was a-standin' lookin' down on me with the same mournful, agonized expression onto his features. Not a word did he speak, but when he see me a-lookin' at him, he bust out laughin' again, and then says I, "What is the matter, Josiah Allen?" Says he, "I'm a-bein' cheerful, Samantha." Says I, in the faint accents of weakness, "You are bein' a natural-born idiot, and do you stop it." Says he, "I won't stop it, Samantha. I will be cheerful," and he giggled. Says I, "Won't you go out and let me rest a little, Josiah Allen?" "No," says he, firmly. "I will stand by you, and I will be cheerful." And he snickered the loudest he had yet, but at the same time his countenance was so awfully gloomy and anxious lookin' that it filled me with a strange awe as he continued. "The doctor told me that you must be kept perfectly quiet, and I must be cheerful before you, and while I have the spirit of a man, I will be cheerful." And with a despairin' countenance he giggled and snickered. I knew what a case he was to do his duty, and I groaned out, "There ain't no use a-tryin' to stop him." "No," says he, "there hain't no use a-arguin' with me. I shall do my duty." And he bust out into an awful laugh that almost choked him. I knew there wouldn't be no rest for me while he stood there performin' like a circus, and so says I in a stratagem way, "It seems to me as if I should like a little lemonade, Josiah, but the lemons are all gone." Says he, "I will harness up the old mare and start for Jonesville this minute and get you some." But after he got out in the kitchen and his hat on, he stuck his head into the door and with a mournful countenance snickered. After he fairly sought sail for Jonesville, now, thinks I to myself, I will have a good nap and rest my head while he is gone, and I had just got settled down and was thinking sweetly how slow the old mare was, when I heard a noise in the kitchen, and Tirzah Ann come in, and says she, "Betsey Bobbet has come. I told her I guessed you was a-goin' to sleep, and she hadn't better come in, but she acted so mad about it that I don't know what to do." Before I could find time to tell her to lock the door and put a chair against it, Betsey came right in, and says she, "Josiah Allen's wife, how do you feel this mornin'?" And she added sweetly, "You see, I have come." "I feel dreadful bad and feverish this mornin'," says I, groanin' in spite of myself, for my head felt the worst it had, everything looking big and sick to the stomach to me, kinder waverin' and floatin' round like. Yes, I know just how you feel, Josiah Allen's wife, for I have felt just so, only a great deal worse. Why, talkin' about fevers, Josiah Allen's wife, I have had such a fever that the sweat stood in great drops all over me. She took her things off and laid 'em on the table, and she had a bag hangin' on her arm pretty near as big as a flour sack, and she laid that down in one chair and took another one herself, and then she continued. I have come down to spend the entire day with you, Josiah Allen's wife. We heerd that you was sick, and we thought we would all come down and spend the day with you. We have got relations from a distance visitin' us, relations on father's side, and they are all a-comin'. Mother is comin', and Aunt Betsey, and Cousin Anna Mariah, and her 2 children. But we don't want you to make any fuss for us at all. Only Cousin Anna Mariah was sayin' yesterday that she did want an old-fashioned boiled dinner before she went back to New York. Mother was goin' to boil one yesterday, but you know just how it scents up a house, and in my situation, not knowin' when I shall receive interestin' calls, I do want to keep up a agreeable atmosphere. I told Anna Mariah you had all kinds of garden sauce. We don't want you to make any difference for us, not in the least, but boiled dinners with a boiled puddin' and sugar sauce are perfectly beautiful. I groaned in a low tone, but Betsey was so engaged a-talkin' that she didn't heed it, but went on in a high, excited tone, I come on a little ahead, for I wanted to get a pattern for a bedquilt, if you have got one to suit me. I am going to piece up a bedquilt out of small pieces of calico I have been savin' for years. And I brought the whole bag of calicos along, for Mother and Cousin Anna Mariah said they would assist me in piecin' up today, after I get them cut out. You know I may want bedquilts suddenly. A great many young girls are being snatched away this spring. I think it becomes us all to be prepared. Aunt Betsey would help me too, but she is in a dreadful hurry with a rag carpet. She is going to bring down a basket full of red and yellow rags that Mother gave her to tear up today. She said that it was not very pretty work to carry visitin', but I told her you was sick and would not mind it. I guess, she continued, taking up her bag, I will pour these calicos all out upon the table, and then I will look at your bedquilts and patterns. And she poured out about a half a bushel of crazy-looking pieces of calico on the table, no 2 pieces of a size or color. I groaned loudly, in spite of myself, and shut my eyes. She heard the groan, and see the agony onto my eyebrow, and says she, The doctor said to our house this mornin' that you must be kept perfectly quiet, and I tell you, Josiah Allen's wife, that you must not get excited. We talked it over this mornin'. We said we were all goin' to put in together that you should keep perfectly quiet and not get excited in your mind. And now what would you advise me to do? Would you have a sunflower bedquilt or a blazing star? Take it right to yourself, Josiah Allen's wife. What would you do about it? But do not excite yourself any. Blazing stars look more showy, but then sunflowers are easier to quilt. Quilt once around every piece, and it is enough, and looks well on the other side. I am going to line it with color. White looks better, but if 2 little children just of an age should happen to be playing on it, it would keep them clean longer. Again I groaned, and says Betsey, I do wish you would take my advice, Josiah Allen's wife, and keep perfectly quiet in your mind. I should think you would, says she reproachfully, when I have told you how much better it would be for you. I guess, says she, that you need chirking up a little. I must enliven you and make you look happier before I go on with my bedquilt, and before we begin to look at your patterns and bedquilts. I will read a little to you. I calculated too if you was low-spirited. I came prepared." And taking a paper out of her pocket, she says, "I will now proceed to read to you one of the longest, most noble and eloquent editorials that has ever come out in the pages of the Aga, written by its noble and eloquent editor. It is 6 columns in length, and is concerning our relations with Spain." This was too much, and I sprung up on my couch and cried wildly, "Let the editor of the Auger and his relations go to Spain, and do you go to Spain with your relations," says I, "and do you start this minute." Betsey was appalled and turned to flee, and I cried out again, "And do take your bedquilt with you." She gathered up her calicoes and fled, and I sunk back, shed 1 or 2 briny tears of relief, and then sunk into a sweet and refreshin' sleep. And from that hour I gained on it. But in the next week's auger, these and 10 more verses like 'em came out. Blasted hopes. I do not mind my cold rebuffs to be turned out with bedquilt stuffs. Philosophy would ease my smart, would say, "Oh, peace, sad female heart." But oh, this is the woe to me, she would not listen unto he. If it had been my soaring muse, that she in wild scorn did refuse, I could like marble statue rise, and face her wrath with tearless eyes. 'Twould not have been such a blow to me, but she would not listen unto he. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Jonesville Singin' Quire. Thomas Jefferson is a good boy. His teacher to the Jonesville Academy told me the other day, says he, "Thomas J. is full of fun, but I don't believe he has a single bad habit. And I don't believe he knows any more about bad things than Tirzah Ann, and she is a girl of 1,000. This made my heart beat with pure and fervent emotions of joy, for I knew it was true, but I tell you I have had to work for it. I was determined from the first that Thomas Jefferson needn't think because he was a boy he could do anything that would be considered disgraceful if he was a girl. Now, some mothers will worry themselves to death about their girls, so afraid they will get into bad company and bring disgrace onto 'em. I have said to 'em sometimes, "Why don't you worry about your boys?" "Oh, things are winked at in a man that hain't in a woman." Says I, "There is one woman that no man can get to wink at 'em, and that is Samantha Allen, whose maiden name was Smith." Says I, "It is enough to make anybody's blood bile in their veins to think how different sin is looked upon in a man and woman. I say sin is sin, and you can't make goodness out of it by parson it in the masculine gender, no more'n you can by parson it in the feminine or neutral. And women are the most to blame in this respect. I believe in giving the due. I won't speak the gentleman's name right out, because I belong to the Methodist Meetin house, but you know who I mean, and I believe in giving him his due if you owe him anything, and I say men hain't half so bad as women about holding up male sinners and stomping down female ones. Women are meaner than Pusely about some things, and this is one of 'em. Now, women will go out and kill the fatted calf with their own hands to feast the male prodigal that has been living on husks. But let the woman that he has been boardin' with on the same bundle of husks ask meekly for a little mite of his veal critter, will she get it? No! She won't get so much as one of the hoofs. She will be told to keep on eatin' her husks, and after she has got through with them, to die. For after a woman has once eat husks, she can't never eat any other victuals. And if she asks meekly, Why is her stomach so different from the male husk-eater? He went right off from husks to fattened calves. They'll say to her, what is sin in a woman hain't sin in a man. Men are such noble creatures that they will be a little wild, it is expected of 'em, but after they have sowed all their wild oats, they always settle down and make the very best of men. Can't I settle down too? Cries the poor woman. I am sick of wild oats too. I am sick of husks. I want to live a good life too, in the sight of God and man. Can't I settle down too? Yes, you can settle down in the grave, they say to her. When a woman has sinned once, that is all the place there is for her. A woman cannot be forgiven. There is an old sayin', go and sin no more, but that is 1800 years old, awful old-fashioned. And then, after they have feasted the male husk-eater on this gospel veal, and fell on his neck and embraced him a few times, they will take him into their houses and marry him to their purest and prettiest daughter, while at the same time they won't have the female husker in their kitchen to wash for 'em at 4 cents an article. I say it is a shame and a disgrace for the woman to bear all the burden of sufferin' and all the burden of shame too. It is a mean, cowardly piece of business, and I should think the very stuns would go to yellin' at each other to see such injustice. But Josiah Allen's children hain't been brought up in any such kind of a way. They have been brought up to think that sin of any kind is just as bad in a man as it is in a woman, and any place of amusement that was bad for a woman to go to was bad for a man. Now when Thomas Jefferson was a little feller, he was bewitched to go to circuses, and Josiah said, better let him go, Samantha. It hain't no place for women or girls, but it won't hurt a boy. Says I, Josiah Allen, the Lord made Thomas Jefferson with just as pure a heart as Tirzah Ann, and no bigger eyes and ears, and if Thomas J. goes to the circus, Tirzah Ann goes too. That stopped that. And when he was bewitched to get with other boys that smoked and chewed tobacco, and Josiah was just that easy turn that he would have let him go with 'em, but says I, Josiah Allen, if Thomas Jefferson goes with those boys, and gets to chewin' and smokin' tobacco, I shall buy Tirzah Ann a pipe. And that stopped that. And about drinkin', says I, Thomas Jefferson, if it ever should be the will of Providence to change you into a wild bear, I will chain you up and do the best I can by you. But if you ever do it yourself, turn yourself into a wild beast by drinkin', I will run away, for I never could stand it, never. And, I continued, if I ever see you hangin' round bar-rooms and tavern doors, Tirzah Ann shall hang too. Josiah argued with me. Says he, it don't look so bad for a boy as it does for a girl. Says I, custom makes the difference. We are more used to seein' men. But, says I, when liquor goes to work to make a fool and a brute of anybody, it don't ask about sect. It makes a wild beast and a idiot of a man or a woman, and to look down from heaven, I guess a man looks as bad layin' dead drunk in a gutter as a woman does, says I. Things look different from up there than what they do to us. It is a more sightly place. And you talk about looks, Josiah Allen. I don't go on clear looks, I go on to principle. Will the Lord say to me in the last day, Josiah Allen's wife, how is it with the soul of Tirzah Ann? As for Thomas Jefferson's soul, he bein' a boy, it hain't of no account. No, I shall have to give an account to him for my dealin's with both of these souls, male and female. And I should feel guilty if I brought him up to think that what was impure for a woman was pure for a man. If a man has a greater desire to do wrong, which I won't dispute, says I, looking keenly onto Josiah, he has greater strength to resist temptation. And so, says I in mild accents, but firm as old Plymouth Rock, If Thomas Jefferson hangs, Tirzah Ann shall hang too. I have brought Thomas Jefferson up to think that it was just as bad for him to listen to a bad story or song as for a girl, or worse, for he had more strength to run away, and that it was a disgrace for him to talk or listen to any stuff that he would be ashamed to have Tirzah Ann or me hear. I have brought him up to think that manliness doesn't consist in having a cigar in his mouth and a hat on one side, and swearin' and slang phrases, and a knowledge of questionable amusements, but in layin' holt of every duty that come to him with a brave heart and a cheerful face, in helpin' to right the wrong and protect the weak, and makin' the most and the best of the mind and the soul God had given him. In short, I have brought him up to think that purity and virtue are both masculine and feminine gender, and that God's angels are not necessarily all she ones. Tirzah Ann, too, has come up well, though I say it that shouldn't. Her head hain't all full, runnin' over and frizzlin' out on top of it, with thoughts of beaus and flirtin'. I have brought her up to think that marriage wasn't the chief end of life, but savin' her soul. Tirzah Ann's own grandmother on her mother's side used to come visitin' us and stay weeks at a time, kinder spyin' out, I s'pose, how I done by the children. Thank fortune I wasn't afraid to have her spy, all she was a mind to. I wouldn't have been afraid to had Benedict Arnold and Major Andre come as spies. I did well by 'em, and she owned it, though she did think I made Tirzah Ann's nightgowns a little too full round the neck, and Thomas Jefferson's roundabouts a little too long behind. But as I was a-sayin', the old lady begun to kinder train Tirzah Ann up to the prevailing idee of its bein' her only aim in life to catch a husband, and if she would only grow up and be a real good girl she should marry. I didn't say nothin' to the old lady, for I respect old age, but I took Josiah out one side, and says I, "Josiah Allen, if Tirzah Ann is to be brought up to think that marriage is the chief aim of her life, Thomas J. shall be brought up to think that marriage is his chief aim. Says I, it looks just as flat in a woman as it does in a man." Josiah didn't make much of any answer to me. He is an easy man. But as that was the old lady's last visit, she was took bedrid the next week and hain't walked a step since, I hain't had no more trouble on them grounds. When Tirzah Ann gets old enough, if a good, true man, a man, for instance, such as I think Whitfield Minkle, our minister's oldest boy, is a-goin' to make, if such a man offers Tirzah Ann his love, which is the greatest honor a man can do a woman, why, Tirzah will, I presume, if she loves him well enough, marry him. I should give my consent, and so would Josiah. But to have all her mind sot onto that hope, and expectatin' till she begins to look wild, I have discouraged it in her. I have told her that goodness, truth, honor, virtue, and nobility come first as aims in life. Says I, "Tirzah Ann, seek these things first, and then if a husband is added unto you, you may know it is the Lord's will, and accept him like any other dispensation of Providence. And," I continued, as dreamy thoughts of Josiah floated through my mind, "make the best of him." I feel thankful to think they have both come up as well as they have. Tirzah Ann is more of a quiet turn, but Thomas J., though his morals are sound, is dreadful full of fun. I worry some about him, for he hain't made no professions. I never could get him for'ard unto the anxious seat. He told Elder Minkle last winter that "the seats were all made of the same kind of basswood, and he could be just as anxious out by the door as he could on one of the front seats." Says Elder Minkle, "My dear boy, I want you to find the Lord." "I hain't never lost him," says Thomas Jefferson. It shocked Elder Minkle dreadfully, but it sot me to thinkin'. He was always an odd child, always askin' the curiousest questions, and I brought him up to think that the Lord was with him all the time, and see what he was doin', and maybe he was in the right of it, maybe he felt as if he hadn't ever lost him. He was always the greatest case to be out in the woods and lots, findin' everything, and sometimes I have almost thought the trash he thinks so much of, such as shells and pieces of rock and stone, and flowers and moss, were a kind of means of grace to him, and then agin I don't know. If I really thought they was, I don't suppose I should have pitched 'em out of the winder so many times as I have, clutterin' up the house so. I worry about him awfully sometimes, and then agin I lay holt of the promises. Now, last Saturday night, to have heard him go on about the Jonesville Quire, you'd a thought he never had a sober, solemn thought in his head. They meet to practice Saturday nights, and he had been to hear 'em. I stood his light talk as long as I could, and finally I told him to stop it, for I would not hear him go on so. "Wal," says he, "you go yourself, mother, sometime, and see their carryin's on. Why," says he, "if fightin' entitles anybody to a pension, they ought to draw $96 a year, every one of 'em. You go yourself and hear 'em rehearse, if you don't believe me." And then he began to sing, "Just before the battle, mother, I am thinking now of you." "I'll be hanged if I would rehearse," says Josiah. "What makes 'em?" "Let 'em rehearse," says I, sternly. "I should think there was need enough of it." It happened that very next night, Elder Merton preached to the Red schoolhouse, and Josiah hitched up the old mare, and we went over. It was the first time I had been out since the accident. Thomas J. and Tirzah Ann walked. Josiah and I sat right behind the choir, and we could hear every word they said, and while Elder Merton was readin' the hymn, "How Sweet for Brethren to Agree," old Gowdy whispered to Mr. Peedick in wrathful accents, "I wonder if you will put us all to open shame tonight by screechin' 2 or 3 notes above us all." He caught my keen gray eye fixed sternly upon him, and his tone changed in a minute to a mild, sheepish one, and he added, smilin', "As it were, dear brother Peedick." Mr. Peedick designed not to reply to him, for he was shakin' his fist at one of the younger brethren in the choir, and says he, "Let me catch you pressin' the key again tonight, you young villain, if you think it is best." "I shall press as many keys as I am a minter for all of you. You're always findin' fault with somethin' or other," muttered he. Betsey Bobbet and Sophronia Gowdy was looking at each other all this time with looks that made one's blood run cold in their veins. Mr. Peedick commenced the tune, but unfortunately struck into short meter. They all commenced loud and strong, but couldn't get any further than "How Sweet for Brethren." As they all came to a sudden halt there in front of that word, Mr. Gowdy, looking daggers at Mr. Peedick, took out his pitchfork as if it was a pistol and he was going to shoot him with it, but applying it to his own ear, he started off on the longest meter that had ever been in our neighborhood. After adding the tune to the words, there was so much tune to carry that the best calculator in tunes couldn't do it. At that very minute, when it looked dark and gloomy indeed for the choir, an old lady, the best behaved in the choir, who had minded her own business and chawed caraway peacefully, came out and started it to the tune of "Oh, that will be joyful." They all joined in at the top of their voice, and though they each one put in flats and sharps to suit their own taste, they kinder hung together till they got to the chorus, and then Mr. Gowdy looked round and frowned fiercely at Shakespeare Bobbet, who seemed to be flattin' most of any of 'em, and Betsey Bobbet punched Sophronia Gowdy in the side with her parasol, and told her she was disgracin' to the choir and to sing slower. And then they all yelled, "How sweet is unity! How sweet is unity! How sweet for brethren to agree! How sweet is unity!" It seemed as if the very feather on my bunnet stood up straight to hear 'em, it was so awful. Then they collected their strength, and drawin' long breaths, they yelled out the next verses like wild Indians round sufferin' whites they was murderin'. If anyone had iron ears, it would have went off well. All but for one thing. There was an old man who insisted on bein' in the choir, who was too blind to see the words, and always sung by ear, and bein' a little deaf, he got the words wrong, but he sung out loud and clear like a trombone. "How sweet is onion tea! How sweet is onion tea!" Elder Merton made a awful good prayer about trials purifyin' folks and makin' 'em better, and the same heroic patient look was on his face when he give out the next hymn. This piece begun with a long duet between the tenor and the alto, and Betsey Bobbet by open war and stratagem had carried the day and was to sing this part alone with the tenor. She knew the editor of the Auger was the only tenor singer in the choir. She was so proud and happy thinking she was going to sing alone with him, that not rightly sensin' where she was and what she was about, she pitched her part too low, and here is where I had my trial with Josiah. There is no more sing to Josiah Allen than there is to a one-horse wagon, and I have tried to convince him of it, but I can't, and he will probably go down to the grave thinkin' he can sing bass. But there is no sing to it, that I will contend for with my last breath, it is nothin' more nor less than a roar. But one thing I will give him the praise of, he is a dreadful willin' man in the time of trouble, and if he takes it into his head that it is his duty to sing, you can't stop him no more than you can stop a clap of thunder, and when he does let his voice out, he lets it out strong, I can tell you. As Betsey finished the first line, I heard him say to himself, "It is a shame for one woman to sing bass alone in a room full of men." And before I could stop him, he struck in with his awful energy. You couldn't hear Betsey's voice, nor the elders, no more than you could hear two flies buzzin' in a car whistle. It was dreadful, and as he finished the first verse, I catched hold of his vest, I didn't stand up by reason of being lame yet from the accident, and says I, "If you sing another verse in that way, I'll part with you," says I. "What do you mean, Josiah Allen?" Says he, lookin' down on me with the perspiration a-pourin' down his face, "I am a singin' bass." Says I, "Do you set down and behave yourself. She has pitched it too low. It hain't bass, Josiah." Says he, "I know better, Samantha. It is bass. I guess I know bass when I hear it." But I still held him by the vest, determined that he shouldn't start off again, if I could hender it, and just at that minute the duet begun again, and Sophronia Gowdy took advantage of Betsey's indignation and surprise, and took the part right out of her mouth, and struck in with the editor of the Auger. She is kinder after him too, and she broke out with the curiousest variations you ever heard. The warblin's and quaverin's and shakin's she put in was the curiousest of anything I ever heard. And thankful was I that it took up Josiah's attention too, that he sunk down on his seat and listened to 'em with breathless awe, and never offered to put in his note at all. I waited till they got through singin', and then I whispered to him, and says I, "Now you do keep still for the rest of this meetin', Josiah Allen." Says he, "As long as I call myself a man, I will have the privilege of singin' bass." "Sing!" says I, in a tone almost cold enough to make his whiskers frosty. I'd call it singin' if I was you. It worried me all through meetin' time, and thankful was I when he dropped off into a sweet sleep just before meetin' was out. He never heard 'em sing the last time, and I had to hunch him for the benediction. In the next week's augur came out a lot of verses, among which were the following. They were headed, Sorrows of the Heart, written on bein' broken into while singin' a duet with a deah friend, by Betsey Bobbet. And sweetness never seems so sweet as when his voice and mine doth meet. I rise, I soar, earth's sorrows leaving, I almost seem to be in heaving. But when we are sweetly going on, 'tis hard to be broke in upon, to drownded be, oh foul disgrace, in awful roars of dreadful bass. And when another female in her vain endeavors to fascinate a certain noble man puts in such quavers, and trills and warbles with such sickish variation, it don't raise her at all in that man's estimation. There was 13 verses, and Josiah read them all, but I wouldn't read but 7 of 'em. I don't like poetry. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miss Shakespeare's Earrings. Them verses of Betsey's kind of worked Josiah up, I know, though he didn't say much. That line, dreadful roars of awful bass, mortified him, I know, because he actually did think that he sung pretty enough for a orchestry. I didn't say much to him about it. I don't believe in twittin' all the time about anything, for it makes anybody feel as unpleasant as it does to set down on a paper of carpet tacks. I only said to him, I tried to convince you, Josiah, that you couldn't sing for 14 years, and now that it has come out in poetry, maybe you'll believe it. I guess you'll listen to me another time, Josiah Allen. He says, I wish you wouldn't be so aggravatin', Samantha. That was all that was said on either side. But I noticed that he didn't sing any more. We went to several conference meetin's that week, and not one roar did he give. It was a awful relief to me, for I never felt safe for a minute, not knowin' when he would break out. The next week Saturday after the poetry came out, Tirzah took it into her head that she wanted to go to Elder Morton's a visitin'. Maggie Snow was a goin' to meet her there, and I told her to go. I'd get along with the work somehow. I had to work pretty hard, but then I got it all out of the way early, and my head combed and my dress changed, and I was just pinnin' my linen collar over my clean gingham dress, brown and black plaid, to the lookin'-glass, when lookin' up, who should I see but Betsey Bobbet comin' through the gate. She stopped a minute to Tirzah Ann's posy bed, and then she come along kinder gradually, and stopped and looked at my new tufted bedspread that I have got out a whitenin' on the grass, and then she come up the steps and come in. Somehow I was kinder glad to see her that day. I had had first-rate luck with all my bacon, everything had turned out well, and I felt real reconciled to havin' a visit from her. But I see she looked rather gloomy, and after she sot down and took out her tattin' and begun to tat, she spoke up, and says she, Josiah Allen's wife, I feel awful depressed today. What is the matter? Says I in a cheerful tone. I feel lonely, says she, more lonely than I have felt for years. Again says I, kindly but firmly, what is the matter, Betsey? I had a dream last night, Josiah Allen's wife. What was it? Says I in a sympathizin' accent, for she did look melancholy and sad indeed. I dreamed I was married, Josiah Allen's wife, says she in a heartbroken tone, and she laid her hand on my arm in her deep emotion. I tell you, it was hard after dreamin' that, to wake up again to the cold realities and cares of this life. It was hard, she repeated, and a tear gently flowed down her Roman nose and dropped off onto her overskirt. She knew salt water would spot otter color awfully, and so she drew her handkerchief out of her pocket and spread it in her lap. It was white trimmed with narrow edgin', and continued. Life seemed so hard and lonesome to me that I sot up in the end of the bed and wept. I tried to get to sleep again, hopin' I would dream it over, but I could not. And again 2 salt tears fell in about the middle of the handkerchief. I see she needed consolation, and my gratitude made me feel soft to her, and so says I in a reassurin' tone, to be sure, husbands are handy on 4th of Julys, and funeral processions, it looks kinder lonesome to see a woman streamin' along alone, but they are contrary creeters, Betsey, when they are a mind to be. And then to turn the conversation and get her mind off'n her trouble, says I, how do you like my bedspread, Betsey? It is beautiful, says she sorrowfully. Yes, says I, it looks well enough now it's done, but it most wore my fingers out a tuftin' it. It's a sight of work. But I saw how hard it was to draw her mind off from broodin' over her troubles, for she spoke in a mournful tone. How sweet it must be to wear the fingers out for a dear companion. I would be willing to wear mine clear down to the bone. I made a vow some years ago, says she, kinder chirkin' up a little and beginning to tat again. I made a vow years ago that I would make my dear future companion happy, for I would never, never fail to meet him with a sweet smile as he came home to me at twilight. I felt that that was all he would require to make him happy. Do you think it was a rash vow, Josiah Allen's wife? Oh, says I in a sort of blind way, I guess it won't do any hurt. But if a man couldn't have but one of the two, a smile or a supper, as he come home at night, I believe he would take the supper. Oh dear, says Betsey, such cold practical ideas are painful to me. Well, says I, cheerfully but firmly, if you ever have the opportunity, you try both ways. You just let your fire go out, and your house and you look like fury, and nothin' to eat, and you stand on the door smilin' like a first-class idiot, and then agin you have a first-rate supper on the table, stewed oysters, and warm biscuit and honey, or somethin' else first-rate, and a bright fire shinin' on a clean hearth, and the tea kettle a singin', and the tea table all set out neat as a pink, and you goin' round in a cheerful, sensible way gettin' the supper onto the table, and you just watch and see which of the 2 ways is the most agreeable to him. Betsey still looked unconvinced, and I proceeded onwards. Now, I never was any hand to stand and smile at Josiah for 2 or 3 hours on a stretch. It would make me feel like a natural-born idiot. But I always have a bright fire and a warm supper a-waitin' for him when he comes home at night. Oh, food, food! What is food to the deathless emotions of the soul? What does the aching young heart care for what food it eats? Let my dear future companion smile on me, and that is enough. Says I, in reasonable tones, a man can't smile on an empty stomach, Betsey, not for any length of time, and no man can't eat soggy bread with little chunks of saleratus in it, and clammy potatoes, and beefsteak burnt and raw in spots, and drink dishwatery tea and muddy coffee, and smile, or they might give 1 or 2 sickly, deathly smiles, but they wouldn't keep it up, you depend upon it they wouldn't, and it hain't in the natur' of a man to, and I say they hadn't ought to. I have seen bread, Betsey Bobbet, that was enough to break down any man's affection for a woman, unless he had firm principle to back it up, and love's young dream has been drownded in thick, muddy coffee more'n once. If there hain't nothin' pleasant in a man's home, how can he keep attached to it? Nobody, man nor woman, can't respect what hain't respectable, or love what hain't lovable. I believe in bein' cheerful, Betsy. A complainin', fretful woman in the house is worse than a cold, drizzlin' rain comin' right down all the time onto the cook stove. Of course men have to be corrected. I correct Josiah frequently, but I believe in doin' it all up at one time and then have it over with, just like a smart dash of a thunder shower that clears up the air. Oh, how a female woman that is blessed with a dear companion can even speak of correcting him is a mystery to me. But again I spoke, and my tone was as firm and lofty as Bunker Hill Monument. Men have to be corrected, Betsy. There wouldn't be no livin' with 'em unless you did. Well, says she, you can entertain such views as you will, but for me, I will be clingin' in my nature. I will be respected by men, they do so love to have women clingin', that I will, until I die, carry out this belief that is so sweet to them. Until I die, I will never let go of this Speah. I didn't say nothin', for gratitude tied up my tongue, but as I rose and went upstairs to wind me a little more yarn, I thought I wouldn't bring down the Swifts for so little as I wanted to wind, I thought sadly to myself, what a hard time she had had, since I had known her, a handlin' that spear. We got to talkin' about it the other day, how long she had been a handlin' of it. Says Thomas Jefferson, she has been brandishin' it for 50 years. Says I, shut up, Thomas J., she hain't been born longer ago than that. Says he, she was born with that spear in her hand. But as I said, she has had a hard and mournful time a tryin' to make a runnin' vine of herself since I knew her. And Josiah says she was at it for years before I ever see her. She has tried to make a vine of herself to all kinds of trees, straight and crooked, sound and rotten, young and old. Her mind is sot the most now on the editor of the Augur, but she pays attention to any and every single man that comes in her way. And it seems strange to me that them that preach up this doctrine of woman's only spear don't admire one who carries it out to its full extent. It seems kinder ungrateful in 'em, to think that when Betsy is so willin' to be a vine, they will not be a tree, but they won't, they seem sot against it. I say, if men insist on makin' runnin' vines of women, they ought to provide trees for 'em to run up on. It hain't nothin' more'n justice that they should, but they won't and don't. Now, 10 years ago, the Methodist minister before Elder Wesley Minkle came, was a widower of some 20-odd years, and he was sorely stricken with years and rheumatiz. But Betsy showed plainly her willingness and desire to be a vine, if he would be a tree. But he would not be a tree. He acted real obstinate about it, considerin' his belief. For he was awful opposed to women's havin' any rights, only the right to marry. He preached a beautiful sermon about woman's holy mission, and about how awful it was in her to have any ambition outside of her own home. And how sweet it was to see her in her confidin' weakness and gentleness clingin' to man's manly strength. There wasn't a dry eye in the house, only mine. Betsy wept aloud, she was so affected by it. And it was beautiful, I don't deny it. I always respected clingers. But I love to see folks use reason. And I say again, how can a woman cling when she hain't got nothin' to cling to? That day I put it fair and square to our old minister. He went home with us to supper, and he begun on me about women's rights, for he knew I believe in women's havin' a right. Says he, It is flyin' in the face of the Bible for a woman not to marry. Says I, Elder, how can any lady make brick without straw or sand? How can a woman marry without a man is forthcomin'? Says I, Women's will may be good, but there is some things she can not do, and this is one of 'em. Says I, as our laws are at present, no woman can marry unless she has a man to marry to, and if the man is obstinate and hangs back, what is she to do? He begun to look a little sheepish and tried to kinder turn off the subject onto religion. But no steamboat ever sailed onward under the power of biled water steam more grandly than did Samantha Allen's words under the steam of bilin' principle. I fixed my eyes upon him with seemingly an arrow in each one of 'em, and says I, Which had you rather do, Elder, let Betsey Bobbet vote or cling to you? She is fairly achin' to make a runnin' vine of herself, and says I in slow, deep, awful tones, Are you willin' to be a tree? Again he weakly murmured somethin' on the subject of religion, but I asked him again in slower, awfuller tones, Are you willin' to be a tree? He turned to Josiah, and says he, I guess I will go out to the barn and bring in my saddlebags. He had come to stay all night. And that man went to the barn smit and conscience struck, and hain't opened his head to me sense about women's not havin' a right. I had just arrived at this crisis in my thoughts, and had also got my yarn wound up, my yarn and my reverie endin' up at just the same time, when Betsey came to the foot of the stairs and called out, Josiah Allen's wife, a gentleman is below and craves an audience with you. I sought back my swifts and went down, expectin' from the reverential tone of her voice to see a United States governor or a deacon at the very least. But it wasn't either of 'em. It was a peddler. He wanted to know if I could get some dinner for him, and I thinkin' one more trial wouldn't kill me, said I would. He was a loose jinted sort of a chap, with his hat sot onto one side of his head, but his eyes had a twinkle to 'em that gave the idee that he knew what he was about. After dinner he kep' a bringin' on his goods from his cart, and praisin' 'em up. The lies that man told was enough to appall the ablest bodied man, but Betsey swallowed every word. After I had coldly rejected all his other overtures for tradin', he brought on a strip of stair carpetin', a thin striped yarn carpet, and says he, Can't I sell you this beautiful carpet? It is the pure ingrain. Ingrain, says I, so be you ingrain as much? I guess I know, says he, for I bought it of old Ingrain himself. I gave the old man 12 shillings a yard for it, but seein' it is you, and I like your looks so much, and it seems so much like home to be here, I will let you have it for 75 cents, cheaper than dirt to walk on or boards. I don't want it, says I have got carpets enough. Do you want it for 50 cents? Says he, follerin' me to the wood box. No, says I pretty sharp, for I don't want to say no 2 times to anybody. Would 25 cents be any inducement to you? Says he, followin' me to the buttery door. No, says I in my most energetic voice, and started for the cellar with a plate of nut cakes. Would 18 pence tempt you? Says he, hollerin' down the cellar way. Then says I, comin' up out of the cellar with the old Smith blood bilin' up in my veins, Say another word to me about your old stair carpet if you dare. Just let me catch you at it, says I. Be I goin' to have you trapse all over the house after me? Be I goin' to be made crazy as a loon by you? Oh, Josiah Allen's wife, says Betsey, do not be so hasty. Of course the gentleman wishes to dispose of his goods. else why should he be in the mercantile business? I didn't say nothin'. Gratitude still got holt of me, but I inwardly determined that not one word would I say if he cheated her out of her eye teeth. Addressin' his attention to Betsey, he took a pair of old-fashioned earrings out of his jacket pocket, and says he, "I carry these in my pocket for fear I will be robbed of 'em. I hadn't ought to carry 'em at all, a single man goin' alone round the country as I do, but I have got a pistol, and would let anybody tackle me for these earrings if they dare to," says he, lookin' savage. "Is their intrinsic worth so large?" says Betsey. "It hain't so much their neat value," says he, "although that is enormous, as who owned 'em informally. Whose ears do you suppose these have had hold of?" "How can I judge?" says Betsey, with a winnin' smile. "Never haven't seen them before." "Just so," says he. "You never was acquainted with 'em, but these very identical creeters used to belong to Miss Shakespeare. Yes, these belonged to Hamlet's mother," says he, lookin' pensively upon them. "Bill bought 'em at Old Stratford." "Bill?" says Betsey inquirin'ly. "Yes," says he, "old Shakespeare. I have been reared with his folks so much, that I have got into the habit of callin' him Bill, jest as they do." "Then you have been there?" says Betsey, with a admirin' look. "Oh yes, wintered there, and partly summered. But, as I was sayin', William bought 'em and gave 'em to his wife, when he first begun to pay attention to her. Bill bought 'em at a auction of a one-eyed man with a wooden leg, by the name of Brown. Miss Shakespeare wore 'em as long as she lived, and they was kept in the family till I bought 'em. A sister of one of his brother-in-laws was obleeged to part with 'em to get morphine." "I suppose you ask a large price for them?" says Betsey, examinin' 'em with a reverential look onto her countenance. "How much? How much you remind me of a favorite sister of mine who died when she was 15. She was considered by good judges to be the handsomest girl in North America. But business before pleasure. I ought to have upwards of $30 a head for 'em, but seein' it is you, and it hain't no ways likely I shall ever meet with another young girl that I feel under bonds to sell 'em to, you may have 'em for $13 and a half." "That is more money than I thought of expendin' today," says Betsey in a thoughtful tone. "Let me tell you what I will do. I don't care, seein' it is you, if I do get cheated. I am willin' to be cheated by one that looks so much like that angel sister. Give me $13 and a half, and I will throw in the pin that goes with 'em. I did want to keep that to remind me of them happy days at Old Stratford." And he took the breastpin out of his pocket and put it in her hand in a quick kind of a way. "Take 'em," says he, turnin' his eyes away. "Take 'em and put 'em out of my sight quick, or I shall repent." "I do not want to rob you of them," says Betsey tenderly. "Take 'em," says he in a wild kind of a way. "Take 'em and give the money quick, before I am completely unmanned." She handed him the money, and says he in agitated tones, "Take care of the earrings, and heaven bless you." And he catched up his things and started off in a awful hurry. Betsey gazed pensively out of the winder till he disappeared in the distance, and then she began to brag about her earrings as Miss Shakespeare's relics. Thomas Jefferson praised 'em awfully to Betsey's face when he came home, but when I was in the buttery cuttin' cake for supper, he come and leaned over me and whispered, "Who bought for gold the purest brass? Mother, who brought this grief to pass? What is this maiden's name? Alas! Betsey Bobbet." And when I went down cellar for the butter, he come and stood in the outside cellar door, and says he, "Who was she fooled, this lovely dame? How was her reason overcame? What is this lovely creature's name? Betsey Bobbet. That is just the way he kep' at it. He would kinder happen round where I was, and every chance he would get, he would have over a string of them verses, till it did seem as if I should go crazy. Finally I said to him, in tones before which he quailed, "If I hear one word more of poetry from you to-night, I will complain to your father," says I, wildly. "I don't believe there is another woman in the United States that suffers so much from poetry as I do. What have I done," says I, still more wildly, "that I should be so tormented by it?" says I. "I won't hear another word of poetry to-night," says I. "I will stand for my rights. I will not be drove into insanity with poetry." Betsey started for home in good season, and I told her I would go as fur as Squire Edwards's with her. Miss Edwards was out by the gate, and of course Betsey had to stop and show the earrings. She was just looking at 'em when the minister and Maggie Snow and Tirzah Ann drove up to the gate, and wanted to know what we was looking at so close, and Betsey, casting a proud and haughty look onto the girls, told him that "it was a pair of earrings that had belonged to the immortal Mr. Shakespeare's wife informally." The minute Elder Merton set eyes on 'em, "Why," says he, "my wife sold these to a peddler to-day." "Yes," says Tirzah Ann, "these are the very ones. She sold them for a dozen shirt buttons and a paper of pins." "I do not believe it," says Betsey, wildly. "It is so," said the minister. "My wife's father got 'em for her. They proved to be brass, and so she never wore them. Today the peddler wanted to buy old jewelry, and she brought out some broken rings, and these were in the box, and she told him he might have them in welcome, but he threw out the buttons and a paper of pins." "I do not believe it. I cannot believe it," says Betsey, gasping for breath. "Well, it is the truth," says Maggie Snow. She can't bear Betsey. "And I heard him say he would get 'em off unto some fool and make her think I am in such a hurry I must go," said Betsey, and she left without saying another word. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Nite of Troubles. Truly, last night was a night of troubles to us. We was kept awake all the forepart of the night with cats fightin'. It does beat all how they went on. How many there was of 'em I don't know. Josiah thought there was upwards of 50. I myself made a calm estimate of between 3 and 4. But I tell you they went in strong what there was of 'em. What under heaven they found to talk about so long, and in such unearthly voices, is a mystery to me. You couldn't sleep no more than if you was in pandemonium. And about 11, I guess it was, I heard Thomas Jefferson holler out of his chamber winder, it was Friday night and the children was both to home, says he, "You have preached long enough, brothers, on that text. I'll put in a 7thly for you." And then I heard a brick fall. "You've protracted your meetin' here plenty long enough. You may adjourn now to somebody else's window and exhort them a spell." And then I heard another brick fall. "Now I wonder if you'll come round on this circuit right away." Thomas Jefferson's room is right over our'n, and I raised up in the end of the bed and hollered to him to stop his noise. But Josiah said, "Do let him be. Do let him kill the old creeters. I am wore out." Says I, "Josiah, I don't mind his killin' the cats, but I won't have him talking about their holding a protracted meetin' and preachin'. I won't have it," says I. "Wall," says he, "do lay down. The most I care for is to get rid of the cats. Says I, you do have wicked streaks, Josiah, and the way you let that boy go on is awful, says I. Where do you think you will go to, Josiah Allen? Says he, I shall go into another bed if you can't stop talkin'. I have been kept awake till midnight by them creeters, and now you want to finish the night. Josiah is a real even-tempered man, but nothin' makes him so kinder fretful as to be kept awake by cats. And it is awfully mysterious too. For sometimes as you listen, you say mildly to yourself, how can a animal so small give utterance to a noise so large enough for a elephant? And then sometimes again as you listen, you will get encouraged, thinking that last yowl has really finished 'em, and you think they are at rest, and better off than they can be here in this world, utterin' such deathly and terrific shrieks, and you know you are happier. So you will be real encouraged and begin to be sleepy when they break out again all of a sudden, seemin' to say up in a small, fine voice, we won't go home till mornin', drawn out the mornin' in the most threatenin' and insultin' manner. And then a great hoarse grum voice will take it up. We won't go home till mornin'. And then they will spit fiercely and shriek out the appallin' words both together. It is discouragin', and I couldn't deny it, so I lay down and we both went to sleep. I hadn't more'n got into a nap when Josiah waked me up groanin', and says he, them darned cats are at it again. Well, says I coolly, you needn't swear so if they be. I listened a minute and says I, it hain't cats. Says he, it is. Says I, Josiah Allen, I know better, it hain't cats. Wall, what is it? Says he, if it hain't. I sot up in the end of the bed and pushed back my nightcap from my left ear and listened, and says I, it is a accordion. How come a accordion under our winder? Says he. Says I, it is Shakespeare Bobbet serenadin' Tirzah Ann, and he has got under the wrong winder. He leaped out of bed and started for the door. Says I, Josiah Allen, come back here this minute. Says I, do you realize your condition? You hain't dressed. He seized his hat from the bureau and put it on his head and went on. Says I, Josiah Allen, if you go to the door in that condition, I'll prosecute you. What do you mean actin' so tonight? Says I. You was young once yourself. I wasn't a confounded fool if I was young, says he. Says I, come back to bed, Josiah Allen. Do you want to get the Bobbetses and the Dobbses mad at you? Yes, I do, he snapped out. I should think you would be ashamed, Josiah, swearin' and actin' as you have tonight. And says I, you will get your death cold standin' there without any clothes on. Come back to bed this minute, Josiah Allen. It hain't often I set up, but when I do, I will be minded. So finally he took off his hat and come to bed, and there we had to lay and listen. Not one word could Tirzah Ann hear, for her room was clear to the other end of the house, and such a time as I had to keep Josiah in the bed. The first he played was what they call an involuntary, and I confess it did sound like a cat. Before they got to spittin' and tearin' out fur, you know they will go on kinder melancholy. He went on in that way for a length of time which I can't set down with any kind of accuracy. Josiah thinks it was about 2 hours and a half. I myself don't believe it was more than a quarter of an hour. Finally, he broke out singing a tune, the chorus of which was, "Oh, think of me, oh, think of me." "No danger of our not thinking on you," says Josiah. "No danger on it." It was a long piece, and he played and sung it in a slow and affectin' manner. He then played and sung the follerin'. Come, oh come with me, Miss Allen, the moon is beaming. Oh Tirzah, come with me, the stars are gleaming. All around is bright, with beauty teeming. Moonlight hours, in my opinion, is the time for love. My skiff is by the shore, she's light, she's free, to ply the feathered oar, Miss Allen, would be joy to me. And as we glide along, my song shall be, if you'll excuse the liberty, Tirzah, I love but thee, I love but thee. Chorus. Tra-la-la, Miss Tirzah, tra-la-la, Miss Allen, tra-la-la, my dear young maid. He then broke out into another piece, the chorus of which was, Curb, oh curb thy bosom's pain, I'll come again, I'll come again. No, you won't, says Josiah. You won't never get away. I will get up, Samantha. Says I, in low but awful accents, Josiah Allen, if you make another move, I'll part with you, says I. It does beat all how you keep actin' tonight. Hain't it as hard for me as it is for you? Do you think it is any comfort for me to lay here and hear it? Says I. That is just the way with you men. You hain't no more patience than nothin' in the world. You was young once yourself. Throw that in my face again, will you? What if I was? Oh, do hear him go on, says he, shaking his fist. Curb, oh curb thy bosom's pain. If I was out there, my young feller, I would give you a pain you couldn't curb so easy, though it might not be in your bosom. Says I, Josiah Allen, you have showed more wickedness tonight than I thought you had in you. Says I, would you like to have your pastor and Deacon Dobbs and Sister Graves hear your revengeful threats? If you was lying helpless on a sick bed, would you be throwing your arms about and shaking your fist in that way? It scares me to think a pardner of mine should keep actin' as you have, says I. You have fell 25 cents in my estimation tonight. Wall, says he, what comfort is there in his prowlin' round here, making two old folks lay all night in perfect agony? It hain't much after midnight, and if it was, says I, in a deep and majestic tone, do you calculate, Josiah Allen, to go through life without any trouble? If you do, you will find yourself mistaken, says I. Do be still. I won't be still, Samantha. Just then he begun a new piece, during which the accordion sounded the most melancholy and cast down it had yet, and his voice was solemn and affectin'. I never thought much of Shakespeare Bobbet. He is about Thomas Jefferson's age. His mustache is, if possible, thinner than his'n. Should say whiter, only that is a impossibility. He is just the age when he wants to be older, and when folks are willin' he should, for you don't want to call him Mr. Bobbet, and to call him Bub, as you always have, he takes as a deadly insult. He thinks he is in love with Tirzah Ann, which is just as bad as long as it lasts as if he was, just as painful to him and to her. As I said, he sung these words in a slow and affectin' manner. When I think of thee, thou lovely dame, I feel so weak and overcame, that tears would burst from my eyelid, did not my stern manhood forbid. For Tirzah Ann, I am a melancholy man. I scorn my looks. What are fur hats to such a wretch, or silk cravats? My feelin's pray to such extents, victuals are of no consequence. O Tirzah Ann, I am a melancholy man. As he waited on you from spellin' school, my anguish spurned all curb and rule. My manhood cried, be calm, forbear. else I should have tore out my hair. For Tirzah Ann, I was a melancholy man. As I walked behind, he little knew what danger did his steps pursue. I had no dagger to unsheath, but fiercely did I grate my teeth. For Tirzah Ann, I was a melancholy man. I'm wastin' slow. My last year's vests hang loose on me. My nightly rests are thin as gauze, and thoughts of you gashes 'em wildly through and through. Oh, Tirzah Ann, I am a melancholy man. My heart is in such a burning state, I feel it soon must conflagrate. But ere I go to be a ghost, what bliss couldst thou tell me thou dost? Sweet Tirzah Ann, think on this melancholy man. He didn't sing but one more piece after this. I don't remember the words, for it was a long piece. Josiah insists that it was as long as Milton's Paradise Lost. Says I, "Don't be a fool, Josiah, you never read it." "I have hefted the book," says he, "and know the size of it, and I know it was as long, if not longer." Says I again, in a cool, collected manner, "Don't be a fool, Josiah, there wasn't more than 25 or 30 verses at the outside." That was when we was talking it over to the breakfast table this morning, but I confess it did seem awful long there in the dead of the night, though I wouldn't encourage Josiah by saying so. He loves the last word now, and I don't know what he would be if I encouraged him in it. I can't remember the words, as I said, but the chorus of each verse was, "Oh, I languish for thee, oh, I languish for thee, wherever that I be, oh, 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 I am languishin' for thee, I am languishin' for thee." As I said, I never set much store by Shakespeare Bobbet, but truly everybody has their strong pints. There was quavers put in there into them ohs that never can be put in again by anybody. Even Josiah lay motionless listening to 'em in a kind of awe. Just then we heard Thomas Jefferson speaking out of the winder overhead. "My musical young friend, haven't you languished enough for one night? Because if you have, father and mother and I, being kept awake by other serenaders the forepart of the night, will love to excuse you, will thank you for your labors in our behalf, and love to bid you good evening, Tirzah Ann being fast asleep in the other end of the house. But don't let me hurry you, Shakespeare, my dear young friend. If you hain't languished enough, you keep right on languishin'. I hope I hain't hard-hearted enough to deny a young man and neighbor the privilege of languishin'." I heard a sound of footsteps under the winder, followed seemingly instantaneously by the rattling of the board fence at the extremity of the garden. Judging from the sound, he must have got over the ground at a rate seldom equalled and never outdone. A button was found under the winder in the mornin', lost off, we supposed, by the impassioned beats of a too ardent heart and a too vehement pair of lungs, exercised too much by the boldness and variety of the quavers during the last tune. That button and a few locks of Malta fur is all we have left to remind us of our sufferins. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4th of July in Jonesville. A few days before the 4th, Betsey Bobbet came into our house in the mornin', and says she, "Have you heard the news?" "No," says I, pretty brief, for I was jest putting in the ingrediences to a 6-quart pan loaf of fruit cake, and on them occasions I want my mind cool and unruffled. "Aspire Todd is goin' to deliver the oration," says she. "Aspire Todd, who's he?" says I, coolly. "Josiah Allen's wife," says she, have you forgotten the sweet poem that thrilled us so in the Jonesville Gimlet a few weeks since? I hain't been thrilled by no poem, says I, with an almost icy face pourin' in my melted butter. Then it must be that you have never seen it. I have it in my portmoney, and I will read it to you, says she, not heedin' the dark frown gatherin' on my eyebrow, and she began to read, A Questioning Sail Sent Over the Mystic Sea, by Professor Aspire Todd. So the majestic thunderbolt of feeling, out of our inner lives, our unseen beings flow, vague dreams revealing. Oh, is it so? Alas! Or no? How be it? Ah, how so? Is matter going to rule the deathless mind? What is matter? Is it indeed so? Oh, truths combined! Do the Magaloi Theoi still tower to and fro? How do they move? How flow? Monstrous, airy form, phantom sublime, come leer at me, and cadmian teeth my soul gnaw through chiliasms of time. Transcendentally and remorselessly gnaw. By what agency? Is it a law? Perish the vacuous in huge immensities. Hurl the broad thunderbolt of feeling free, the vision dies. So lulls the bellowing surf upon the mystic sea. Is it indeed so? Alas! Oh me! How this sweet poem appeals to tender hearts, says Betsey as she concluded it. How it appeals to tender heads, says I almost coldly, measuring out my cinnamon in a big spoon. Josiah Allen's wife, has not your soul never sailed on that mystical sea he so sweetly depictures? Not an inch, says I firmly, not an inch. Have you not never been haunted by sorrowful phantoms you would fain bury in oblivion's sea? Not once, says I, not a phantom. And says I, as I measured out my raisins and English currants, if folks would work as I do from mornin' till night and earn their honest bread by the sweat of their eyebrows, they wouldn't be tore so much by phantoms as they be. It is your shiftless creeturs that are always bein' gored by phantoms and havin' 'em leer at 'em, says I, with my spectacles bent keenly on her. Why don't they leer at me, Betsey Bobbet? Because you are intellectually blind, you cannot see. I see enough, says I. I see more'n I want to a good deal of the time. In a dignified silence, I then chopped my raisins impressively, and Betsey started for home. The celebration was held in Josiah's sugar bush, and I meant to be on the ground in good season, for when I have jobs I dread, I am for takin' 'em by the forelock and grapplin' with 'em at once. But as I was bakin' my last plum puddin' and chicken pie, the folks begun to stream by. I hadn't no idee there could be so many folks scairt up in Jonesville. I thought to myself, I wonder if they'd flock out so to a prayer meetin'. But they kep' a comin', all kind of folks, in all kinds of vehicles, from a 6-horse team down to peaceable lookin' men and women drawin' baby wagons with 2 babies in most of 'em. There was a stagin' built in most the middle of the grove for the leadin' men of Jonesville, and some board seats all round it for the folks to set on. As Josiah owned the ground, he was invited to set upon the stagin'. As I glanced up at that man every little while through the day, I thought proudly to myself, there may be nobler lookin' men there, and men that would weigh more by the steelyards, but there hain't a whiter shirt bosom there than Josiah Allen's. When I got there, the seats was full. Betsey Bobbet was just ahead of me, and says she, "Come on, Josiah Allen's wife, let us have a seat if we can obtain one, if we push and scramble enough." As I looked upon her carryin' out her doctrine, pushin' and scramblin', I thought to myself, If I didn't know to the contrary, I never should take you for a modest dignifier and retirer. And as I beheld her breathin' hard, and her elbows wildly wavin' in the air, pushin' in between native men of Jonesville and foreigners, I again methought, I don't believe you would be so sweaty and out of breath of votin' as you be now. And as I watched her labors and efforts, I continued to methink sadly, how strange, that retirin' modesty and delicacy can stand so firm in some situations, and then be so quickly overthrowed in others seemin'ly not near so hard. Betsey finally got a seat, wedged in between a large, healthy Irishman and a native constable, and she motioned for me to come on, at the same time pokin' a respectable old gentleman in front of her with her parasol to make him move along. Says I may as well die one way as another, as well expire a standin' up as in tryin' to get a seat, and I quietly leaned up against a hemlock tree and composed myself for events. A man heard my words, which I spoke about one half to myself, and says he, "Take my seat, mum." Says I, "No, keep it." Says he, "I am just comin' down with a fit. I have got to leave the ground instantly." Says I, "In them cases I will." So I sot. His tongue seemed thick, and his breath smelt of brandy, but I make no insinuations. About noon, Professor Aspire Todd walked slowly onto the ground, arm in arm with the editor of the Gimlet, old Mr. Bobbet follerin' him closely behind. Countin' 2 eyes to a person, and the exceptions are triflin', there was 750 or 60 eyes aimed at him as he walked through the crowd. He was dressed in a new, shinin' suit of black, his complexion was deathly, his hair was just turned from white, and was combed straight back from his forward, and hung down long over his coat collar. He had a big mustache, about the color of his hair, only bearin' a little more on the sandy, and a couple of pale blue eyes with a pair of spectacles over 'em. As he walked upon the stagin' behind the editor of the Gimlet, the band struck up, "Hail to the Chief that in triumph advances." As soon as it stopped playin', the editor of the Gimlet come forward and said, "Fellow citizens of Jonesville and the adjacent and surroundin' world, I have the honor and privilege of presenting to you the orator of the day, the noble and eloquent Professor Aspire Todd, Esquire." Professor Todd came forward and made a low bow. "Brethren and sisters of Jonesville," says he, "friends and patrons of liberty, in risin' upon this eroter, I have signified by that act a desire and a willingness to address you. I am not here, fellow and sister citizens, to outrage your feelin's by triflin' remarks. I am not here, male patrons of liberty, to lead your noble, and you female patrons, your tender footsteps into the flowery fields of useless rhetorical eloquence. I am here, noble brothers and sisters of Jonesville, not in a mephitical manner, and I trust not in a mentorial, but to present a few plain truths in a plain manner for your consideration. My friends, we are in one sense but tenifolious blossoms of life, or, if you will pardon the tergiversation, we are all but mineratin' tenorosters, hovering upon the illination of mythoplasm." "Just so," cried old Bobbet, who was settin' on a bench right under the speaker's stand, with his fat, red face lookin' up shinin' with pride and enthusiasm, and the brandy he had took to honor the old Revolutionary heroes. "Just so, so we be." Professor Todd looked down on him in a troubled kind of a way for a minute, and then went on.
Noble inhabitants of Jonesville and the rural districts, we are actinolytic beings. Each of our souls, like the alcalphia, radiates a circle of prismatic tentacles, showing the divine iridescent essence of which composed are they." "Just so," shouted old Bobbet louder than before. "Just so they did. I've always said so." "And if we are content to moulder out our existence, like fibrous, veticulated, polypus, clinging to the crustaceous courts of custom, if we cling not like soarin' prytanes to the phantoms that lower their scepters down through the murky waves of retrogression, endeavorin' to lure us upward in the scale of progressive bein', in what degree do we differ from the acolphia?" "Just so," says old Bobbet, looking defiantly around on the audience. "There he has got you. How can they?" Professor Todd stopped again, looked down on Bobbet, and put his hand to his brow in a wild kind of a way for a minute, and then went on. "Let us, noble brethren, in the broad field of humanity, let us rise, let us prove that mind is superior to matter, let us prove ourselves superior to the acalphia." "Yes, less," says old Bobbet. "Let's prove ourselves." "Let us shame the actinia," said the professor. "Yes, just so," shouted old Bobbet. "Let's shame him." And in his enthusiasm he got up and hollered again, "Let's shame him." Professor Todd stopped stone still, his face as red as blood. He drinked several swallows of water, and then he whispered a few words to the editor of the Gimlet, who immediately came forward and said, "Although it is a scene of touchin' beauty to see an old gentleman, and a bald-headed one, so in love with eloquence, and to give such remarkable proofs of it at his age, still it is the request of my young friend, and I am proud to say my young friend in regard to one gifted in so remarkable a degree, at his request I beg to be permitted to hint, that if the bald-headed old gentleman in the linen coat can conceal his admiration and suppress his applause, he will confer a favor on my gifted young friend, and through him indirectly to Jonesville, to America, and the great cause of humanity, throughout the length and breadth of the country." Here he made a low bow and sat down. Professor Todd continued his piece without any more interruption, until most the last, he wanted the public of Jonesville to "drowned black care in the deep waters of oblivion, mind not her mad throes of dissolvin' bein', but let the deep waters cover her black head and march onward." Then the old gentleman forgot himself, and sprung up and hollered, "Yes, drowned the black cat, hold her head under. What if she is mad? Don't mind her screamin'. There will be cats enough left in the world. Do as he tells you to. Let's drown her." Professor Todd finished in a few words and set down looking gloomy and morbid. The next speaker was a large, healthy-looking man who talked against women's rights. He didn't bring up no new arguments, but talked as they all do who oppose 'em. About women outragin' and destroyin' their modesty by bein' in the same street with a man once every 'lection day. And he talked grand about how woman's weakness aroused all the chivalry and nobility of a man's nature, and how it is his dearest and most sacred privilege and happiness to protect her from even a summer's breeze if it dared to blow too hard on her beloved and delicate form. Why, before he had got half through, a stranger from another world who had never seen a woman wouldn't have had the least idea that they was made of clay as man was, but would have thought they was made of some thin gauze, liable at any minute to blow away, and that man's only employment was to stand and watch 'em, for fear some zephyr would get the advantage of 'em. He called women every pretty name he could think of, and, says he, waving his hands in the air in a rapt eloquence, and beating his breast in the same, he cried, "Shall these weak, helpless angels, these seraphines, these sweet, delicate, cooing doves, whose only mission is to sweetly coo, these rainbows, these posies, vote? Never! My brethren, never will we put such hardships upon 'em." As he sat down, he professed himself and all the rest of his sect ready to die at any time and in any way women should say, rather than they should vote, or have any other hardship. Betsey Bobbet wept aloud, she was so delighted with it. Just as they concluded their frantic cheers over his speech, a thin, feeble-looking woman come by where I stood, drawing a large baby wagon with 2 children in it, seemingly a 2-year-old and a yearling. She also carried one in her arms who was lame. She looked so beat out and so ready to drop down that I got up and gave her my seat, and says I, "You look ready to fall down." "Am I too late," says she, "to hear my husband's speech?" "Is that your husband," says I, "that is laughing and talking with that pretty girl?" "Yes," says she with a sort of troubled look. "Well, he just finished." She looked ready to cry, and as I took the lame child from her breaking arms, says I, "This is too hard for you." "I wouldn't mind getting 'em on to the ground," says she. "I hain't had only 3 miles to bring 'em. That wouldn't be much if it wasn't for the work I had to do before I come." "What did you have to do?" says I in pitying accents. "Oh, I had to fix him off, brush his clothes and black his boots, and then I did up all my work, and then I had to go out and make 6 length of fence. The cattle broke into the corn yesterday, and he was busy writing his piece and couldn't fix it. And then I had to mend his coat," glancing at a thick coat in the wagon. "He didn't know but he should want it to wear home. He knew he was going to make a great effort, and thought he should sweat some. He is dreadful easy to take cold," says she with a worried look. "Why didn't he help you get along with the children?" says I in an indignant tone. "Oh, he said he had to make a great exertion today, and he wanted to have his mind free and clear. He is one of the kind that can't have their minds trammeled." "It would do him good to be trammeled — hard," says I, looking darkly on him. "Don't speak so of him," says she beseechingly. "Are you satisfied with his doin's?" says I, looking keenly at her. "Oh, yes," says she in a trustin' tone, lifting her careworn, weary countenance to mine. "Oh, yes, you don't know how beautiful he can talk." I said no more, for it is a invincible rule of my life not to make no disturbances in families. But I give the yearlin' pretty near a pound of candy on the spot, and the glances I cast on him and the pretty girl he was a-flirtin' with was cold enough to freeze 'em both into a male and female glazier. Lawyer Nugent now got up and said, that whereas the speaking was foreclosed, or in other words finished, he motioned they should adjourn to the dinner table, as the fair committee had signified by a snowy signal that fluttered like a dove of promise above waves of emerald, or in plainer terms by a towel, that dinner was forthcoming, whereas he motioned that they should adjourn sine die to the aforesaid table. Old Mr. Bobbet and the editor of the Gimlet seconded the motion at the same time, and Shakespeare Bobbet, wantin' to do somethin' in a public way, got up and motioned that they proceed to the table on the usual road. But there wasn't any other way, only to wade the creek. That didn't seem to be necessary, but nobody took no notice of it, so it was just as well. The dinner was good, but there was an awful crowd round the tables, and I was glad I wore my old lawn dress, for the children was thick, and so was bread and butter, and sass of all kinds, and jell tarts. And I hain't no shirk. I just plunged right into the heat of the battle, as you may say, waitin' on the children, and the spots on my dress skirt would have been too much for anybody that couldn't count 40. To say nothin' about old Mr. Peedick steppin' through the back breadth, and Betsey Bobbet catchin' holt of me and rippin' it off the waist as much as half a yard. And then a horse tied up behind the Widder Tubbs as I was bendin' down in front of her to get somethin' out of a basket, and she weighin' above 200, was precipitated into my straw bonnet, jammin' it down almost as flat as it was before it was braided. I come off pretty well in other respects, only about 2 yards of the rufflin' on my black silk cape was tore by 2 boys who got to fightin' behind me, and bein' blind with rage tore it off, thinkin' they had got hold of each other's hair. There was a considerable number of toasts drank. I can't remember all of 'em, but among them was these: "The Eagle of Liberty, may her quills lengthen till the proud shadow of her wings shall sweetly rest on every land." "The 4th of July, the star which our old forefathers tore from the ferocious mane of the howling lion of England, and set in the calm and majestic brow of E pluribus unum. May it gleam with brighter and brighter radiance, till the lion shall hide his dazzled eyes, and cower like a stricken lamb at the feet of E pluribus." "Dr. Bombus, our respected citizen, how he tenderly ushers us into a world of trial, and professionally and scientifically assists us out of it. May his troubles be as small as his morphine powders, and the circle of his joys as well rounded as his pills." "The press of Jonesville, the gimlet, and the auger, may they perforate the crust of ignorance with a gigantic hole, through which blushing civilization can sweetly peer into futurity." "The fair sect, first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of their countrymen, may them that love the aforesaid flourish like a green bayberry tree, whereas may them that hate them dwindle down as near to nothin' as the bonnets of the aforesaid." That piece of toast was Lawyer Nugent's. Professor Aspire Todd's was the last. "The luminous lamp of progression, whose seetherical shadows falling upon earthly matter, not promoting sciolism or siccity, may it illumine humanity as it tardigradely floats from matter's aqueous wastes to mind's majestic and aperous climes." Shakespeare Bobbet then rose up, and says he, "Before we leave this joyous grove, I have a poem which I was requested to read to you. It is dedicated to the goddess of Liberty, and was transposed by another female, who modestly desires her name not to be mentioned any further than the initials B.B." He then read the follerin spirited lines: "Before all causes east or west, I love the Liberty cause the best. I love its cheerful greetings. No joys on earth can e'er be found like those pure pleasures that abound at Jonesville Liberty meetings. To all the world I give my hand. My heart is with that noble band, the Jonesville Liberty Brothers. May every land preserved be, each clime that dotes on liberty, Jonesville before all others." The picnic never broke up till most night. I went home a little while before it broke, and if there was a beat-out creeter, I was. I just dropped my dilapidated form into a rockin' chair with a red cushion, and says I, There needn't be another word said. I will never go to another Fourth as long as my name is Josiah Allen's wife."
"You hain't patriotic enough, Samantha," says Josiah. "You don't love your country."
"What good has it done the nation to have me all tore to pieces?" says I. "Look at my dress, look at my bunnet and cape. Anyone ought to be ironclad to stand it. Look at my dishes," says I.
"I guess the old heroes of the Revolution went through more than that," says Josiah.
"Well, I hain't a old hero," says I, coldly.
"Well, you can honor 'em, can't you?"
"Honor 'em? Josiah Allen, what good has it done to old Mr. Lafayette to have my new earthen pie plates smashed to bits, and a couple of tines broke off of one of my best forks? What good has it done to old Thomas Jefferson to have my lawn dress tore off of me by Betsey Bobbet? What benefit has it been to John Adams or Isaac Putnam to have old Peedick step through it? What honor has it been to George Washington to have my straw bonnet flattened down tight to my head? I am sick of this talk about honorin' and liberty and duty. I am sick of it," says I. "Folks will make a pack horse of duty, and ride it to circuses and bullfights if we had 'em. You may talk about honorin' the old heroes and goin' through all these performances to please 'em. But if they are in heaven, they can get along without hearin' the Jonesville brass band, and if they hain't, they are probably where fireworks hain't much of a rarity to 'em." Josiah quailed before my lofty tone, and I relapsed into a weary and dilapidated silence. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Simon Slimpsey and his mournful forebodins. 2 or 3 weeks after this, Thomas Jefferson went to the schoolhouse to Meetin one Sunday night, and he broke out to the breakfast table the next mornin'. "Mother, I am sick of the Jews," says he. "I should think the Jews had a hard enough time a wanderin' for 40 years. It seems to me if I was in ministers' places, I would let 'em rest a little while now, and go to preachin' to livin' sinners when the world is full of 'em. There was 2 or 3 drunkards there last night, a thief, 4 hypocrites, and one little conceited creetur that thinks he knows more than his old minister," says I in a rebukin' tone. "Yes, I noticed Shakespeare Bobbet was there," says he calmly. "But wouldn't it have been better, mother, to have preached to these livin' sinners that are goin' to destruction round him, and that ought to be chased up and punched in the side with the gospel, than to chase round them old Jews for an hour and a half? Them old men deserve rest, and ought to have it." Says I, "Elder Wesley Minkle used 'em as a means of grace to carry his hearers towards heaven." Says Thomas, "I can go out in the woods alone, and lay down and look up to the sky, and get nearer to heaven than I can by follerin' up them old dead Jews." Says I in awful, earnest tones, "Thomas Jefferson, you are gettin' into a dangerous path," says I. "Don't let me hear another word of such talk. We should all be willin' to bear our crosses." "I am willin' to bear any reasonable cross, mother, but I hate to tackle them old Jews and shoulder 'em, for there don't seem to be any need of it." I put on about as cold a look onto my face as I could muster under the circumstances. I had been fryin' buckwheat pancakes, and Thomas J. turned to his father. "Betsey Bobbet talked in Meetin last night after the sermon, father. She said she knew that she was religious because she felt that she loved the brethren." Josiah laughed. The way he encourages that boy is awful. But I spoke in almost frigid tones, as I passed him his 3rd cup of coffee.
She meant it in a scriptural sense, of course." "I guess you'd think she meant it in a earthly sense, if you had seen her hang on to old Slimpsey last night. She'll marry that old man yet, if he don't look out." "Oh, pshaw!" says I, coldly. "She is paying attention to the editor of the Auger." "She'll never get him," says he. "She means to be on the safe side, and get one or the other of 'em. How stiddy she has been going to Meetin since old Slimpsey moved into the place." "You shall not make light of her religion, Thomas Jefferson," says I, pretty severely. "I won't, mother. I shouldn't feel right to, for it is light enough now. It don't all consist in talking in Meetin, mother. I don't believe in folkses using up all their religion Sunday nights, and then going without any all the rest of the week. It looks as shiftless in 'em as a 3-year-old had on a female. The religion that gets up on Sunday nights, and then sets down all the rest of the week, I don't think much of." Says I, in a tone of deep rebuke, "Instead of tending other folks's motes, Thomas Jefferson, you had better take care of your own beams. You'll have plenty work, enough to last you one spell." "And if you have got through with your breakfast," says his father, "you had better go and fodder the cows." Thomas J. arose with alacrity and went to the barn, and his father soon drew on his boots and follered him, and with a pensive brow I turned out my dishwater. I hadn't got my dishes more than half done, when, with no warnin' of no kind, the door bust open, and in tottered Simpson Slimpsey, pale as a piece of a white cotton shirt. I wildly sprung out of my dishcloth, and offered him a chair, saying in a agitated tone, "What is the matter, Simon Slimpsey?" "Am I pursued?" says he, in a voice of low frenzy, as he sunk into a wooden-bottomed chair. I cast 1 or 2 eagle glances out of the window, both ways, and replied in a voice of choked down emotion, "There hain't nobody in sight. Has your life been attacked by burglars and incendiaries? Speak, Simon Slimpsey, speak." He struggled nobly for calmness, but in vain, and then he put his hand wildly to his brow, and murmured in low and hollow accents, "Betsey Bobbet." I see he was overcome by as many as 6 or 7 different emotions of various anguishes, and I give him pretty near a minute to recover himself, and then says I, as I sadly resumed my dishcloth, "What of her, Simon Slimpsey?" "She'll be the death on me," says he, "and that hain't the worst on it. My soul is jeopardized on account of her. Oh," says he, groaning in a anguish, "could you believe it, Miss Allen, that I, a member of a Orthodox church and a father of 13 small children, could be compelled to swear? Behold that wretch! As I come through your gate just now, I said to myself, 'By Jupiter, I can't stand it so much longer.' And last night I wished I was a ghost, for I thought if I was a apparition, I could have escaped from her view. Oh," says he, groaning again, "I have got so low as to wish I was a ghost." He paused, and in deep and almost brooding silence I finished my dishes and hung up my dishpan. "She come rushin' out of Deacon Gowdy's as I come by just now to talk to me. She don't give me no peace. Last night she would walk tight to my side all the way home, and she looked hungry at the gate as I went through and fastened it on the inside." Again he paused, overcome by his emotions, and I looked pityingly on him. He was a small-boned man of about 70 summers and winters. He was always a weak, feeble, helpless critter, a kind of a underlin always. He never had any morals. He got out of morals when he was a young man and hain't been able to get any sense. He has always drinked a good deal of liquor, and has chawed so much tobacco that his mouth looks more like a old yellow spittoon than anything else. As I looked sadly on him, I see that age, who had plowed the wrinkles into his face, had turned the furrows deep. The cruel fingers of time, or some other female, had plucked nearly every hair from his head, and the ruthless hand of fate had also seen fit to deprive him of his eye winkers, not one solitary winker being left for a shade tree, as it were, to protect the pale pupils below, and they being a light watery blue, and the lids being inflamed, they looked sad indeed. Owing to afflictive providences, he was dressed up more than men generally be, for his neck being badly swelled, he wore a string of amber beads, and in behalf of his sore eyes he wore earrings. But truly outside splendor and glitter won't satisfy the mind and bring happiness. I looked upon his mournful face, and my heart melted inside of me, almost as soft as it could, almost as soft as butter in the month of August. And I said to him in a soothin' and encouragin' tone, "Maybe she will marry the editor of the Auger. She is payin' attention to him." "No, she won't," says he, in a solemn and affectin' way that brought tears to my eyes as I sot peelin' my onions for dinner. "No, she won't. I shall be the one. I feel it. I was always the victim. I was always downtrodden. When I was a baby, my mother had 2 twins, both of 'em a little older than me, and they almost tore me to pieces before I got into trouses. Maybe it would have been better for me if they had," says he in a musin' and mournful tone. I knew he thought of Betsey then, and heavin' a deep sigh, he resumed, "When I went to school and we played leapfrog, if there was a frog to be squished down under all the rest, I was that frog. It has always been so. If there was ever a underlin' and a victim wanted, I was that underlin' and that victim. And Betsey Bobbet will get round me yet. You see if she don't. Women are awful perseverin' in such things." "Cheer up, Simon Slimpsey. You hain't obleeged to marry her. It is a free country. Folks hain't obleeged to marry unless they are a mind to. It don't take a brass band to make that legal." I quoted those words in a light and joyous manner, hoping to rouse him from his despondency, but in vain, for he only repeated in a gloomy tone, "She'll get round me yet, Miss Allen. I feel it." And as the dark shade deepened on his eyebrow, he said, "Have you seen her verses in the last week's Auger?" "No," says I hain't." In a silent and hopeless way, he took the paper out of his pocket and handed it to me, and I read as follows: "A song, composed not for the strong-minded females who madly and indecently insist on rights, but for the retiring and delicate-minded of the sex, who modestly murmur, 'We will not have any rights, we scorn them.' Will some modest and bashful sista set it to music, that we may timidly but loudly warble it, and oblige, hers till death, in the glorious cause of women's only true Speah, Betsey Bobbet. Not for strong-minded women do I now tune up my Leah. Oh, not for them would I kindle up the sacred Feah. Oh, modest, bashful female, for you I tune up my lay. Although strong-minded women sneah, we'll conquer in the fray." Chorus: "Press onward, do not fear, sisters. Press onward, do not fear. Remember women's Speah, sisters. Remember women's Speah." It would cause some fun if poor Miss Wade should say of her boy Harry, "I shall not give him any trade, but bring him up to marry," and would cause some fun, of course, dear maids, if Miss Wade's Harry should lose his end and aim in life, and find no chance to marry. Chorus. Press onward, do not fear, sisters, etc. Yes, wedlock is our only hope, all o'er this mighty nation. Men are brought up to other trades, but this is our vocation. Oh, not for sense of love ask we ask not to be courted. Our watchword is to married be, that we may be supported. Chorus. Press onward, do not fear, sisters, etc. Say not, you're strong and love to work, are healthier than your brother, who for a blacksmith is designed. Such feelin's you must smother. Your restless hands fold up, or gripe your waist into a span, and spend your strength in looking out to hail the coming man. Chorus. Press onward, do not fear, sisters, etc. Oh, do not be discouraged when you find your hopes brought down, and when you meet unwilling men, heed not their gloomy frown. Yield not to wild despair, press on and give no quarter. In battle all is fair. We'll win, for we had order. Chorus. Press onward, do not fear, sisters. Press onward, do not fear. Remember Wimmen's spear, sisters. Remember Wimmen's spear. Well, says I, in a encouragin' tone, that hain't much different from the piece she printed a week or two ago, that was about Wimmen's spear. It is that spear that is a-goin' to destroy me, says he, mournfully. Don't give up so, Simon Slimpsey. I hate to see you lookin' so gloomy and depressed. It is the awful determination those lines breathe forth that appalls me, says he. I have seen it in another. Betsey Bobbet reminds me dreadfully of another. And I don't want to marry again, Miss Allen. I don't want to, says he, lookin' me pitifully in the face. I didn't want to marry the first time. I wanted to be a bachelder. I think they have the easiest time of it by half. Now, there is a friend of mine that never was married. He is just my age, or that is, he is only half an hour younger, and that hain't enough difference to make any account of, is it, Miss Allen? Says he, in a pensive and inquirin' tone. No, says I, in a reasonable accent. No, Simon Slimpsey, it hain't. Well, that man has always been a bachelder, and you ought to see what a head of hair he has got. Sound at the roots now, not a lock missing. I wanted to be one. She, my late wife, came and kept house for me and married me. I lived with her for 18 years, and when she left me, he murmured with a contented look, I was reconciled to it. I was reconciled for some time before it took place. I don't want to say anything against nobody that hain't here, but I lost some hair by my late wife, says he, putting his hand to his bald head in a abstracted way, as gloomy reflections crowded onto him. I lost a good deal of hair by her, and I hain't much left, as you can see, says he in a melancholy way. I did want to save a lock or two for my children to keep as a relict of me. I have 13 children, as you know, counting each pair of twins as two, and it would take a considerable number of hairs to go round. Again he paused, overcome by his feelin's. I knew not what to say to comfort him, and I poured onto him a few comfortin' adjectives. Maybe you are borrowin' trouble without a cause, Simon Slimpsey. With life there is hope. It is always the darkest before daylight. But in vain, he only sighed mournfully. She'll get round me yet, Miss Allen. Mark my words, and when the time comes, you will think of what I told you. His face was most black with gloomy apprehension, as he reflected again. You see if she don't get round me. And a tear began to flow. I turned away with instinctive delicacy and sought my pan of onions in the sink, but when I glanced at him again it was still flowin', and I said to him in a tone of about 2/3 pity and 1 comfort, "Chirk up, Simon Slimpsey, be a man." "That is the trouble," says he. "If I wasn't a man, she would give me some peace." And he wept into his red silk handkerchief, with a yellow border, bitterly. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of My Opinion and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Free Love Lectures. It was a beautiful morning in October. The trees in the woods nigh by had all got their new fall suits on, red and purple and orange, while further back the old hills seemed to be a-settin' up with a blue gauze veil on. There was a little mite of a breeze blowin' up through the orchard, where the apples lay in red and yellow heaps in the green grass. Everything looked so beautiful and fresh that as I went out on the doorstep to shake the tablecloth, my heart fairly sung for joy, and I exclaimed to Josiah in clear, happy tones, "What a day it is, Josiah, to gather the winter apples and pull the beets." He says, "Yes, Samantha, and after you get your work done up, don't you suppose you could come out and pick up apples a spell?" I told him in the same cheerful tones I had formerly used, that I would, and that I would hurry up my dishes as fast as I could and come out. But alas, how little do we know what trial a hour may bring forth. This hour brought forth Betsey Bobbet. As I went to the door to throw out my dishwater, I see her comin' through the gate. I controlled myself pretty well and met her with considerable calmness. She was in awful good spirits. There had been a lecture on Free Love to Jonesville. Professor Theron Gasher had been a lecturin' there, and Betsey had attended to it and was full of all the idee. She begun almost before she sot down, and says she, "Josiah Allen's wife, you can't imagine what new and glorious and soaring ideas that man has got into his head." "Let him soar," says I coldly. "It don't hurt me." Says she, "He is too soaring a soul to be into this cold, unsympathizing earth. He ought by good right to be in a warmer Speah." Says I coldly and almost frigidly, "From what I have heard of his lecture, I think so too, a good deal warmer." Says she, "He was to our house yesterday. He said he felt dreadful drawed to me, a kind of a holy drawing, you know. I never saw such a saintly, heavenly-minded man in my life. Why, he got into such a spiritual state, when mother went out of the room a minute, he kissed me more than a dozen times. That man is more than half a angel, Josiah Allen's wife." I gave her a look that pierced like sheet lightnin' through her toe frizzles, and went as much as half through her brain. "Hain't Theron Gusher a married man?" "Oh, yes, some." "Some!" I repeated in a cold accent. "He is either married or he hain't married, one or the other." And again I repeated coldly, "Is he a married man, Betsey?" "Oh, yes, he's been married a few times, or what the cold world calls marrying. He has got a wife now, but I do not believe he has found his affinity yet, though he has got several bills of divorcement from various different women trying to find her. That may be his business to Jonesville, but it does not become me to speak of it." Says I, "Betsey Bobbet," and I spoke in a real, solemn, camp meetin' tone, for I was talking on deep principle, says I, "You say he is a married man, and now to say nothin' of your own modesty if you have got any, and stand up onto clear principle, how would you like to have your husband, if you had one, round kissin' other women?" "Oh," says she, "his wife will never know it, never." If it is such a pious, heavenly thing, why not tell her of it?" "Oh, Professor Gusha says that some natures are too gross and earthly to comprehend how souls can meet, scorning and forgetting utterly those vile, low, clay bodies of ours. He does not think much of these clay bodies anyway." "These clay bodies are the best we have got," says I, "and we have got to stay in 'em till we die, and the Lord says to keep 'em pure, so he can come and visit us in 'em. I don't believe the Lord thinks much of those holy drawin's. I know I don't." Betsey sot silently twistin' her otter-colored bonnet strings, and I went on, for I felt it was my duty. "Married men are jest as good as them that hain't married for lots of purposes, such as talkin' with on the subject of religion, and polytics, and miscellaneous subjects, and helpin' you out of a double wagon, and etcetery. But when it comes to kissin', marryin' spile men in my opinion for kissin' any other woman, only just their own wives." "But suppose a man has mere clay wife?" says Betsey. Says I, "Betsey, Josiah Allen was goin' to buy a horse the other day that the man said was a 3-year-old. He found by lookin' at her teeth that she was pretty near 40. Josiah didn't buy it. If a man don't want to marry a clay woman, let him try to find one that hain't clay. I think myself that he will have a hard time to find one, but he has a perfect right to hunt as long as he is a mind to. Let him," says I in a liberal tone, "let him hire a horse and sulky, and search the country over and over. I don't care if he is 20 years a huntin' and comparin' women, a trying to find one to suit him. But when he once makes up his mind, I say let him stand by his bargain and make the best of it, and not try afterwards to look at her teeth." Betsey still sot silently twistin' her bunnet strings, but I see she was a musin' on some thought of her own, and in a minute or so she broke out, "Oh, what a soaring soul Professor Gusha is! He soared in his lecture to that extent that it seemed as if he would lift me right up and carry me off." For a minute I thought of Theron Gusher with respect, and then again my eye fell sadly upon Betsey, and she went on. "I came right home and wrote a poem on the subject, and I will read it to you." And before I could say a word to help myself, she begun to read. "Hymn of the Free Love Republic, by Betsey Bobbet. If females had the spunk of a mice, from man their foeman they would arise, their darning needles to infamy send, their dishcloth fetters nobly rend, from tyrant man would rise and flee, thus boldly whispered Betsey B. Chorus, females, have you a mice's will, you rise up and get a bill. But sweeter, sweeter 'tis to me when man hain't found affinity, but wedded unto lumps of clay to boldly rise and soar away. Ah, 'tis a glorious sight to see, thus boldly murmured Betsey B. Chorus, male men, have you a mice's will, you will rise up and get a bill. Haste, golden year, when all are free to hunt for their affinity, when wedlock's gate opens to all, the halt, the lame, the great, the small. Ah, blissful hour may these eyes see, these wishful eyes of Betsey B. Chorus, males, females, with a mice's will, rise up, and get a bill. For that will hasten on that day, that blissful time when none can say, scornful, I am more married than thee. For all will be married, and all won't be. But promiscuous like, oh, shall I see that blessed time, sighed Betsey B. Chorus, yes, if folks will have a mice's will, and will rise up and get a bill. You see, it repeats some, says Betsey as she finished readin'. But Professor Gusha wanted me to write a hymn to sing at their free love conventions,
and he wanted a chorus to each verse, a sort of war cry, that all could join in and help sing, and he says these soul-stirrin' lines, have you a mice's will, you will rise up and get a bill, have got the true ring to them. I had to kind o' speak against men in it. I hated to, awfully, but Professor Gusher said it would be necessary in order to rouse the masses. He says the almost withering sarcasm of this noble song is just what they need. He says it will go down to posterity side by side with Yankee Doodle, if not ahead of it. I know by his countenance that he thought it was superior to Mr. Doodle's hymn. But what think you of it, Josiah Allen's wife? I think, says I in a cautious tone, that it is about often a piece with the subject. Don't you think, Josiah Allen's wife, that it would be real sweet to get bills from men? It is a glorious doctrine for women, so freein' and liberatin' to them. Sweet, says I haughtily. It would be a pretty world, wouldn't it, Betsey Bobbet, if every time a woman forgot to put a button onto a shirt, her husband would start up and say she wasn't his affinity, and go to huntin' of her up, or every time his collar choked him. Oh, but women could hunt too. Who would take care of the children if they was both a huntin'? Says I sternly. It would be a hard time for the poor little innocents if their father and mother was both of 'em off a huntin'. Before I could free my mind any further about Professor Gusher and his doctrine, I had a whole houseful of company come, and Betsey departed. But before she went, she told me that Professor Gusher had heard that I was in favor of women's rights, and he was comin' to see me before he left Jonesville. The next day he came. Josiah was to the barn a thrashin' beans, but I received him with a calm dignity. He was a harmless lookin' little man, with his hair combed and oiled as smooth as a lookin'-glass. He had on a bell-crowned hat, which he lifted from his head with a smile as I come to the door. He wore a plaid jacket, and round his neck and hangin' down his bosom was a bright satin scarf into which he had stuck 2 big-headed pins with a chain hitched onto each of 'em, and he had a book under his arm. He says to me, most the first thing after he sot down, "You believe in women havin' a right, don't you?" "Yes, sir," says I, keenly lookin' up from my knittin' work. "Just as many rights as she can get holt of. Rights never hurt anybody yet." "Worthy statements," says he. "And you believe in free love, do you not?" "How free?" says I, coolly. "Free to marry anybody you want to, and as long as you want to, from half a day up to 5 years or so." "No, sir," says I, sternly. "I believe in rights, but I don't believe in wrongs. Of all the miserable doctrines that was ever let loose on the world, the doctrine of free love is the miserablest." "Free love!" I repeated in indignant tones. "It ought to be called free deviltry. That is the right name for it." He sunk right back in his chair, put his hand wildly to his brow, and exclaimed, "My soul aches. I thought I had found a congenial spirit, but I am deceived. My breast aches and scythes and pants." He looked so awful distressed that I didn't know what did ail him, and I looked pityin' on him from over my spectacles, and I says to him just as I would to our Thomas Jefferson, "Maybe your vest is too tight." "Vest!" he repeated in wild tones. "Would I had no worse trammels than store clothes, but it is the fate of reformers to be misunderstood. Woman, the pain is deeper, and it is a gnawin' me." His eyes was kinder rolled, and he looked so wilted and uncomfortable that I says to him in still more pityin' accents, "Hain't you got wind in your stomach? For if you have, peppermint essence is the best stuff you can take, and I will get you some." "Wind!" he almost shouted.
Wind? No, it is not wind. He spoke so deliriously that he almost scared me, but I kept up my placid demeanor and kept on knittin'. Wimmen, says he, I would right the wrongs of your sect if I could. I bear in my heart the woes and pains of all the aching female hearts of the 19 centuries. My knittin' dropped into my lap, and I looked up at him in surprise, and I says to him respectfully, No wonder you groan inside. It must hurt awfully. It does hurt, says he, but it hurts a sensitive spirit worse to have it mistook for wind. He see my softened face, and he took advantage of it and went on. Woman, you have been married, you say, goin' on 15 years. Hain't you never felt slavish in that time, and felt that you would gladly unbind yourself? Never, says I firmly. Never. I don't want to be unbound. Hain't you never had longings and yearnings to be free? Not a yearn, says I calmly. Not a yearn. If I had wanted to remain free, I shouldn't have give my heart and hand to Josiah Allen. I didn't do it deliriously. I had my senses. Says I, you can't set down and stand up at the same time. Each situation has its advantages, but you can't be in both places at once, and this tryin' to is what makes so much trouble amongst men and women. They want the rights and advantages of both stations to once. They want to set down and stand up at the same time, and it can't be did. Men and women hain't married at the p'int of the bayonet. They go into it with both their eyes open. If anybody thinks they are happier and freer from care without bein' married, nobody compels 'em to be married. But if they are, they hadn't ought to want to be married and single at the same time. It is unreasonable. He looked some convinced, and I went on in a softer tone. I hain't a goin' to say that Josiah hain't been tryin' a good many times. He has raved round some when dinner wasn't ready, and gone in his stockin' feet considerable, and been slack about kindlin' wood. Likewise I have my failin's. I presume I hain't done always exactly as I should about shirt buttons. Maybe I have scolded more night or two about his keepin' geese. But if men and women think they are marryin' angels, they'll find out they'll have to settle down and keep house with human critters. I never see a year yet that didn't have more or less winter in it. But what does it say? For better, for worse. And if it turns out more worse than better, why, that don't part us, for what else does it say? Till death does us part. And what is your little slip of paper that you call a bill to that? Is that death? Says I. He quailed silently, and I proceeded on. I wouldn't give a cent for your bills. I had just as lives walk up and marry any married man as to marry a man with a bill. I had just as lives, says I, a warmin' with my subject, I had just as lives join a Mormon at once. How should I feel to know there was another woman loose in the world, liable to walk in here any minute and look at Josiah, and to know all that separated 'em was a little slip of paper about an inch wide? My voice was loud and excited, for I felt deeply what I said, and says he in soothin' tones, I presume that you and your husband are congenial spirits. But what do you think of sorin' souls that find out when it is too late that they are wedded to mere lumps of clay? I hadn't fully recovered from my excited frame of mind, and I answered warmly, I never see a man yet that wasn't more or less clay, and to tell you the truth, I think just as much of these clay men as I do of these sorers. I never had any opinion of sorers at all. He sank back in his chair and sighed, for I touched him in a tender place, but, still clinging to his free love doctrine, he murmured faintly, Some women are knocked down by some men and dragged out." His meek tones touched my feelin's, and I continued in more reasonable accents. "Maybe if I was married to a man that knocked me down and dragged me out frequently, I would leave him a spell, but not 1 cent would I invest in another man, not a cent. I would live alone till he came to his senses, if he ever did, and if he didn't, why, when the great roll is called over above, I would answer to the name I took when I loved him and married him, hopin' his old love would come back again there, and we would have all eternity to keep house in." He looked so depressed as he sot leanin' back in his chair, that I thought I had convinced him, and he was sick of his business, and I asked him in a hopeful way, "Hain't there no other business you can get into besides preachin' up free love? Hain't there no better business? Hain't there no cornfields where you could hire out for a scarecrow? Can't you get to be United States Senator? Hain't there no other mean job not quite so mean as this that you could get into?" He didn't seem to take it friendly in me. You know friendly advice makes some folks mad. He spoke out kinder surly, and says he, "I hain't done no hurt. I only want everybody to find their affinity." That riled up the blood in me, and says I, with spirit, "Say that word to me agin if you dare." Says I, "Of all the mean words a married woman ever listened to, that is the meanest." Says I, "If you say affinity here in my house again, young man, I will holler to Josiah." He see I was in earnest and deeply indignant, and he catched up his hat and cane and started off, and glad enough was I to see him go. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elder Wesley Minkle's donation party. About 4 weeks afterwards, I had got my kitchen mopped out, clean as a pin, and everything in perfect order, and the dinner started. I was goin' to have beefsteak and rice puddin', and then I took a bowl of raisins and sot down to stun 'em, for I was goin' to bake a plum cake for supper. I will have good vittles as long as my name is Josiah Allen's wife. And it hain't only on my own account that I do it, but I do it, as I have observed before, from deep and almost cast iron principle. For as the greatest of philosophers have discovered, if a woman would keep her table spread out from year to year and from hour to hour, filled with good vittles, that woman would have a clever set of menfolks round. As I sot serenely stunnin' my raisins, not dreamin' of no trouble, I heard a rap at the door, and in walked Betsey Bobbet. I see she looked kinder curious, but I didn't say nothin', only I asked her to take off her things. She complied, and as she took out her tattin' and began to tat, says she, "I have come to crave your advice, Josiah Allen's wife. I am afraid I have been remissin' in my duty. Martin Farquhar Tupper is one of the most sweetest poets of the ages. My sentiments have always blended in with his beautiful sentiments. I have always flew with his thoughts, and soared with his soars. And last night, after I had retired to bed, one of his sublime ideas come to me with a power I never before felt. It knocked the bolted door of my heart open, and said in low, hollow tones as it entered in, 'Betsey Bobbet, you have not never done it.'" Betsey stopped a minute here for me to look surprised and wonderin', but I didn't. I stunned my raisins with a calm countenance, and she resumed, "Dear Tupper remarks that if anybody is goin' to be married, their future companion is upon the earth somewhere at the present time, though they may not have met him or her. and he says it is our duty to pray for that future consort. And, Josiah Allen's wife, I have not never done it." She looked agonized as she repeated to me, "Josiah Allen's wife, I have never prayed for him a word. I feel condemned. Would you begin now?" Says I coolly, "Are you going to pray for a husband or about one?" Says she mournfully, "A little of both." "Well," says I in a cautious way, "I don't know as it would do any hurt, Betsey." Says she, "I will begin to pray tonight. But that is not all I wish to crave your advice about. Folks must work as well as pray. Heaven helps them that help themselves. I am going to take a decided stand." Then she broke off kinder sudden, and says she, "Be you a-goin' to the fair and donation to the Methodist Church tomorrow night?" "Yes," says I am a-layin' out to go." "Well, Josiah Allen's wife, will you stand by me? There is not another female woman in Jonesville that I have the firm unwaverin' confidence in that I have in you. You always bring about whatever you set your hands to do, and I want to know, will you stand by me tomorrow night?" Says I, in a still more cautious tone, "What undertakin' have you got into your head now, Betsey Bobbet?" "I am going to encourage the editor of the Aga. That man needs a companion. Men are bashful and offish, and do not always know what is best for them. I have seen horses hang back on the harness before now. I have seen geese that would not walk up to be picked. I have seen children hang back from pikery. The horses ought to be made to go. The geese ought to be held and picked. The children ought to take the pikery if you have to hold their noses to make them. The editor of the Aga needs a companion. I am going to encourage that man tomorrow night, and I want to know, Josiah Allen's wife, if you will stand by me." I answered her in reasonable tones. "You know, Betsey, that I can't run. I am too fat, and then I am gettin' too old. Maybe I might walk up and help you corner him, but you know I can't run for anybody." Just then Josiah came in, and the conversation dropped down, viz., on the fair. Says Josiah, says he, "Brother Wesley Minkle is a honest, pure-minded man, and I shall go and shall give according to my ability, but I don't believe in 'em. I don't believe in doin' so much for ministers. The Bible says, let them live on the gospel. Why don't they? The old 'postles wasn't always having donations and fairs to get up money for 'em, and big salaries. Why don't they live like the 'postles?" Says I, "Josiah Allen, you try to live on clear gospel a spell, and see if your stomach wouldn't feel kinder empty." Says I, "The Bible says the laborer is worthy of his hire." Says I, "Folks are willin' to pay their doctors and lawyers and druggers and their tin peddlers and everybody else, only ministers, and if anybody has a slave's life, it is a good, conscientious minister." Says I, "Brother Wesley Minkle works like a dog." "I don't deny it," says Josiah, "but why don't he live like the 'Postle Paul?" Says I, "The 'Postle Paul didn't have to buy 40 or 50 yards of Merrimack calico and factory cloth every year. He didn't have to buy cradles and cribs and soothin' syrup, for he didn't have any babies to be cribbed and soothed. He didn't have to buy bunnets and Biographies and prunella gaiters and back combs and hairpins and et cetera, et cetera. He didn't have a wife and 7 daughters and 1 son, as Brother Wesley Minkle has got." Says I, almost warmly, "Every other man, only jest ministers, has a hope of layin' up a little somethin' for their children, but they don't think of doin' that. All they expect is to keep 'em alive and covered up." And says I, The congregation they almost slave themselves to death for, begreege that, and will jaw too, if they hain't covered up and dressed up slick. Sister Minkle wants her girls to look as well as the rest of the girls in the church. Says I, the 'Postle Paul wasn't a mother, Josiah. Not that I have anything against him, says I, more mildly. The conversation was interrupted here by Shakespeare Bobbet comin' after Betsey. They had company. Betsey returned with him, but her last words to me was, in a low, awful voice, "Will you stand by me, Josiah Allen's wife?" I sighed, and told her in a kind of a bland way I would see about it. The donatin' and fair occurred Wednesday night, and Josiah and me went early, Thomas J. and Tirzah Ann bein' off to school. And I carried as much and as good as anybody there, though I say it that shouldn't. I carried as good victuals, too, as there was, and I didn't scrimp in quantity neither. I was a-layin' out to carry 'em half a barrel of pork, and I made a big jar of butter and sold it and got the money for it, $5, and I atted Josiah to sell the pork and get the money for that. Says I, Brother Minkle and his wife have both come to years of understandin', and it stands to reason that they both know what they want better than we do, and money will buy anything. Josiah kind o' hung back, but I carried the day. And so we carried $15 in a envelope, and told Sister Minkle to open it after we got home. I didn't want 'em to thank us for it. It makes me feel just as mean as Pewsley. But some folks carried the littlest things. There was a family of 7 hearty men and women, and all they carried was a bookmark out of perforated paper and a plate of cookies. There was 7 bookmarks, for I counted 'em, and 14 pair of slips for the minister's only boy, who is home from school. And this same young man, Whitfield Minkle, had 24 neckties. Of course, there was some other things, a few sausage or so, a little flour, and some dried blackberries. But it does beat all what simple things some folks will carry. Shakespeare Bobbet carried the minister a pair of spurs. Thinks I to myself, what is he going to use them on, the sawhorse or the front gate? For they have kept him down so low that he is too poor to own any other steeds. And Betsey Bobbet brought him a poem of hers, all flowered off round the edges, and trimmed with pink ribbon. I hain't nothin' against poetry, but with a big family like Brother Minkle's, it did seem to me that there was other things that would be more nourishin' and go further. After we had left our victuals in the procession room, where we was goin' to eat, I marched into the meetin' house room, which was full of folks, and Brother Minkle came up to talk with me. I felt low-spirited, for Betsey's design wore on me. And when Brother Minkle took my hand in his'n and shook it in the purest and most innocent manner, and said, "Sister Allen, what is the matter? Are you have a exercise in your mind?" Says I to him, "Yes, Brother Minkle, I be." I turned the subject quickly then, for I abhor hypocrites, and I felt that I was a-deceivin' him. For whereas he thought I was havin' a religious exercise performin' in my mind, I was not. It was Betsey Bobbet's design that was a-wearin' on me. So I waved off the subject quickly, though I knew that like as not he would think I was a-backslidin', and was afraid he would catch me at it. Thinks is I, better let him think that I am a-slidin' back. I can endure false importations better than I can let myself out for a hypocrite. I waved off the subject, and says I, "That was a beautiful sermon of yours last Sunday, Brother Minkle." "You mean that from the text he overthrew the tables of the money changers and so forth. I am glad it pleased you, Sister Allen. I meant to hit a blow at gamblin' that would stagger it, for gamblin' is a prevailin' to a alarmin' extent." And then says he, plantin' himself firmly before me, "did you notice, Sister Allen, the lucid and logical manner in which I carried up the argument from the 1st to the 23rd?" I see then I was in for it. Brother Wesley Minkle hain't got another fault on earth as I know on, only jest a catchin' his church members and preachin' his sermons over to 'em. But I have said 100 times that I am glad he has got that, for it sets me more at rest about him on windy days. Not that I really s'pose he will ascend, but if he hadn't got that fault, I should be almost tempted to examine his shoulder blades occasionally, on the outside of his coat, to see if his wings was a sproutin', he is so fine and honest and unsuspicious. When his sermons are so long that they get up into the 20th lees and 30th lees, as they generally do, I can't say but what it is a little wearin' on you to stand still whenever he happens to catch you, in the store or street or doorstep, and have him preach 'em all over to you alone. You feel kinder curious, and then sometimes your feet will get to sleep. But on the present occasion I rejoiced, for it freed me for the time bein' from Betsey's design. He laid holt of that sermon and carried it all up before me through the 1st lees and the 10th lees, just as neat and regular as you could hist a barrel up the chamber stairs, and had just landed it before the 19th lee, which was, that all church members had ort to get together and wrestle with the awful vice of gamblin', and throw it and tread onto it. When Betsey Bobbet appeared before us suddenly with a big bag before her, and says she, "Here is the grab bag, you must grab." I never heard of the thing before, and it come so kind of sudden on me that I hung back at first. But there was a whole lot of folks lookin' on, and I didn't want to act odd, so I laid hold of it and grabbed it with both hands as tight as I could towards the bottom. Betsey said that wasn't the way, and then her design so goaded her that she bent forward and whispered in my ear, "The editor of the Aga got home tonight. He is expected here in half an hour. I expect you to stand by me, Josiah Allen's wife." I scythed heavily, and while I was scythin', Betsey asked Elder Minkle to grab, and he, thinkin' no hurt, bein' so pure-minded and unsuspicious and of such a friendly turn, he threw both arms around the bag, grabbed it, and held it tight. And then Betsey explained it to us. You had to pay 25 cents, and then you run your hand into the bag and had just what you happened to grab first. Then at that minute I see the power of pure and cast iron principle as I never seen it before. Betsey Bobbet and all other sorrows and sufferin' was for the minute forgot, and I was glad I had been born. With the look of a war horse when his mane tosses and he snorts, a smellin' of the battlefield, Elder Wesley Minkle catched the bag out of Betsey's tremblin' hand, threw it down onto the floor, and sot down on it. He looked peaceful then. He knew he had throwed the tempter, and got onto it, holdin' of it down. In the most tryin' and excitin' scenes of life, the good of the human race is my theme of mind, I am so wrapped up in it, and then, even in this glorious scene, I said to myself, "Ah, would that Adam had served them apples in the same way." Brother Minkle took out his red silk handkerchief and wiped his heroic but sweaty face, for it was warm in the Meetin house, and he being a large, portly man, principle had him up. And then such a sermon as he preached to Betsey Bobbet, it did my very soul good to hear. Says he, "It is gamblin', and gamblin' of the very worst kind too, for it is gamblin' in the name of God." "Oh," says Betsey, "dear and respected sir, the money is for you, and it is not gamblin', for there is not any wicked paper cards connected with it at all. It is only a sort of pious raffling in harmless pincushions and innocent rag children." Then did I see pure principle mountain up higher and higher. His honest fat face grew fire red with it, and says he, "No raffled pincushions shall ever enrich me. I scorn lucre that is obtained in that way. Not 1 cent of money, Betsey Bobbet, will I ever take that is realized from the sale of these ragged children. Not a ragged child shall be gambled for me, not a child." We was right under the gallery, and at this minute a fish hook was let down not but a little ways from us, and Shakespeare Bobbet, who stood by a basket full of things, hitched on a long hussy all made of different kinds of calico, and it went up a danglin' over our heads. As he catched sight of it, brother Wesley Minkle started up, and says he, to Betsey, in tones that would be replied to, "What does that mean?" Says Betsey, in almost tremblin' tones, "They paid 10 cents for fishin' once." Then says he, in tones that sounded some like distant thunder, "Do they know what they are goin' to get for their money?" "No, sir," says she, and she quailed to that extent that I almost pitied her. "More gamblin'!" he cried in fearful tones, and then he sprung for the hussy and shouted up the gallery to Shakespeare Bobbet, "I forbid you to draw this hussy another step. I forbid this hussy to be drawed up an inch further." He hung on to the hussy with both hands, and says he, with the fire of his old fore-grandfather in his eye, who was an orderly sergeant in the Revolution, "I'll see if there is goin' to be hussies gambled for in this way. I'll see if there is goin' to be such shameless doin's in my church." For the next half hour confusion reigned, but pure principle conquered. In the language of Scripture slightly altered to suit the occasion, he overthrew the grab bags and drove out the hussies and fish hooks. When peace reigned again, I grasped hold of his hand, and says I almost warmly, "You have done a good job, brother. Some folks may call it pious gamblin', but I never believed in it." Whitfield Minkle came up at that very minute, and says he, "That is just as I think," says he, in the language of Shakespeare. "It is stealin' the livery horses of heaven to carry the devil out a-ridin'." Or maybe I hain't got the very words, but it was somethin' to that effect. Says I never knew that Shakespeare Bobbet ever turned his head that way. And then says I, in a cordial way, "I am real glad you have got home, Whitfield. I guess I am about as glad to see you as anybody, unless it is your ma and 1 or 2 others." He thanked me, and said it seemed good to get home again, and then says he, "I suppose Tirzah Ann is well?" His face as he said this was as red as his necktie, but I didn't seem to notice it. I talked with him quite a spell about her, and told him both the children would be to home Saturday, and he must come up then, for Thomas Jefferson would be awful disappointed not to see him. He looked awful tickled when I asked him to come, and said he should certainly come, for he never wanted to see Thomas Jefferson so bad in his life. I don't make no matches, nor break none, but I hain't a-goin' to deny that Sister Minkle and I have talked it over, and if things go on, as they seem to be a-goin' between her Whitfield and our Tirzah Ann, there won't be no straws laid in their way, not a straw. Whitfield was called off by one of his sisters, and brother Wesley Minkle, standing in front of me, begun, "Sister Allen, I am very much like you. I believe in actin' up to our professions, and as I was about to remark in my 20thly, then that good, pure-minded man begun agin just where he left off. He had just lifted up his left hand and was p'inting it off with his right forefinger, and I was just thinking that most likely I had got my night's job in front of me, when unexpected the editor of the Auger came to speak to me, and Brother Wesley Minkle's being a true gentleman, stopped preaching to once and went to talking to Josiah. I looked sadly into the face of the editor of the Auger and sighed, for I knew that Betsey would soon begin to encourage him, and I pitied him. He said, "Howdy do," to me, and I said in a absent-minded way that I was, and I hoped it was so with him. And then I sighed again, and my 2 gray eyes looked sadly into his'n, which was butternut colored, for a spell, and then roamed off across the room on to Betsey. I see her a-fixin' on her waterfall more securely, and a-shaking out her Greek bender, and tightening her horsehair bracelets, and her lips moved as if she was beginning to pray. And I knew he had got to be encouraged, and I felt for him. The editor of the Auger followed my mournful gaze, and I was surprised to see the change in his butternut eye as it met hers, from what it had been in more former times precedin'. For whereas he had always looked at her with fear and almost agonizing apprehension, as if he realized his danger, now he looked full in her face as she smiled across the room at him, with a proud, haughty, and triumphant mien on him I could not understand. He gazed at her silently for I should think pretty near a half a minute, and then he turned to me with a sweet, contented smile curvin' his mustache, which had been colored a new, bright black, and says he to me with a peaceful and serene look on to Betsey, "How sweet it is, Josiah Ellen's wife, for a noble but storm-tossed bark to anchor in a beautiful calm. How sweet it is, when you see the ravenin' tempest a-smilin' at you, a-lowerin' at you, in the distance, to feel that it can't harm you, that you are beyond its reach. To see it in its former dread power a-drawin' near," Betsey had started to come towards us, "and feel that you are safe from it. Josiah Allen's wife, I feel safe and happy tonight." Betsey was stopped for the minute by Deacon Gowdy, but I knew it was only a momentary respite, and knowin' her design, how could I answer? I could only look gloomy into his face, and think sadly, how little we know when trials and dangers are ahead of us, how little we know when we are goin' to be encouraged. But he continued on in the same sweet, happy, triumphant tones, "Josiah Allen's wife, I believe you are my friend." "Yes, and your well-wisher," and says I almost wildly, "Whatever comes, whatever may happen to you, remember that I wished you well, and I pitied you." "Instead of pitying me, wish me joy," and he held out his right hand towards me. I hain't no hypocrite, and knowin' what I knew, how could I be so deceitful? I hung back and gripped hold of a breadth of my dress with my right hand. Says he, "I am married, Josiah Allen's wife. I was married a week ago tonight." I grasped hold of his right hand, which he still held out, with my right hand, and says I, "You take a load off'n my mind. Who to?" Says he, "The prettiest girl in Log London, where father lives." My emotions paralyzed me for nearly a quarter of a minute, and then says I, "Where is she?" "To her folks's," says he, "but she will be here next week." Betsey drew near. He looked calmly and fearlessly at her, but he murmured gently, "The twins will be a-wakin' up. I must be a-goin'," and he gently retreated. The first words Betsey said to me was, "Catch hold of me, Josiah Allen's wife. Catch hold of me. I am on the very point of swooning." Then I knew what Deacon Gowdy had been a-tellin' her. She looked like a blue ghost, trimmed off with otter color, for she had on a blue parmetta dress all trimmed with anatto-colored trimmin's. She murmured in almost incoherent words somethin' 'bout her dearest gazelle bein' a dyin' and her wantin' to be took off to her buryin' ground. But I knew it was no time for me to show my pity. True friendship demanded firmness and even sternness, and when she asked me wildly again to "catch hold of her," I says to her coldly, "Catch hold of yourself, Betsey Bobbet." "My my dearest gazelle is a dyin'. My hopes are witherin'," says she, shettin' up her eyes and kinder staggerin' up against the wall. Says I in tones as old 0, or pretty nigh as cold as that old man, "Let 'em wither." But I see I must come out still more plainer, or she would make a public circus of herself, and says I, pushin' her into a corner and standin' up in front of her, so as to shut off the audience from her face, for she was a cryin', and she did indeed look ghostly, "Betsey Bobbet, the gazelle is married, and there hain't no use in your follerin' on that trail no longer. Now," says I, "take your bunnet and go home and collect yourself together. And," says I, generously, "I will go with you as far as the door." So I got her started off, as quick and as quiet as I could, and I guess there wasn't more'n 7 men and 14 women that asked me as I came back in, if it was the editor of the Auger that Betsey was a cryin' about, and if I ever see such a idiot in my life. I answered them in a kind of blind way, and it broke up pretty soon. When Josiah and me went home, as we passed Mr. Bobbets's, I looked up into Betsey's winder, which fronted the road, and I see Betsey set by her table a-writin'. Her lips were firmly closed, and she was a-cryin', her cheeks looked holler, and I knew that her teeth was out, so I felt that she was writin' poetry. I was right, for in the next week's Gimlet these verses came out. These lines was wrote onto the top of 'em. We do not wish to encourage the feeling of revenge in our fair contributor's fair breast, but this we will say, that on some occasions revenge is a noble feeling, and almost leans over against virtue's side. And though we do not wish to be personal, no one could scorn it more than we do, but we say, and we say it with the kindest feelings towards him, that the E of the A is a villain. Editor of the Gimlet. A Josiah by Betsey Bobbet. Methinks I soon shall pass away. I have seen my last gazelle expire. Dear friends, I do not wish to stay. To be a ghost is my desire. Revenge is sweet as honey a'most. Methinks 'twere sweet to be a ghost. I would not be a seraphim, for far a sweeter sight would be, on bedpost sitting, twitting him of his deceit and perfidy. I'd rather be a dreadful ghost, a sitting on a certain post. I can give up my heavenly claim, my seat upon the heavenly quire, to feel another wilder aim. To be a ghost is my desire. Ah, yes, I'd rather be a ghost and sit upon a certain post. Methinks he'd cover up his head and groan and writhe and maybe swear and scythe, I wish she wasn't dead. But still I'll keep a-sittin' there. As long as I remain a ghost, I'll hang around a certain post. Another certain person may, with terror, wish she hadn't had the wretch who made me pass away. Maybe she'll wish I wasn't dead. In vain, for still my dreadful ghost shall glare on her from a certain post. To think how I my brain have racked on lays for him, my stomach cramp, my bended form, my broken back, my blasted hopes, my wasted lamp. Oh, then I long to be a ghost, to hang around a certain post. My soul, it pants, my crazed brain spins, to think how gushed my fond heart's flow, my sympathy for certain twins, and then to think he used me so. But soon, soon I'll be a ghost, a hunting round a certain post. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wimmen's Speah. One bright, beautiful day, I had got my mornin's work all done up, and had sot down to double some carpet yarn, and Josiah sot behind the stove, blacking his boots, when Betsey come in for a mornin's call. She hadn't sot but a few minutes, when, says she, I saw you was not down to the lecture night before last, Josiah Allen's wife. I was sorry that I attended to it, but my uncle's people where I was visitin' went, and so I went with them. But I did not like it. I do not believe in women's havin' any rights. I believe it is real bold and unwomanly in her to want any rights. I think it is not her Speah, as I remarked last night to our deah new preacher. As we was a-comin' out, after the lecture, the fringe of my shawl catched on to one of the buttons of his vest, and he could not get it off. And I did not try to. I thought it was not my place. So we was obleeged to walk close together, clear through the hall, and as I said to him, after I had inquired if he did not find it very lonesome here, says I, it is not women's Speah to vote. And says I, do you not think it is women's nature naturally to be clingin'? I do, says he. Heaven knows I do. And he leaned back with such an expression of stern despair onto his classic features that I knew he felt it strongly. And I said the truth. I do not believe women ought to vote. Nor I, nuther, says Josiah. She hain't got the requisite strength to vote. She is too fragile. Just at this minute the boy that draws the milk come along, and Josiah, says he to me, I am in my stockin' feet, Samantha. Can't you just step out and help Thomas Jefferson on with the can? Says I, if I am too fragile to handle a paper vote, Josiah Allen, I am too fragile to lift 150 pounds of milk. He didn't say nothin', but he slipped on his rubbers and started out, and Betsey resumed. It is too revoltin' to female delicacy to go to the polls and vote. Most of all the female ladies that revolve around in the high circles of Jonesville aristocracy agree with me in thinkin' it is real revoltin' to female delicacy to vote. Female delicacy, says I in an austere tone. Is female delicacy a plant that withers in the shadder of the pole, but flourishes in every other condition only in the shadder of the pole? Says I in a tone of witherin' scorn. Female delicacy flourishes in a ballroom, where these sensitive creeters, with dresses on indecently low in the neck, will waltz all night with strange men's arms round their waists. Says I. You have as good as throwed it in my face, Betsey Bobbet, that I hain't a modest woman, or I would be afraid to go and vote. But you catch me with a low neck dress on, Betsey Bobbet, and you will catch me on my way to the asylum, and there hain't a old deacon, or minister, or presidin' elder in the Methodist church that could get me to waltz with 'em, let alone waltzin' with promiscuous sinners. And, says I, in the deep, calm tone of settled principle, if you don't believe it, bring on your old deacons and ministers and presidin' elders, and try me. You are gettin' excited, Samantha, says Josiah. You just keep blackin' your boots, Josiah Allen. I hain't talkin' to you. Betsey, is it any worse for a female woman to dress herself in a modest and Christian manner, with a braize veil over her face and a brass-mounted parasol in her hand, and walk decently to the poll and lay her vote on it, than to be introduced to a man who, for all you know, may be a retired pirate, and have him walk up and hug you by the hour to the music of a fiddle and a bass violin." "But if you vote you have got to go before a board of men, and how tryin' to delicacy that would be." "I went before a board of men when I joined the Meetin house, and when I get the premium for my rag carpet, I still live and call myself a respectable character. But," says I, in a vein of unconcealed sarcasm, "if these delicate ball characters are too modest to go in broad daylight armed with an umbrella before a venerable man settin' on a board, let 'em have a good old female board to take their votes." "Would it be lawful to have a female board?" says Betsey. "Women can be on boards at charity schools. Poor little paupers. Pretty hard boards they find 'em sometimes. And they can be boards at fairs and hospitals and penitentiaries and picnics and African missions, and would it be any worse to be a board before these delicate women?" says I, almost carried away with enthusiasm. "I would be a board myself." "Yes, you would make a pretty board," says Josiah. "You would make quite a pile of lumber." I paid no attention to his sarcastic remark, and Betsey went on. "It would be such public business, Josiah Allen's wife, for a woman to receive votes." "I don't know as it would be any more public business than to sell Episcopal pincushions, Methodist ice cream, or Baptist watermelons by the hour to a promiscuous crowd." "But," says Betsey, "'twould devour too much of a female's time. She would not have time to vote and perform the other duties that are incumbent upon her." Says I, "Women find time for their everlastin' tattin' and crochetin'. They find plenty of time for their mats and their tidies, their flirtations, their feather flowers, and bead flowers, and hair flowers, and burr flowers, and oriental paintin's, and Grecian paintin's, and face paintin's. They spend more time a frizzin' their front hair than they would to learn the whole Constitution by heart. And if they get a new dress, they find plenty of time to cut it all up into strips, just to pucker it up and set it on again. They can dress up in their best and patrol the streets as regular as a watchman, and lean over the counter in dry goods stores till they know every nail in 'em by heart. They find plenty of time for all this, and to go to all the parties they can hear of, and theaters, and concerts, and shows of all kinds, and to flirt with every man they can lay hold of, and to cover their faces with their fans and giggle. But when it comes to an act as simple and short as putting a letter into the post office, they are dreadful short on it for time." "But," says Betsey, "the study that would be inevitable on a female in order to make her vote intelligibly, would it not be too wearin' on her?" "No, not a single bit. S'posen these soft, fashionable women should read a little about the nation she lives in, and the laws that protects her if she keeps 'em, and hangs and imprisons her if she breaks 'em? I don't know but it would be as good for her as to pore over novels all day long," says I. "These very women that think the President's bureau is a chest of drawers where he keeps his fine shirts, and the tariff is a wild horse the senators keep to ride out on, these very women that can't find time to read the Constitution, let 'em get on to the track of a lovesick hero and a swoonin' heroine, and they will wade through half a dozen volumes, but what they will foller 'em clear to Finis to see 'em married there," says I, warmin' with my subject. "Let there be a young woman hid in a certain hole guarded by 110 pirates, and a young man tryin' to get to her, though at present lyin' heavily chained in a underground dungeon with his rival settin' on his back, what does a woman care for time or treasure till she sees the pirates all killed off with one double revolver, and the young woman lifted out swoonin' but happy by the brave hero. Says I, in a deep camp meetin' voice, if there had been a woman hid in the island of Patmos, and Paul's letters to the churches had been love letters to her, there wouldn't be such a thick coat of dust on Bibles as there is now. But if women don't read about the laws, they'll know as much as some other folks do. I have seen men voters, says I, and I cast a stern glance onto Josiah as I spoke, whose study international affairs didn't wear on 'em enough to kill 'em at all. I have seen voters, says I, with another cuttin' look at him, that didn't know as much as their wives did. Josiah quailed a very little as I said this, and I continued on. I have seen Irish voters whose intellects wasn't tiresome to carry round, and whose knowledge concernin' public affairs wasn't so good as it was about rum, and who would sell their votes for a drink of whiskey and keep it up all day, votin' and drinkin' and then drinkin' and votin', and I guess women won't do any worse. Betsey almost quailed before my lofty glance and voice, but continued on cleavin' to the subject. How awful and revoltin' it would sound to hear the fat and softer sex talking about tariffs and carcasses. I don't know, says I, but I had as lives hear 'em talk about carcasses as to hear 'em backbitin' their neighbors and tearin' the characters of other women into bits, or talkin' about such little things as women will. Why, in a small place, a woman can't buy a calico apron without the neighborhood holdin' an inquest over it. Some think she ort to have it, some think it is extravagant in her, and some think the set flower on it is too young for her, and then they will all quarrel again whether she ort to make it with a bib or not. Says I, the very reason why men's talk as a general thing is nobler than women's is because they have nobler things to think about. Says I, Betsey Bobbet, when did you ever know a passel of men to set down and spend a whole afternoon talking about each other's vest, and mistrustin' such a feller painted? Fill a woman's mind with big, noble-sized thoughts, and she won't talk such little backbitin' gossip as she does now. Josiah Allen's wife, says Betsey, I shall always say it is not women's Speah to vote. No, says Josiah, it hain't. Women would vote for the handsomest men and the men that praised their babies. They wouldn't stand up onto principle as men do. And then, how they would clog up the road 'lection day, trying to get all the news they could. Women have got such itchin' ears. Itchin' ears, says I. Principle, says I, in low but awful deep tones of voice. Josiah Allen, it seems to me that I wouldn't try to stand up onto principle again till the pantaloons are wore out you hired a man with to vote your ticket. He begun to look sheepish at once, and I continued in still more awful accents, Talk about itchin' ears, Josiah Allen. Here you have sot all the mornin' blackin' your boots. You have rubbed them boots till you have most rubbed holes through 'em, just for an excuse to sit here and hear me and Betsey Bobbet talk. And it hain't the first time nother, for I have known you, Josiah Allen, when I have had female visitors, to leave your work and come in and lay on that lounge behind the stove till you was most sweltered, pretendin' you was readin'. I was readin', says Josiah, drawin' on his boots. I have catched you laughin' over a funeral sermon and a president's message. What is there hilarious in a funeral sermon, Josiah Allen? What is there exhilaratin' in a president's message? Wal, says he, I guess I'll water the steers. I should think you had better, says I coolly, and after he went out, Betsey resumed, Josiah Allen's wife, I still say it is not women's Speah to vote. And she continued, I have got a few verses in my pocket, which I composed that night after I returned from the lecture, which embody into them the feelings of my soul concerning women's Speah. I went to my chamber and let down my back hair and took out my teeth. I always feel more free somehow and poetic with my hair down and my teeth out. And there I wrote these stanzas, and seeing it is you, I will read them to you. My firm and cast iron principles forbid my wishin' in a reckless way that I wasn't myself, and I was in my own house, and hospitality forbid my orderin' her in stern accents not to read a word of 'em. So I submitted, and she read as follows. Women's Speah, or Whisperins of Nature to Betsey Bobbet. Last night as I meandered out to meditate apart, secluded in my parasol, deep subjects shook my heart. The earth, the skies, the prattling brooks, all thundered in my ear. It is matrimony that is a woman's Speah. Day with a red-shirred bonnet on, had down for China started. Its yellow ribbons fluttered o'er her head as she departed. She seemed to wink her eyes on me as she did disappear, and say, it is matrimony, Betsey, that is a woman's Speah. A rustic had broke down his team, I mused almost in tears. How can a yoke be borne along by half a pair of steers? Even thus in wrath did nature speak, here, Betsey Bobbet, here, it is matrimony that is a woman's Speah. I saw a pair of roses like wedded partners grow. Sharp thorns did pave their mortal path, yet sweetly did they blow. They seemed to blow these glorious words into my willing ear. It is matrimony that is a woman's Speah. Two gentle sheep upon the hills, how sweet the twain did run, as I meandered gently on and sat down on a stun. They seemed to murmur sheepishly, "Oh, Betsey Bobbet, dear, it is matrimony that is a woman's Speah." Sweet was the honeysuckle's breath upon the ambient air. Sweet was the tender coo of doves, yet sweeter husband's air. All nature's voices poured these words into my willing ear. B. Bobbet, it is matrimony that is a woman's Speah. The above are my sentiments, says she, as she folded up the paper. I am a married woman, says I, and I hain't got nothin' to say against marryin', especially when Josiah's back is turned. I don't believe in bein' underhanded. But there are a great many widows and unmarried women in the world. What are they to do? Let them take heed to those glorious and consolin' words, it is matrimony that is a woman's Speah. Shet up about your Speahs, says I, gettin' wore out. You may sing it, Betsey Bobbet, and ministers may preach it, and writers may orate about it, that it is women's only Speah to marry. But what are you goin' to do? Are you goin' to compel men to marry all the women off? Says I, with a penetratin' look onto Betsey. I have seen women that was willin' to marry, but the men wasn't forthcomin'. What are they to do? What are the women to do whose faces are as humbly as a plate of cold greens? Says I, in stern tones. Are men to be pursued like stricken deers by a mad mob of humbly women? Is a woman to go out into the street and collar a man and order him to marry her? I am sick of this talk about its being a woman's only Speah to marry. If it is a woman's only Speah to marry, the Lord will provide her with a man. It stands to reason he will. One that will suit her too. One that will come just as natural for her to leave all the rest of the world and foller, as for a sunflower to foller on after the sun. One that she seems to belong to, just like North and South America, joined by nature unbeknown to them ever since creation. She'll know him if she ever sees him, for their two hearts will suit each other just like the two halves of a pair of shears. There are marriages that Heaven signs the certificates of, and this marryin' for a home, or for fear of bein' called a old maid, is no more marriage in the sight of God, no more true marriage, than the blush of a fashionable woman that is bought for 10 cents an ounce and carried home in her pocket is true modesty." There was a pause, during which Betsey quailed some, and I then resumed again, in the same lofty tones, and I don't know but a little loftier. "There is but one thing that makes marriage pure and holy in the sight of God." "And what is that?" says Betsey in an inquirin' tone. "Love," says I in a full, clear tone. "Love such as angels feel for one another, love such as Samantha Smith felt for Josiah Allen, though why I loved him, Heaven knows I don't. But I couldn't help it, and I would have lived single till them days we read of, if I hadn't. Though for what reason I loved him," I continued musinly and almost lost in deep retrospectin', "I don't know. I don't believe in rehearsin' privacies and braggin' about such things, but in the name of principle I speak. A richer man wanted me at the same time, a man that knew half as much agin at least as Josiah. I no need to have wet the ends of my fingers in dishwater if I had married the other one, but I couldn't do it. I loved Josiah, though why," and again I plunged into deep abstraction as I murmured to myself, "though why I did, I don't know." "In them days," says I, risin' up again out of my reverie, "in them days to come, when men and women are independent of each other, marriage will be what it ought to be, for folks won't marry unless God unites their hearts so close they can't get 'em apart nohow. They won't be tackled together by any old rotten ropes of interest and accommodation that are liable to break into pieces any minute, and in them days the hands of divorce writers won't be so lame as they be now." "I cannot comprehend," says Betsey, "how women's votin' will change the reprehensible idea of marryin' for a home, or for fear of being ridiculed about. If it will, I cannot see." "Can't you see daylight, Betsey Bobbet, when the sun is mountin' up into the clear horizon?" says I in a eloquent voice. "It stands to reason that a woman won't marry a man she don't love for a home if she is capable of makin' one for herself. Where's the disgrace of bein' a old maid, only women are kinder dependent on men, kinder waitin' to have him ask her to marry him so as to be supported by him? Give a woman as many fields of work in as men have, and as good wages, and let it be thought just as respectable for 'em to earn their livin' as for a man to, and that is enough. It riles me to hear 'em talk about women's wantin' to wear the breeches. They don't want to. They like calico better than broadcloth for steady wear. They like muslin better than kersey mere for handsome. And they have a natural hankerin' after the good opinion and admiration of the other sect, but they can do better without that admiration than they can without victuals." "Yes," says Betsey, "men do admire to have women clingin' to 'em, like the vine to a stately tree, and it is indeed a sweet view." "So 'tis, so 'tis," says I. "I never was much of a clinger myself. Still, if females want to cling, I hain't no objection. But," says I, in reasonable tones, "as I have said more'n 100 times, if men think that women are obleeged to be vines, they ought to feel obleeged to make trees of themselves, for 'em to run up on. But they won't, some of 'em. They will not be trees. They seem to be sot against it. And as I have said, what if a vine hain't no tree convenient to cling to? Or if she has, What if the tree she clings to happens to fall through inherent rottenness at the core, thunder and lightnin' or et cetery? If the string breaks, what is to become of the creeper if it can't do nothin' but creep? Says I, it is all well enough for a rich woman to set in a velvet gown with her feet on the warm hearth and wonder what makes the poor drunkard's wife down in the street shiver. Let her be out once with her bare feet in the snow, and she'll find out. It hain't the rich, happy, comfortable clingers I am talking in behalf of, but the poor shiverers outside who hain't nothin' to cling to." "Wimmen's Speah," began Betsey. "Wimmen's Speah," says I, interrupting her in a majestic tone before which Betsey quailed imperceptibly, "Wimmen's Speah is where she can do the most good. If God had meant that women should be nothin' but men's shadders, he would have made ghosts and phantoms of 'em at once. But havin' made 'em flesh and blood, with brains and souls, I believe he meant 'em to be used to the best advantage. And the talk about women havin' to fight and men wash dishes if women vote is all sheer nonsense. In the Baptist church where women vote, I don't see as they act different from other women, and I don't see as the Baptist men act any more sheepish than common men." Says I, "It is just as ridiculous to say it would make a woman act coarse and rampage round to vote, as to say that kissin' a pretty baby or lovin' books and music and pictures makes a man a hen huzzy." Says I, carried away with powerful emotions, "You may shet a lion up for years in a room full of cambric needles and tatten shettles, and you can't get him to do anything but roar at 'em. It hain't a lion's nature to do fine sewin'," says I, "and you may tie up a old hen as long as you please, and you can't break her of wantin' to make a nest and scratch for her chickens." Says I, wavin' my right hand slow and majestically, "You may want a green shade onto the front side of your house, and to that end and effect you may plant a acorn and set out a rose bush, but all the legislators in creation can't make that acorn tree blow out with red posies, no more than they can make that rose bush stand up straight as a giant. And their bein' planted by the side of each other, on the same ground and watered out of the same waterin' jug, won't alter their natural turn. They will both help shade the winder, but do it in their own way, which is different. And men and women votin' side by side would no more alter their natural dispositions than singin' one of Watts's hymns together would. One will sing bass and the other air, so long as the world stands." "Josiah Allen's wife," says Betsey, "I think your views are erroneous. We cannot think alike about clingin', we also differ in our views about carcasses. When I consider that 'lections and carcasses come once every year, then comes home the solemn feelin' how wearin' it would be for a female to drop all her domestic labors and avocations and be present at them. Josiah Allen's wife, let us s'posen the case, s'posen a woman is a washin' or churnin' butter, how could she leave this labor to go and vote?" I was so wore out that, says I, "We will s'posen the case. S'posen a woman is a fool, how can she talk common sense?" Says I, with so impatient a gesture that I broke off a thread and had to tie it on again, "You are goin' over the same old ground agin of a woman's time. Says I, "Women can drop all their domestic labors and go to fairs, town fairs and county fairs and state fairs if she can get to 'em. She will be on the ground in time to see the first punkin and bedquilt carried on to it, and she will stay to see the last horse trot his last trot. She can find time for picnics and pleasure excursions and celebrations and 4th of July, that last all day, and it would take about half a minute to vote. But," says I, in the most grand and noble tone I had used yet, "men hain't took by the coat collar and dragged off to carcasses and 'lections. They don't go unless they are a mind to, and I don't suppose women would be drove there like a flock of sheep. They wouldn't want to go, only when some great law was up concerning right and wrong, or her own intrinsic interests, as giving a mother a equal right to her children, a right she earned naturally, a deed God himself stamped with the great seals of fear and agony. Or being taxed without representation, which breaks the old Constitution right in the middle every time it is done. Or concerning equal pay for equal labor. I s'pose every female clerk and teacher and operator, who have half starved on about 1/3 what men get for doing the same work, would be on hand. Likewise, concerning temperance, I s'pose every drunkard's wife and mother and girl would go to the poll that could get there. Poor things, under the legislator they have enjoyed the right of sufferin'. S'posin' it lets 'em enjoy the right of suffrage in a spell, maybe they would find it as easy, if not easier. Just at this minute we see the new local preacher comin' down the road in a open buggy, and Betsey said to once she must be goin', for her folks would be a worryin' after her. Says I, as she hurried to the door, "Maybe you will get a ride." "Oh, no," says she, "I had a great deal rather walk afoot. I think there is nothing like walking afoot for strengthenin' the muscles." I am glad she felt so, for I see he didn't ask her to ride. But as she said, health is a blessing, and it is a treat indeed to have strong muscles. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Tower to New York discussed. The summer after the donation and fair dawned peacefully and fair on Jonesville and the earth. The weather was pleasant, and things seemed to go on as Sister Wesley Minkle and I could wish them to between her Whitfield and our Tirzah Ann. Thomas Jefferson every fortnight or so dressed up in his best and went in the direction of Lawyer Snow's. He said that he went to a new protracted meetin' that they had just started up that way. I don't say that he didn't, but I will say that they protracted 'em pretty late. I don't make no matches nor break none, but I must say that things look promisin' and agreeable in the direction of the children. Whitfield Minkle and Maggie Snow is agreeable to me, very. So they be to Josiah. Josiah thinks considerable of Maggie's bein' so forehanded. I say myself, if she hadn't but one hand in the line of riches, or no hand at all, she would still be my choice. She's a straightforward, sensible girl, with no affectation or sham about her. She reminds me of what Samantha Allen was before she had changed her maiden name of Smith. Whether they are really engaged or not, I don't know, for Thomas J. is such a hand for fun that you can't find out anything from him no more than you could from the wind. But, good land, there is time enough. The children shan't marry anybody in one good 5 years from now, if I have my say about it. But as I told Josiah, I remember we was a-talking over it last fall, as we sot out a new orchard, I was a-holding the trees for him, and says I, Josiah, it is our duty to get apple trees and children started in the right direction, and then let them take their time to grow. He said, yes, so it was. He feels well about it, as I say, it is agreeable to us both. And then Josiah's crops looked well, the crows took a little of his corn, but it had come on and bid fair to be a first-rate crop. And as for his oats and barley and winter wheat, they couldn't be bettered. The editor of the Augur had brought home his bride, a good-lookin', light-complected woman, who seemed devoted to him and the two twins. They went to housekeepin' in a brand-new house, and it was observed that he bought a cottage bedstead that didn't have any posts, and life for him seemed blessed and peaceful. Betsey Bobbet did not pine away and expire as might be expected by cursory readers of her last poem in the Jonesville Gimlet. But any deep philosopher who had made the human race his or her study for any length of time never worries over such effusions, knowing that affliction is like the measles, and if they break out freely in pimples and poetry, the patients are doing well. Betsey had been pretty quiet for her through the winter and spring. She hadn't made overtures only to two more, which was a little pill doctor and a local preacher who had been sent round by the conference. As she remarked to me, it was so natural to get attached to your minister and your physician. As I said, the summer sun basked peacefully down, and Jonesville, almost asleep under her rays, seemed the abode of repose. But where was there a Eden fenced in, but what ambition let down the bars, or climbed over the fence? But this was a noble ambition, a ambition I was proud to see a getting over the fence. It was a ambition that leaped over into my dooryard the very day I heard the blessed tidings that Horace Greeley was run up for president. I had always respected Horace. He had always been dear to me. And when I say dear, I want it to be plainly understood, I insist upon it that it shall be understood, that I mean dear in a scriptural and political sense. Never since I united myself to Josiah Allen has my heart swerved from that man so much as the breadth of a horsehair. But Horace's honest, pure views of life has endeared him to every true lover of the human race, Josiah Allen's wife included. Of course, we didn't think alike on every subject. No two human beings ever did. Horace and I differ on some things, such as biled victuals, women's rights, and cream biscuit. He don't believe in biled victuals, and it is my favorite beverage. He is a unbeliever in saleratus. I myself don't see how he makes cream biscuit fit to eat without it. And he, not having me to influence him, hadn't come out on to the side of women's having a right. But as a general thing, Horace Greeley was to be found on to the side of right. He was on to the side of the weak, the downtrodden. He was always a plottin' to do some good to somebody, and I felt that if the eyes of his spectacles could be once opened onto this subject of women's having a right, that he would be more help to us than an army of banners. Months before he was run up for president, I had felt this, and in the fall of 1871, as Josiah was a-settin' by the fire alone, he was a-readin' the World, and I a-knittin', says to him, "Josiah, are you willin' that I should go down to New York Village on a tower, and have a talk with Horace about the human race and women's havin' a right?" Josiah didn't seem to be willin'. He looked up from the World, and muttered somethin' about Tammany's ring. I don't know when the old Smith blood so riled up in me as it did then. I remember I riz right up where I set in front of the stove, and waved my right hand, I was so excited, and says I, "Josiah Allen, if you have lived with me goin' on 15 years, and you hain't no more confidence in me than to think I would accept a ring from old Tammany, then I will stay to home. Says I, "Josiah Allen, I never mistrusted until this very minute that you had a jealous hair in your head." Says I, "You have fell 35 cents in my estimation tonight." Says I, "You know, Josiah Allen, that I hain't never worn no jewelry since I jined the Methodist meetin' house, and if I did, do you s'pose I would accept a ring from old Tammany, that sneakin' old Democrat? I hate old Tammany. I perfectly despise the old man." I felt so imposed upon and worked up that I started right off to bed and forgot to wind up the clock or shut the buttery door, for I remember the clock run down and the cat eat the inside out of the custard pies. Wal, from that time I never had opened my head to Josiah about going off on a tower. But I wrote Horace a letter on the subject of women's rights, as good a letter as I knew how, begging him to follow the example of J. Allen's wife and all other noble reformers, and put his shoulder blades to the wheel. His answer wasn't so satisfactory as I could have wished it was, and I knew I could do better to stand face to face with him. But, as I say, I don't know as I should ever have started up again if that great and good man hadn't been run up for president. Now, some thought it looked shiftless in the Democrats and kinder poverty-struck in 'em to think they had got all out of president stuff and had to borry some of the Republicans. But good land! Where is there a housekeeper but what will once in a while get out of tea and have to borry a drawin' of her neighbors? If good, honest, smart men was scarce amongst 'em, if they had got kinder run out of President timber and wanted to borry a little, why, it would have looked dreadful tight and unneighborly in the Republicans to have refused 'em. When they was well on it, too, for president stuff, they could have spared 2 or 3 just as well as not, even if they never got 'em paid back. But the Democrats only wanted to borry one, and that was Horace. The Democrats thought everything of Horace because he put a bail onto Jeff Davis. Josiah said at the time that it raised him 25 cents or more in his estimation. At the same time, it madded some of the Republicans. But it didn't me. You see, I believe just what I think is right, and pay no attention to what the other folks who are standing on my doorstep may happen to believe. Nobody that stands on my platform, let 'em stand as close to me as they are a mind to, not one of 'em is answerable to God for what thoughts and principles are performin' in my mind and soul. Josiah Allen's wife hangs on to nobody's apron strings, only just her own. As far as the party on my doorstep believe what I think is right, I am with 'em heart and hand, but I am not one to shut up my eyes and walk up blindly and hang on to anybody's apron strings, not even Horace Greeley's, as anybody can see it in the matter of biled victuals, women's rights, and cream biscuit. To think you have got to believe everything your party does seems just as unreasonable to me as it would when you go out to pick greens, to pick skunk cabbage because cow cabbage is good and wholesome. Why, skunk cabbage is pison, just as pison as cicuta or ratsbane. Now, the doctrine of free love, as some folks preach it up, folks in both parties, why, the smell of it is just as obnoxious in my political and moral nostrils as the smell of cicuta is, and if anything smells worse than that, I don't want to go near it. Pick out the good and leave the bad is my theme in greens and politics. Now, about putting that bail onto Jeff Davis, though as I say it madded my party, I was glad he put it on. Jeff was a mean critter, no doubt, but I don't know as choking him to death with a rope would have made him any better. I say this idea of choking folks to death to reform 'em is where we show the savage in us, which we have brought down from our barbarous ancestors. We have left off the war paint and war whoops, and shall leave off the hangin' when we get civilized. Says some to me, look at our poor northern boys that suffered and died in Libe prison and Andersonville through Jefferson. I says to 'em, would chokin' Jefferson bring 'em back? If so, I would choke him myself. Not to kill him, of course, but so he would feel it, I can tell you. No, it was all over and past. All the sin and all the sorrow of the war. And God had, out of it, brought a great good to the black Africans and the nation, in the way all good is generally brought, through sufferin' and tribulation. And if a nation is made perfect through sufferin', what should be the first lesson she should show to the world? I say it should be the lesson that Christ and his disciples taught, that of all heavenly graces, charity is the greatest. The way that I looked at it was this. The South that had been so braggin' and selfish and overbearin' stood at the door of the proud and victorious North like a beggar, harmless, destitute, and ragged. Where is the rich, happy woman that wouldn't give a nut cake to a sick beggar? I don't see myself how she could help givin' one, if she had any generosity and nobility and nut cakes. Jeff Davis was all broke to pieces, and he wanted a bail put onto him so life could grip holt of him again, and carry him, I hope, toward that heaven he turned his back to when he was a-fightin' to uphold slavery. Horace helped put that bail on, and so did other noble men, and all the ministers in creation, of every persuasion, might all stand up in a row in our dooryard and preach to me 2 days, and then I wouldn't believe that H.G. would turn his hand to anything he thought was wrong. If there was any fault in him about this, it was on the side of charity and mercy, and as a general thing, that end of the board don't tip up any too far in this selfish world. As a general thing, folks don't teeter on that end of the board so much as they do on the other. So, as I said, when I heard that Horace was run up for president, I was so happy that my heart would have sung for joy if it had been anything of a singer. For now, thinkses I, with that great and good and honest man for president, all he wants is the influence of Josiah Allen's wife to make him all the sufferin' nation needs. I felt that now the time had come for J. Allen's wife to come out boldly and put her shoulder blades to the wheel. I felt that if Horace could be persuaded to draw and Josiah Allen's wife to push, nothing could hinder that wheel from movin' right onward into freedom. And so my principles, and the great doctrines so gored me that I couldn't get no rest, I felt that I must see Horace before he got sot down in the high chair, because you know when anybody gets sot down, they don't love to nestle round and make no changes. So I added Josiah about it, but he didn't seem to be willin'. I didn't come right out and tell him how I was exercised in women's rights, knowin' he was a unbeliever, but I says to him, Josiah, Jonesville is a good village, but nobody wants to be tied down even to a barrel of sail molasses. Josiah, I do want to see some other village. I do want to go to New York on a tower. Says he, Samantha, what under the sun do you want to go for at your age? Why do you want to start up and go a-caperin' round the country? I thought a minute, and then says I want to see Miss Woodhull and give her a real talkin' to about free love. I want to convince her she is in the wrong on it. And then says I, in a kind of a blind way, I have got other business that I feel that it is my duty to tend to. But he didn't seem to be willin', and I wouldn't go without his consent. And so it went on, Josiah hangin' back, and my principles a-gorin' me. It wore on me. My dresses begun to hook up looser on me, and finally, one mornin', as I dallied over my second potato and my third egg, not eatin' 'em with no appetite, Josiah says to me, What does ail you, Samantha? You don't eat nothin', and you seem to be a-runnin' down. Then I broached the subject to him again. I expected he would object, but he looked at me in a silent, melancholy way for about 1 minute, and half or 3/4 of another, and then says he in a gentle but firm accent, Samantha, if I can sell the old critter, you can go. So I was left in uncertainty, as it were, for I knew he wouldn't sell it for less than the price he had sot it, and no knowin' whether it would fetch it or not. but I felt in my heart a feelin' that I should go off on that tower. And so I gradually but silently began makin' preparations. I quietly and calmly took 2 breadths out of my brown alpaca dress and gored 'em and put a overskirt onto it, for I was determined not to go to New York Village without a overskirt onto me. Not that I care about such triflin' things myself, but I felt that I was representin' a great cause, and I wasn't goin' to put our cause to open shame by not havin' on a overskirt. Men sometimes say that great and strong-minded women are slack in the matter of dressin' up. I was determined to show 'em that that weakness wasn't mine. I wasn't goin' to be all tattered out, with ends and tag locks of bows and pleatin's, and toe curls and frizzles, but I felt there was a medium course to pursue, and I was determined to hit against it. Then again, I felt that the color of my dress suited the great cause. I wasn't goin' rigged out in pink muslin or sky blue cambric or anything of that sort. A good, solid, sensible brown seemed to be just the thing. Black would have seemed too much in the mornin' line, as if we was despondent when we wasn't. White book muslin would have looked as if my principles was too thin, and I was too light and triflin', and didn't realize the great issues dependent on to me. No, brown alpaca with a overskirt I felt was just what the anxious nation required of me as I stood face to face with the future President of the United States, with my spectacles calmly gazin' into his'n, a influencin' him in the cause of right. Another reason, I won't deny, influenced me in trying to get a good pattern for my overskirt so as to have it set good. I got it of Miss Gowdy and made it a little bigger round the waist. I thought more'n likely as not Horace's and my picture would be took, and in the future would be hung up by the side of that good, honest old Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. Josiah Allen's wife influencin' Horace in the great cause of women's rights. And though I hain't vain, I thought how poor it would be, and what a eyesore to the nation if my dress didn't hang good, and how pleasin' it would be to both America and Josiah to see me dressed in a noble and becomin' way. So I finished my overskirt and silently done up my best petticoat, and in the same mysterious manner I put some tape trimmin' onto the bottom of it. And so the long and tedious days passed away from me. I felt that suspense was a-wearin' on me. Josiah see that it was. And on Saturday mornin' I see him pensively leanin' over the barnyard fence, musin' as it was, and pretty soon he hitched up the old mare and went to Jonesville, and when he came back he says to me, in sorrowful tones but some composed, "Samantha, you can start tomorrow if you want to. I have sold the old critter." And then he added pensively, "I wish you would have a few griddle cakes for supper with some maple molasses onto 'em." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Governed by Principles. On the next Monday mornin' I let loose to my feelin's as it was, and begun to make open preparations. I baked up the best victuals the house afforded, for I determined Josiah should live like a king durin' his temporary widowerhood. Then, after I got through bakin' and got the house clean as a pin, I commenced to fix a dress to wear on the journey, for of course I wasn't goin' to wear my best dress with a overskirt on the railway. I am a master hand for being careful of my clothes, and I knew it would almost spile one of my best dresses, but I had a calico dress as good as new. It was a dark blue groundwork with a handsome sprig on it, and after I took up 2 tacks in it, I felt that it was just the thing to wear on the tower. I had just put it on and had got the looking-glass onto the floor to see if it cleared the floor enough, when Thomas Jefferson come in, and says he, "Your dress is too short, mother. I hate to see short dresses. They look so high-horsical." I answered him with dignity as I looked over my shoulder into the glass, "Samantha Allen, whose maiden name was Smith, hain't a-goin' to mop out the cars for the railroad company, free gratis, for nothin'." And I added with still more impressive dignity, as I hung up the looking-glass, "What do you mean by high-horsical? I don't know." He said it was a compound word derived from the Greek high, to intoxicate, and horsical, a horse race, which two words strained off from the dead language and biled down into English meant high-horsical. I told him, I didn't care for his Greek. I didn't care if it was dead, not a mite. I shouldn't cry over it. And I told him further, fixin' my gray eyes upon him serenely, that there was 2 or 3 words that wasn't dead that he would do well to strain off and bile down and take 'em for a steady drink. He wanted to know what they was, and I told him plainly they was, "Mind your own business." He said he would bile 'em down and take 'em stiddy as a clock, and pretty soon he started off for Jonesville. He had stayed to home that day to help his father. And I went on with a serene face a-making my preparations. Josiah didn't hardly take his eyes off my face as I made 'em. He sot in a dejected way, a-claspin' the world in his 2 hands, with a sad look onto his face. He hated to think of my leavin' him and goin' off on a tower. I see he did, and I says to him in a real affectionate tone, "Josiah, hain't there nothin' I can do for you in New York? Hain't you got any errands to the village?" He rubbed his bald head in deep thought for a minute or 2, and then says he thinks everything of the world, "The nigger barber's wife to Jonesville came pretty near running away with another nigger last night. If you have time, I should love to have you go to the editor of the World and tell him of it. I am afraid," says he, and a gloomy, anxious look overspread his eyebrow, "I am afraid he hain't heard of it." I answered him in a soothin' tone, that I guessed he had heard of it before now. I guessed it would be in the next week's World, and Josiah kinder chirked up and went out to work. The next day I took 10 pounds of butter and 4 dozen of eggs, and Josiah carried me to Jonesville to trade 'em out, to get necessaries for me to wear on my tower. I didn't begreach layin' out so much expense, neither did Josiah, for we both knew that as I was gettin' pretty well along in years, it wasn't likely I should ever go off on a tower again. And then I had been prudent and economical all my days, and it wasn't no more than right that I should launch out now in a liberal way. But all the time I was workin' over that butter, and all the time I was countin' out them eggs, Horace was in my mind. Hangin' such hopes on him as I hung, I felt that I must do somethin' openly to give vent to my patriotic feelin's in regard to him. I had never wore hats, for I felt that I was too old to wear 'em. But now as I was startin' off to Jonesville to get necessaries to wear on my mission to that great and good Horace, I felt that principle called on me to come out openly and wear a white hat with a feather. And I felt that Josiah, as the husband of Josiah Allen's wife, and the carrier of her to get them necessaries, must also wear one. The father of Josiah had left to him, with other clothin', a large white fur hat. As the old gentleman hadn't wore it for some 40 or 50 years prior to and before his decease, he died when Thomas J. was a baby, it wasn't in the height of fashion. But, says I, "Josiah Allen, in the name of Horace and principle, will you wear that hat?" Says he, "I hate to like a dog, for they will think I have stole the Baptist steeple and am wearing it for a hat." but seeing my sad, disappointed look, says he, "If you say so, Samantha, I will wear it for once." Says I with dignity, "It is not your wife, formerly Samantha Smith, that says so. It is Principal." "Wal," says he, "fetch it on." Josiah was awful clever to me. I guess it is natural for all men to conduct themselves cleverer when they are about to lose their partners for a spell. The hat was big. I couldn't deny it. And Josiah being small, with no hair to fill it up, as I lifted it up with both hands and set it onto him, his head went right up into it, the brim taking him right across the bottom of his nose. Says he, out from under the hat, "There hain't no use a talkin', Samantha. I can't never drive the old mare to Jonesville in this condition, blind as a bat." But I explained it to him that by windin' a piller case or somethin' round the top of his head, the hat would fit on, just as you would fix a small cork into a big bottle. So that, bein' arranged, my next thought was for my own hat, and I thought mournfully as I examined it, mine would be as much too small as his was too big. It was an old one of Tirzah Ann's. It was pure white, but it was small for her, and nobody could have got me even to have tried it onto my head for love or money. But in such a nature as J. Allen's wife, principle is all in all. And as I looked in the glass and see how awfully I looked in it, a feelin' of grandeur, self-sacrificin' nobility and patriotism swelled up in me and made my face look redder than ever. I am naturally very fresh colored. And I felt that for the sake of Horace and Principle, I could endure the burnin' sun and maybe the scoffs and jeers of Jonesville, they bein' most all on the side of Grant. I took a old white silk bunnet linin' of mine and put a new bindin' round the edge, it bein' formally bound with pink. And then after readin' a chapter in Fox's Book of Martyrs, a soul-stirrin' chapter concernin' them that was biled in oil and baked on gridirons for principle, I sallied out to get a feather to put onto it. We hadn't no white feathers by us, and I shouldn't have felt like runnin' Josiah into any extra expense to buy one if there had been a feather store in the dooryard. But our old rooster, Hail the Day, as Thomas Jefferson calls him, had the most curlinest and foaminest tail feathers you ever see, white as snow, and inspired by the most pure and noble and lofty sentiments that can animate the human breast, I chased up that old rooster for nigh on to half an hour. At last I cornered him behind the barn, and as I held him tight to my breast and pulled out by main strength 2 long, slim feathers that quirled and waved in an invitin' manner, I says to him, "This is hard for you, old Hail the Day, but you are not the rooster I take you to be, you are not like your mistress, if you are not willin' to suffer in the cause of right." He flopped his wings when I let him go and crowed nobly. I fixed the feathers in and we set out. But I was more scart than hurt in the line of scoffs. As we went into Jonesville, not a scoff did I see. Not a single scoff. No, they all smiled as they looked at us. They see the power of principle, and they was proud of us. Some of 'em laughed, they admired us so. We drove up to the store, and I went in with my butter and eggs, Josiah having business to the blacksmith's. The clerk looked at me, and he smiled, and says he, "I see you are for Horace Greeley." He almost snickered, but he checked himself, looked meechin', as he see my keen gray eye fixed onto his hat which he had on. It was a kind of a mice color, no principle shown on it of any kind. "Yes," says I am for Horace." And again I looked keenly and searchinly at that hat, and says I, "Be you on either side, or be you on the fence?" "Wal," says he, "I am kinder on the fence at the present time, but I didn't get up there because I am a coward. I got up there through policy. When you are on the fence, you hain't a steppin' on the feet of either party. It is a safe place, and it is a sightly place. You can see better than you can on the ground." "When do you calculate to get off?" says I. "Oh, right after 'lection," says he. "I shall get off on the side that beats." I see here was a chance for me to do good, and says I, "Young man, ridin' a fence never carried any man or woman into nobility or honor," says I. "You may saddle and bridle a fence with all the velvet cushioned caution and silver mounted excuses and shinin' policy you are a mind to, but you never could get Josiah Allen's wife onto it. She would rather walk afoot," says I. "Them brave warriors that go canterin' down life's battlefield, leadin' on the forlorn hope in the cause of right, don't go ridin' a fence." He looked stricken, and I asked him in a milder tone to look at the green braize for veils. He took off that hat and threw it down behind the counter, and brought out the braize, and I bought right there on the spot 1.25 yards of it. I then bought a pair of new cotton gloves, a good-sized umbrella, a pair of morocco shoes, a pair of pink elastic garters, and 2 as good stockin's as Jonesville afforded, and butter would pay for. I hain't one to flounce the outside of the platter and let the inside go bony and ragged. I hain't no opinion of wolves on the outside and sheep on the inside. I want to be sheep clear to the bone, in dress as well as principle. Well, who should come into the store just as I was examinin' the green braize through my spectacles but Betsey Bobbet. My purchases lay all round me on the counter, and says she, "Josiah Allen's wife, what means this extravagant onlay of expenditure?" Says I, as coolly as if I went there every mornin' before breakfast, "I am goin' to New York Village on a tower." She fairly screamed out, "What a coincidence!" Says I calmly, "It hain't no such thing. It is green braize for a veil. It is 75 cents a yard." "You do not understand me, Josiah Allen's wife," says she. "I mean that it is so singula and coinciding that I am goin' there too. Cousin Melindy, she that married Ebenezer Williams, is just goin' with the consumption, and I felt that duty was a drawin' of me there. As I told mother, in case of anythin's happenin', in case that Melindy should expire, how sweet and soothin' it would be to Ebenezer to have somebody there that could feel for him. It would about kill Ebenezer to lose Melindy, and I feel that it would be so sweet and comforting for him to have somebody on hand to lean on." She smiled sweetly as she continued, "There is almost a certainty that Melindy is about to be took from our achin' hearts. But I fall back on the scripture and on my duty, and try to feel as if I could give her up. When do you start?" "Thursday mornin'," says I, in a tone as cold as a grindstone in January, for I see what was before me. She clasped her 2 hands and smiled on me 2 times, and cried out again, "Oh, what another coincidence! Just the day I was intending to embark. Oh," says she, "how sweet it will be for you to have a congenial companion on the way, as the poet Robinson Selkirk sweetly singeth, 'Oh, solitude, where are the charms Mr. Sage hath seen in thy face?' Don't you say so, Josiah Allen's wife?" "I respect Mr. Sage," says I. "He is a man I admire, and Mr. Selkirk don't know beans." And I added in frigid tones, "when the bag is untied." I see that my emotions was a gettin' the better of me. I see my principles was a totterin'. I recollected that I was a member of the Methodist Meetin' house, and the words of a hymn come back to me, with a slight change in 'em to suit the occasion. Shall I be carried to New York on flowery bags of ease? I turned and shouldered my cross. Betsey, we will set sail together Thursday mornin'. I then turned silently and left the store, for I felt then any further effort would have been too much for me. Thursday mornin' found me to the depot in good season. Betsey also was on time. I didn't feel haughty nor at all proud, but still I felt that I was a independent householder startin' to New York Village on a tower at my own expense. I see that all the car folks felt friendly towards me, for there was a pleasant smile on their faces every time they looked at me and Betsey. I wasn't trimmed off so much as Betsey, but I looked well. I had on that good calico dress, a large black silk mantilla, a good shirred silk bunnet large enough to shade my face some, my brand new cotton gloves, and my veil and my umbrella. Betsey, I always thought, put on too much to look well. Howsomever, everybody to their own mind. She had on a pale blue parmetta dress, with flounces and puckers onto it, a overskirt and a Greek bender of the same, trimmed with checkered delaine cut in a biosin, a close-fittin' basque of the delaine, which was pink and yellow plaid, and which was pinked out on the edge with a machine. She had on a white bobbinet lace hat, just big enough to cover her bump of self-esteem, trimmed with red and yellow roses and long ends of otter-colored ribbon and white lace. Then she had long cornelian earrings, a string of beads round her neck, and a locket and a big blue breastpin and a cornelian cross. A pair of new white cotton gloves, trimmed with 2 rows of broad white cotton edgin 5 cents a yard, for I seen her buy it, and 2 horsehair bracelets. And with her new teeth and her long brand new toe curls, and waterfalls and frizzles all full of otter-colored rosettes, I tell you she looked gay. She says to me as she met my keen gaze, I don't know but you will think I am foolish, Josiah Allen's wife, in enrobing myself in my best a-comin' on the road. But these are my sentiments. I know we should get there before night, and I should proceed at once to Ebenezer's, and if anything should be a-happening, if it should be the house of mourning, I thought it would be so comforting to Ebenezer to see me looking beautiful and cheerful. You know there is everything in first impressions. I mean, of course, she added hastily, that I am that sorry for poor lonely widowers, and especially Ebenezer, that if I could be a comfort to them, I would be willing to sacrifice a tablespoonful of my heart's best blood, much more this blue parmetta dress. These are my sentiments, Josiah Allen's wife. Says I, coldly, I should know they was yours, Betsey. I should know they was yours, if I should meet 'em in my porridge dish. But the time drew near for the cars to bear me away from Josiah, and I began to feel bad. I don't believe in husbands and wives partin' away from each other, one livin' in Europe and one in New York Village, one in Wall Street and the other on a Long Branch, one in Boston and the other in North America. As the poet truly observes, when the cat is away the mices will go to play in. As for me, I want my husband Josiah where I can lay my hand on him any time, day or night. I know then what he is about. Though so far as jealousy is concerned, Bunker Hill Monument and Plymouth Rock would be just as likely to go flirtin' and cuttin' up as either of us. We have almost cast iron confidence in each other. But still, it is a sweet and satisfyin' thought to know just where your consort is, and what he is about, from hour to hour. Josiah and me didn't shed no tears as we each of us parted. Though our hearts ached with anguish, we both of us felt it was our duty to be calm. I felt a tear rise into my eye, but with an almost fearful effort I choked it back and said in low accents as we grasped hold of each other's hands at partin', "Goodbye, Josiah. Remember to feed the hens and keep the cellar door shut up." He too struggled nobly for composure, and conquered, and in a voice of marble calm he said, "Goodbye, Samantha. Don't spend no more money than is necessary." The engine hitched to the front car gave a wild yell as if he felt our two woes, Josiah's and mine, and we parted for the first time in goin' on 15 years. As I sunk back on the wooden-bottomed car seat, perfectly unmanned by my efforts at commandin' myself, for the first time I felt regret at my wild and perilous undertakin'. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meeting Grant and Colfax. We had to change cars about noon. As we went into the depot to get our tickets, the ticket man looked so kinder lonesome stuck in there alone, for all the world as if he had done somethin' and his mother had shut him up, that I thought I would make a little talk with him. He favored Celestine Wilkins's husband considerable, just such a meechin'-lookin' feller, and I knew Celestine's husband had a brother down this way somewhere, and so to kinder open a conversation with him, I asked him if he ever had any relation that married a girl by the name of Gowdy. You ought to have heard how that feller snapped me up. He couldn't have answered me any shorter if I had asked him to run away with me. But thinks I to myself, he has got morbid through lonesomeness. I pitied him shut up alone there, and so in a few minutes I begun again. I don't know but he was your brother. He has a good deal such a meechin' look to him. And says I, this country round here ain't so pleasant as Jonesville. Do you think it is, sir? He don't know nor care nothin' 'bout Jonesville. His tone was sharper than that sword aged 2, as the Bible tells of. Says I, young man, you needn't take my head quite off. If you never did see Jonesville, nor had any other advantages, I hain't to blame for it. And thinks I to myself, you may be lonesome for all of me, you may die of lonesomeness for all I care, I shan't try to make any more talk with you to make your time pass off easier. We had got on to the cars again and got a good seat. I wanted to set by an open winder, and Betsey didn't. I mistrust she thought the wind would take the kink out of her frizzles, and so she went on a seat or two ahead of me. There was a lot of fashionable-looking folks came in too, and one of 'em came along and set right down in the seat with me, the cars being pretty full. She was dressed up like a doll, but she didn't act stuck up a mite. My opinion is she knew what belonged to good manners, and I offered her some caraway, for I liked her looks. She took it and thanked me for it, and says I to make talk with her, "Are you going far on the cars?" She said, she wasn't going far on this route, she was going to a waterin' place. "How far?" says I. "Oh, 200 or 300 miles," says she. "Good land!" says I. "Can't you find any water nearer home? Why," says I should think you would be choked before you got there." Says I, "Our cistern and well sometimes gives out in hot weather, but Josiah always draws water from the creek. Why," says I, full of pity for her, "if I hadn't any water to the house, and nobody to draw it for me, I should rather drive myself to the creek and water myself 3 times a day than to start off on the cars so far after it. Howsomever, everybody to their own mind." She kinder laughed with her eyes, and said somethin' about seasides and sea bathin', or somethin', and I felt it was my duty to say to her, you needn't go 300 miles for that. You can get good seasides to Jonesville for 75 cents. Tirzah Ann, Josiah's girl by his first wife, got one for that. I don't wear hats myself, except, says I with dignity, in the case of right and for the good of the human race. And as for seein' bathin', I myself would go the other way, rather than foller it up. Howsomever, everybody to their own taste. But I kept thinkin' of it, and I couldn't help breakin' out again and speakin' my mind. Says I, in a good deal colder accents, I would as soon go to a horse race, and sooner. For the more I thought of it, the more I thought that no virtuous woman would start off 300 miles to see bathin' goin' on. I acted offish after that, and was sorry I had give her the caraway. Her face looked red, and she started up and went back and sot down by some of her mates, and I was glad she did. She pretended to be a-laughin', and she was talkin' to 'em awful busy, but I see one eye was on me the most of the time. She felt guilty. At the very next station house, 2 fellers come in that everybody seemed to be lookin' at and payin' attention to, but they didn't seem to mind it. They come in and sot down right in the seat between me and Betsey. After they had sot down, one of 'em took a cigar out of his pocket and put it in his mouth. It wasn't lit, but he held it between his teeth as if it was a great comfort to him. Thinks I, it is kinder queer works, but I can stand it if the R.R. Company can. But Betsey leaned her head back and says to him, Was you aware, kind sir, that cigars was confiscated in these cars? He didn't say a word, but held on to it with his teeth as if it was dreadful comfortin' to him. And she asked him over again. But not a word did he say. I guess she asked him 5 times, but not a word did she get out of him. And then she turned to the feller with him, the smilin' chap, and says she, Is your companion a deaf male? He smiled. Again she asked him, Is your pardner deprived of his ears? Oh, no, says he. He has got ears. And again he smiled. Thinks I, it is pretty queer works, but it is none of my business. I guess we had rode nigh on to an hour in just that way, Betsey kinder uneasy and wrestlin' around, I calm and placid in demeanor, and one of the men between us a-holdin' that cigar in his mouth as if it was indeed consolin', and the other one a-smilin' blandly at nothin' in particular. Everybody in the cars seemed to be a-lookin' at 'em, and thinks I, it is no wonder, for of all the good-natured lookin' men I ever see, he is the cap sheaf. Thinks I wish every ticket agent in the world could have his benign face to hang up before 'em for a sampler, for if ever there was a race that had the appearance of bein' brought up on vinegar and 10-penny nails, it is them. After a while I got kinder hungry. My basket hung right up over them 2 men, and I rose up and went to reach up for it, when the smilin' chap got up a-smilin', and says he to me, Can't I assist you, madame? And he reached up smilin' as sweet as a rose to take it down, when all of a sudden the handle slipped out at one end, and down came the contents right onto his face. One nut cake, a long, slim one, sot up straight on his nose, as handsome as you ever see a circus man ride a white horse. But most mournful of all, I had some biled eggs, and unbeknown to me, Tirzah Ann had took 'em out too quick, before they was much more than warmed through, and they broke onto his face, and all run down into his whiskers. But if you will believe it, that blessed man smiled. Thinks I to myself, Good land, was there ever such a clever critter on earth? I handed him a clean towel and told him I was sorry, but he smiled and said, "It wasn't any matter," and wiped his sweetly smilin' face and handed the towel back, smilin'. The other feller never said a word, though one of the eggs broke onto the legs of his white pantaloons. Just at this crisis, a tall man with whiskers came up and said somethin' to 'em, and they got up and went to the other end of the car, where there was a lot of smart-lookin' men. As they went by me, the cleverer fellow slipped on a piece of orange peel and almost fell. But if you will believe it, the critter smiled. I see that all of them smart-lookin' men acted dreadful reverential towards the two, and I says to a bystander behind me, "Can you tell me, sir, who that clever critter is, and the other one?" Says he, "That is Schuyler Colfax and General Grant." I rose right up in my seat, for at the mention of them two honored names, such emotions rushed onto me that it drowned out fear, and all the shrinkin' bashfulness of my sect, and I forgot in that rapt moment that I wasn't Josiah, and I advanced right onwards towards them two noble men. Every man round 'em see the lofty expression onto my face, and kinder fell back, and I walked right up and gripped Schuyler's hand with one of mine, while I held my umbrell in the other tremblin' with emotion. "Schuyler, I am glad Tirzah Ann took 'em out too quick." He didn't know what I meant, but that blessed man smiled, and again I spoke in the same tremblin' tones, "I am glad they was rare done." Agin he smiled, and agin I spoke, and I mastered my feelin's with a effort, and spoke out loud and clear, "The hen that laid them eggs never shall do another day's work as long as my name is Josiah Allen's wife. I know just which one laid 'em, for old Speckleface's eggs are so big that we always keep 'em for our own use." Says I, "It makes me proud and happy to think I am the owner of that hen, for if it hadn't been for them eggs, I never should have felt so well acquainted with you. If it hadn't been for them eggs that broke onto your good and honored face, I never should have had the privilege of graspin' hold of your hand and sayin' to you what I now say, that though goodness and patience and faithfulness may be made light of by some, they are just what is goin' to carry Uncle Sam triumphant onward, with a smilin' face, when the eggshells of uncivil war break on his honest face, and their yolks run down into his whiskers." Here my feelin's almost overcame me again, and as he smiled at me, and spoke kinder pleasant to me, and smiled agin, I turned silently away and grasped hold of General Grant's hand, and says I, in still more chokin' accents, "Ulysses, this is a proud day for Josiah Allen's wife," says I. "Ulysses, how do you do?" He didn't say nothin' but nodded kinder pleasant to me, and I says in the same almost tremblin' tones, for I knew he thought everything of his relations, "How is Mr. Dentis's folks? Are they all enjoyin' good health?" He nodded again kinder pleasant, but didn't say a word, and I proceeded on. "Ulysses, you have freed the land from war and bloodshed. Wherever the smoke of that peaceful cigar has smoked, it has drove before it the blood-red cloud of war and treason. But," says I, "that hain't the main reason why I thought you ought to be president, and so I have told Josiah. I have said to Josiah more'n 100 times that any man or woman ought to be president who knew enough not to talk when they hadn't nothin' to say. But," says I, for even in that rapt moment stern principle was the guide of J. Allen's wife, "that was when you was run up for president the first time. I now go for Horace Greeley, and so does Josiah." There hain't nothin' little and envious about Ulysses Grant. He didn't act mad a mite. He nodded to me again as friendly as ever, and after inviting them both in the name of Josiah to make it their home with us whenever they come to Jonesville, and sendin' my best respects to Julia and Mr. Dentis's folks, and Schuyler's wife Eleanor, I retired to my seat and sot down. When Betsey discovered who I had been talkin' with, she looked wild at the thought, but it didn't rouse in her the spontaneous emotions of patriotism it did in me. If a barrel had been filled up with rainwater, you can't expect to tap it and have it run strong beer. When any sudden circumstance taps folkses' minds, they will run out of 'em just what they have been filled with, no more, no less. My mind was that filled with noble emotions of admiration and patriotism that I entirely forgot for the minute that I was J. Allen's wife from Jonesville. But Betsey all the while remembered B. Bobbet. She also remembered her poetry. I don't believe a few earthquakes could make her forget that. Her first words was after she recovered herself, "I will make General Grant, that deah, sweet man, a present. Everybody does, that wants to get onto the right side of him. I will give him a piece of my poetry. If I remember rightly, I have got one in my satchel bag, all printed out, with a running vine around the edges. There is 45 verses of it, and it is on the war. How fortunate that I brought it along!" And as she dove her hands into her satchel bag, she continued dreamily, "Maybe he is that liberal and generous turn with his own folks, that after he has read it, he will give it to some of his wife's relations. Maybe there is a few widowers among them." And then in a still more dreamy tone she murmured, "Betsey B. Dent, Washington, D.C." But anon, or a little after, she roused out of this reverie, and taking the poetry in her hand, she started down the car, and I, being tired, leaned my head back against the side of the seat and composed myself together. I guess I had most got into a nap when I heard a loud, wrathful, eloquent voice seemingly making a speech to some inimy. It started me up so that I rose right up onto my feet and looked round, and there was that noble general standing up with his hands extended, laying it down strong and decided. I knew what it was in half a minute. Betsey Bobbet had done what a 5 years' uncivil war couldn't do, nor a admirin' nation of 20 million souls. She had got him to making a speech, while Schuyler, who had smiled steadily for upwards of 40 years, stood looking on with a dark and awfully gloomy frown onto him. I stood silent for some time, lost in the sorrowful feelin's the scene called forth, and then almost overcome with my pity for them, I wended my way towards them. As I drew nearer to them, I heard his words which he was pouring out so eloquently and fluently. "Let us have peace. Can't we have peace?" He was yellin' in such harrowin' tones that there wasn't hardly a dry eye in my head as I listened. "Have I escaped from the horrible danger of war? Have I survived the open bullets of my enemies, and the well-meanin' but almost fatal arrows of my friends, to expire in this way? To perish by poetry? Is there no succor for me? Can't we have peace?" he screamed in a loud preachin' tone as he catched sight of me. "Can't we have it, say?" He was almost delirious, but I laid my hand on his agitated elbow, and says I in soothin' tones, "Yes, Ulysses, you shall have a peace. You shall. Josiah Allen's wife will see to it. You shall have a peace." And then I leaned down and whispered a few words into Betsey Bobbet's left ear, and she turned quicker in a flash and gathered up her poetry and rushed into the forward car. As she disappeared, Schuyler's face changed from that gloomy, sinister frown, and again he put on that smile that was upwards of 40 years old, but was still so sweet and fresh that I knew it was good for another 40 years. And the General grasped me by the hand, sayin' in agitated tones, "There was upwards of 50 of 'em, and she would read 'em." Says I soothingly, "I wouldn't think of it, Ulysses. It is all over now. I was glad to show the gratitude the nation owes to you. I was glad of the chance to befriend you." "Angel!" says he, almost warmly. But I interrupted him by sayin' in a tone of dignity, "I honor and respect you deeply, Ulysses, but in the two names of Julia and Josiah, I must forbid your callin' me Angel or any other pet name." I knew it was only his deep gratitude to me for rescuin' him from his peril that made him say it, for he and Julia think the world of each other. And the good, solid principles, colored and morally struck in with tan bark in his early life, the muddy waters of political life hain't been able to wash out, nor the gilt tinsel of fashionable life to cover up and destroy. I knew that even there in Washington Avenue, among all the big men there, he loved his wife just as much as if it was the fashion to love 'em. I knew all this, but still I felt that I must speak as I did, for principle with J. Allen's wife, as I have remarked more formally, is all in all. I then turned and followed Betsey, not knowin' but what she would be a comin' back. What I whispered in her left ear was this, that her back hair was comin' down, and she bein' so bald, I knew it would fetch her down like an arrow in her breast. They left at the next station house, and Betsey and me proceeded onwards to New York Village with no further coincidences. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of My Opinions and Betsey Bobbet's by Mrs. Josiah Allen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At New York, Asters'es Tavern. The cars didn't bust up nor break down, which surprised me some, but which I felt was indeed a blessin', and at 6:30, Betsey and me stood on the platform of the depot at New York Village. As we stood there, I would have swapped my last new cross-barred muslin nightcap in my satchel bag on my arm for a pair of iron ears. I should have been glad of the loan of a old pair for 16 seconds if I couldn't get 'em no longer, the noise was so distractin' and awful. Says I to myself, am I Josiah Allen's wife or am I not? Some of the time I thought I was Josiah, I was so distracted. But though inwardly so tossed it up and down, I kept a cool demeanor outside of me. I stood stone still, firmly graspin' my satchel bag, my umbrell, and my green cap box, with my best head dress in it, till I had collected myself together, recollected what my name was, and where I was a-goin'. When my senses come back, I thought to myself, truly, Josiah wasn't so far out of the way when he worried over old Tammany, for of all the shameless and brazen set on the face of the earth, that set a howlin' round Betsey Bobbet and me, was the shamelessest and brazenest. Now I am naturally pretty offish and retirin' in my ways, with strange men folks. I think it is becomin' in a woman to be so, instead of bold. Now, when we sot sail from Jonesville, after we got well to ridin', a man came through the cars, a perfect stranger to me, but he reached out his hand to shake hands with me, just as friendly and familiar as if I was his stepmother. But I didn't catch holt of his hand, as some women would. I just folded up my arms, and says I coolly, "You have got the advantage of me." But he never took the hint. There he stood stun still in front of me holdin' out his hand, and seein' there was a lot of folks lookin' on and not wantin' to act odd, I kinder took hold of his hand and shook it slightly, but at the same time says, Who under the sun you are, I don't know, but you seem determined to get acquainted with me. Maybe you are some of his folks I hain't never seen. Are you related to Josiah on the Allen side or on the Daggett side?" Josiah's mother was a Daggett. But before I could say any more, he spoke up and said all he wanted was my ticket. I was glad then I had acted offish, for, as I say, I don't believe in women puttin' themselves forward and actin' bold. Not that that stands in the way of their modestly claimin' their honest rights. I have seen enough boldness used by a passel of girls at one Huskinby or Applecut to supply 4 presidential elections, and the same number of female carcasses, and then have 5 or 6 baskets full left. Havin' these modest and reserved feelin's in my soul, as firm iron, what was my feelin's as I stood there on that platform, when a great tall villain walked up to me and yelled right up close to my bunnet, "Have you a bus, Mum?" If that man had the privilege of livin' several hundred years, he would say at the last 100 that he never forgot the look I gave him as he uttered those infamous words to me. It was a look calculated to scorch a man to his very soul. It was a look calculated and designed to make a man sigh for some small knothole to creep through and hide him from the gaze of women. I'll bet 2 cents that he won't insult another woman in that way very soon. I gave him a piece of my mind that he won't forget in a hurry. I told him plainly that if I wasn't a married woman and a Methodist and was free to kiss who I was a mind to, I had just as lives kiss a anacondy or a boa constrictor as him. And I says in conclusion, maybe you think because Josiah hain't here to protect me, you can talk to me as you are a mind to. But, says I, if I hain't got Josiah with me, I have got a good stout umbrell. He quailed silently, and while he was a-quailin', I turned to Betsey and asked her if she was ready to start along, for as true as I live and breathe, I was afraid Betsey was so of that clingin' turn that she would be a-kissin' some of them men in spite of my teeth, for there was a lot of 'em besettin' her for a bus. A yellin' round her, "Have a bus? Have a bus?" Just as if that was just what Betsey and me had come from Jonesville for. The miserable, low-lived creeters. Betsey seemed to kinder hate to go, but I started her off. For no burdock burr ever stuck to a horse's mane as Josiah Allen's wife sticks to a companion, a-drawin' 'em along with her in the cause of right. As we wended our way along, walkin' afoot, she wanted to know what tavern I was a-goin' to put up to, and I told her, Mr. and Miss Asters'es tavern. Says she, if it was not just as it was, I would ask you to go to Cousin Ebenezer's with me. But in the future it may be I shall be freer to act than I be now. If I was a married female and had a home of my own here, how happy I should be to welcome Jonesville to its blessed precincts. As dear Tuppa observes, but I interrupted her by sayin' coolly, Betsey, I have made up my mind to put up to Mr. Asters'es, for Jonathan Beans's ex-wife, Josiah's second cousin, is Asters'es' hired girl. Is she a widow? Says Betsey. She does a little in that line, says I in a cautious tone. She is a vegetable widow. I wasn't goin' to say grass widow right out, though she is clear grass. For her husband, Jonathan Bean, run away with another woman 3 years ago this comin' fall. It was all printed out in the World at the time. At that very minute we turned on to Broadway, and Betsey was a-sailin' on ahead of me in gay spirits, a-laughin' and a-talkin' and a-quotin' Tupper, just as happy as you please. But as we turned the corner, I stopped her by catchin' holt of her Greek bender, and, says I'd have a little respect into me, Betsey Bobbet, says I. Let's stand still here till the funeral procession goes by." So we put a funeral look onto our faces and stood still a spell, and they streamed by. I thought my soul there was no end to the mourners. It seems as if we stood there decently and in order, with a solemn look onto our faces, becomin' the solemn occasion, for pretty nigh half an hour. Finally, I whispered to Betsey, and says I, "Betsey, did you ever see such a gang of mourners in your life?" I see her eyes looked kinder sot in her head, and she seemed to be not really sensin' what I said. She looked strange. Finally, says she, "It is a sorrowful time. I am composin' a funeral ode, and I will repeat it to you soon." I wanted to get her mind offen that idee, and I continued on a talkin'. "It must be some awful big man that is dead. Like as not, it is the Governor of the United States, or some deacon or other. Do see 'em stringin' along. But how some of the mourners are a behavin', and how gay some of the women are dressed. If I had known there was goin' to be a funeral in the village, while I was here, some of the mourners might have had my black bombazine dress, and my crape veil just as well as not. I always make a practice of lendin' 'em on funeral occasions." Just then a little boy came sailin' by with a segar in his mouth almost as big as he was, and I catched holt of him and whispered to him, "Bub, who is dead?" And says I, "Be you one of the mourners?" "Yes, old lady," says he in a impudent tone, "I am out on a chort mourn." If it hadn't been for the mournful occasion and for gettin' offen my dignity, I would have spanked him then and there. He laughed so impudent at me. But I let him go on, and then I took out my snowy 25-cent linen handkerchief and wiped off my heated face, and says I to Betsey, "I am wore out. There hain't no end to this procession, seemin'ly. We may as well go on, for I am beat out. We shall act as well as some of the mourners do anyway, if we do walk on." So we wended on. Betsey's cousin lived not a great ways from Miss Asters'es, only it was down a little ways another street, up over a store. I told her, "I guessed I wouldn't climb up them grocery stairs, I was so tuckered out, and then Miss Astor would most probable have supper about ready, and I didn't want to have her fuss to set the table over for me, or steep her tea over, and I felt that a cup of tea I must have." I was kinder dreadin' goin' in alone, not bein' acquainted with Miss Astor, and I don't know when I have been tickleder than I was to meet Jonathan Beans's ex-wife right on the sidewalk. She was real glad to see me, too, for I befriended her when she first went to grass, as it was. I took her right in for 3 weeks, and give her 2 pair of seamed stockin's and a lot of other things for her comfort. She went right back with me. Of all the big houses I ever see, Mr. Asters's house beat everything. I was determined not to act green and be a askin' questions, and so I didn't say a word. But I s'pose from the size of it that Mr. Astor lets part of it for meetin' houses, and maybe they have a few select schools in it, and a few lunatic asylums. I should think they would need 'em, such a noise. But I didn't say a word. Jonathan Beans's ex-wife told me I must put my name down in the register before I went to my room. I didn't object, nor I didn't ask no questions, but I kep' a pretty good lookout. Register! I knew I had heard somethin' that sounded like that, connected with deeds, and I wasn't goin' to sign away my property. I didn't know as it was so, but I did have my thoughts that maybe somebody had told 'em I was a-comin' to the village, and they was trying to get me to sign away my thirds. There is so much iniquity in the world. But I kept my thoughts to myself, and kept my eyes open. I just looked over the book pretty sharp before I put my name down, and I see it was all right. My room was on the 5th story, and I told J. Beans's ex-wife that how I was goin' to climb up them stairs I didn't know, I was so tuckered out. I was sorry the minute I said it, for I was afraid she would go and tell Miss Astor, and Miss Astor would give up her bedroom to me, or maybe she would make Mr. Astor sleep with one of the boys, and have me sleep with her, and I wouldn't have her put herself out for the world. And I spoke up, and says I guess I can weather it some way. And she spoke up, and says she, here is the elevator, be carried up. There was a big nigger comin' right towards us, and I thought she meant him, for they have been called such funny names ever since the war, that I thought likely elevator was one of 'em. But I just put my foot right down to once, says I firmly, I hain't a-goin' to be lugged upstairs by that nigger. And then I was so afraid that he would hear it, and it would hurt his feelin's, that I spoke right up pretty loud, and says I, it hain't on account of the gentleman's dark complexion at all that I object, but I don't think Josiah would like it to have any other man carrying me around in his arms. But Jonathan Beans's ex-wife explained it to me. There was a little room about as big as our smokehouse, all fixed off neat as a pin, and all we had to do was to get in, and then we was heisted right up in front of our room. I was awful glad to be carried up, but I have got some pity left into me, and says I to her, says I, hain't it awful hard for the man that is drawing us up? Says I, is it Mr. Astor or is it his hired man? And says I, does he do it with a windlass like a well bucket, or hand over hand like drawing up water out of a cistern with a pole? Jonathan Beans's ex-wife said it was done by machinery, and she said, for I asked her the first thing, that there wasn't no funeral and that there was just such a crowd every day. I didn't believe her, but I was too beat out to contend. And glad enough was I to stretch my weary limbs in a rockin' chair. J. Beans's ex-wife said she would fetch me up a cup of tea and my supper to me. She hain't forgot the past. She told me when she left me that night to be dreadful careful about the gas and not blow it out. She told me just how it was done, and I'll bet Mrs. Astor herself couldn't do it any neater, for I thought of Josiah, and the thought of that man nerved me to do it right, so as not to die and leave him a gas widower and a lonely man. When I waked up in the mornin', such a noise as I heard! Why, I have thought sometimes when I was sleepy that our old rooster, Hail the Day, makes an awful sight of noise. But good land! If all the roosters in the United States and Boston had roosted right under my window, they couldn't have begun with it. My first thought, as I leaped out of bed, was, Jonesville is afire. Then recollecting myself, I grew calmer, and thought maybe Miss Astor had got breakfast ready, and was a-hollerin' to me. And growin' still more composed, I gin up that the tramplin' and hollerin' was down in the street. As I dressed me, I lay out my work for the day. Thinks I, Betsey Bobbet will be so took up with her mission to her cousin Ebenezer's that I shall be rid of her. It was a sweet thought to me, and I smiled as I thought it. But alas! As the poet well observes, how little we know what is just ahead of us. Thinks I, as I turned the screw and let the water out in the side of the house to wash me, Jonathan Beans's ex-wife had showed me the night before, I must do all I can this day in the cause of right. If I get that distracted here that I am threatened with loony, and have to leave before my time comes, I will go where duty calls me first and foremost. I should have been glad to have looked round the village and get acquainted with some of Miss Asters'es neighbors, but though I felt that the neighborin' women might think I was real uppish and proud-spirited, Still I felt that I could better stand this importation than to desert the cause of right for half a minute. I felt that Horace, although nearly perfect in every other respect, needed Josiah Allen's wife's influence on a subject dear to that female's heart. And I felt that that deluded Miss Woodhull needed a true and pure principled female to show her plainly where she stood. Then I had laid out to go to Isabella Beecher Hookers's, and the time was short. I knew with every fresh roar of distraction that come up from the street below that the time of my stay in that village was short. I was so almost lost in these thoughts that I didn't see how late it was a-gettin'. I had overslept myself in the first place, bein' so tuckered out with the night before, and thinks I all of a sudden, what will Miss Astor think my keepin' her from eatin' her breakfast so long? But inwardly my mind was some composed by thinkin' it was principle that had belated me. So I sailed downstairs. I had put on my best clothes, my headdress looked foamin', my overskirt stood out noble round my form, and it was with a peaceful mind, though some distracted by the noise, that I wended my way to the breakfast table. But instead of all of us a-settin' to one table, with Miss Astor to the head, a-pourin' out tea, there was, I'll bet, more'n 100 little tables, with folks settin' round 'em a-eatin', and waiters a-goin' all round 'mongst 'em, a-waitin' on 'em. And every man waiter had got on one of his wife's white bib aprons. Thinks I to myself, what a tussle I should have with Josiah to get him to wear one of my aprons round the house when I had company. He is awful sot against wearin' aprons. It is all I can do to get one on to him when he is a-churnin'. Jonathan Beans's ex-wife catched my eye as I went in, and she came and sot me down to a little table where there wasn't nobody. And then she was drawed off by somebody and left me alone. And I spoke out loud to myself, I'd like to know what I am goin' to eat, unless I lay to and eat stunned china and glassware. And catchin' sight of the pepper box, I exclaimed almost convulsively, I never was much of a hand to eat clear pepper and nothin' else. A nigger come up to me at that minute, and said somethin' in a Frenchified accent about a cart bein' on my plate, or somethin' about a cart, and I see in a minute that he wanted to make out, because I come from the country, that I wanted a cartload of victuals. I don't know when I have been madder. Says I, you impident creetur, you think because I am from the country, and Josiah hain't with me, that you can impose upon me. Talk to me, will you, about my a-wantin' a cartload of victuals? I should be glad, says I, in a sarcastic tone, I should be glad to get somethin' a little more nourishin' than a 3-tined fork and a towel to eat, but I don't seem to run much chance of gettin' on it here. Before he had time to say anything, J. Bose's ex-wife came up and said somethin' to me about lookin' at Bill the Fair. I looked down at the table and noticed then for the first time that there was a piece of poetry layin' there, seemin'ly cut out of some newspaper. I see that she wanted me to read it, but I told her that I wasn't much of a hand for poetry anyway, and Betsey Bobbet wrote so much that it made me fairly sick of it. And besides, says I have left my specs upstairs. I forgot 'em till I most got down here. But just then I happened to think maybe she had wrote it herself. I don't want to hurt nobody's feelin's, and says I, in a pleasant tone, I presume Bill the Fair is a good piece of poetry, and if you hain't no objection, I will take it home with me, and put it into Tirzah Ann's scrapbook. She started off before I fairly got through speakin', and I folded up the poetry and put it into my pocket, and in a minute's time back she came with some first-rate victuals. She knows what I like just as well as I do, havin' lived with us a spell, as I said, when she first went to grass. She knows just what a case I am for store tea, but she asked me what kind of tea I wanted, and I spoke right out before I thought. Anything but sage tea, I can't bear that. But then I happened to think I see they was all a-drinkin' coffee round me. I knew they was by the smell, and I thought maybe from her speakin' to me in that way that she meant to give me a little hint that Miss Astor was out of store tea, and says I, kinder loud, for she had started off, if Miss Astor is short on it for store tea, she needn't fuss for me. She needn't borry any on my account. I can drink sage tea if I set out to. But I thought to myself that I had rather have brought a drawin' of tea in my pocket clear from Jonesville than to have gone without it. While I was just thinkin' this, Jonathan Bose's ex-wife came back with a first-rate cup of tea strong enough to bear up a egg. The more I looked round and see the droves of hungry folks, the sorrier I felt for Miss Astor. And I spoke to J. Beans's ex-wife as she brought me my last victuals. Says I, if there is a woman on the face of the whole earth I am sorry for, it is Miss Astor. How on earth can she ever cook enough to fill this drove of folks? Says I. How can she ever stand up under it? And carried almost away with my sympathy, I says to Jonathan Beans's ex-wife, you tell Miss Astor from me that she needn't make no fuss about the dinner at all. I will eat a picked-up dinner. I had just as lives as not. I didn't come down here to put her out and make her any trouble. I heard a little noise to one side of me, and I looked round, and there was a feller and two girls a-snickerin' and laughin' right at me. They was rigged out awful fashionable, but I guess their brains had run to their hair mostly, the girls on their heads and his'n on his face, such sights of it. But I don't believe they was very well off, for every one of 'em had broke one eye off'n their spectacles, and they lifted up that one eye and looked at me through it, a-laughin' at the same time as if they would split. But it didn't put me out a bit. I glared back at 'em as sharp as they did at me, and says I, laugh away if you want to. I know what it is to cook over a hot cook stove in the summer time. It tuckers anybody out, even if they have got good help. And I am sorry for Miss Astor. They snickered worse than ever, and I got mad, and says I don't wonder you laugh. There hain't no more pity and humanity in the whole lot of you than there is in the three-tined pitchfork. And no wonder, when you see somebody that has got a little pity and generosity into 'em, it is more of a amusement novelty to you than a circus would be. As I said this, I rose up in almost fearful dignity and sailed away from the table up to my room. As I opened the door, I heard a dreadful curious noise, a kind of a gurglin' gushin' sound, and when I opened the door, of all the freshets I ever see, I had forgot to turn back the little screw, and the water was a-gushin' out all over. Jonathan Beans's ex-wife happened to come along just then, and she sent up a nigger with a mop and a lot of cloths, and I turned to and helped him. She told me not to, but says I, Josiah Allen's wife hain't one to shirk when there is work to do. And says I, you tell Miss Astor, after I get through here, I had just as lives come down and help her wash up the breakfast dishes as not. Says I, lookin' thoughtfully at my overskirt, I don't really want to put my hands into the dishwater on account of my dress, but I had just as lives wipe 'em as not. But J. Beans's ex-wife said there wasn't no need of my helpin', and so after I got my room all slicked up and my bed made, she told me to leave my bed, but I wasn't goin' to act so slack, I sot down a minute to rest before I set sail in the cause of right. I was just a-thinkin' that Betsey Bobbet was safe in the house of mournin', and there was a sweet and satisfied smile on my face as I thought it, when all of a sudden the door opened and in she walked. My heart sunk pretty near half an inch. But I catched holt of my principles, and says I, "What is the matter, Betsey?" For she looked as if she had been cryin' her eyes out. "Is your cousin no more? Has Ebenezer suicided himself?" "No more!" says she in a indignant tone. "She is gettin' well, and Ebenezer is as happy as a king about it. She has been taking cod liver oil and cherry pectorial, and they have cured her. I hate cherry pectorial and cod liver oil. They are nasty stuffs." Says I, in a insinuatin' tone, "You are going back there, hain't you?" "No," says she indignantly. "I won't stir a step back. They are so tickled about her gettin' better that they don't use me with no respect at all." And there was a tear in her eye as she added in sorrowful tones, "Ebenezer told me that if it hadn't been for that cod liver oil, he should have been a widower and a lonely man to-day. No," says she, taking off her hat and throwing it in a angry, fierce way onto the bed, "I won't stir a step back. I won't stay another minute in the same house with cod liver oil. I perfectly despise it." I see there was no use arguin' with her. The arrow had struck too deep. I see my fate. Betsey had got to accompany me on my high and lofty mission. For a minute I thought wildly of escape, of gettin' her out of the room on some errand for a minute and then tyin' the sheets together and lowerin' myself down from the winder. But better feelin's rose inside of me. Betsey was a human bein'. I belonged to the Meetin house. All these nobler emotions tied up my tongue. I said nothin', but I turned and concluded the wild tumult of my feelin's by takin' the gingham case off'n my umbrell I was goin' to carry with me, and puttin' on my bunnet we started out for our promenade. End of chapter 21.